Chapter 1503. Sometimes, Chinfin felt that being too strong wasn't a good thing. Now he wandered around the Mecha organization's research base alone. Not even an enemy dared to stop him. He even had a translator to help him find the blueprints. Soon the blueprints were found. The blueprints were recorded in a computer, and there were hundreds of them in one set. Master, these are the blueprints for the Black Dragon and White Phoenix mecha. After seeing the blueprints, Little Pig's voice suddenly came. Chinfin had always wondered where the mechas built by the Mecha organization had come from, and now he finally understood. There was an 80% chance that Hua Xiao, the owner of the ultimate mecha system, left the blueprints and was discovered. This group of people built mechas according to the blueprints. However, Hua Xiao's Black Dragon mecha and White Phoenix mecha were very powerful. Even Chinfin, who was at stage 4 True Qi, found it difficult to deal with him. But now the South African organization's mechas were greatly weakened. They could only reach the power of a stage 2 True Qi expert. Master, they probably lack the materials to build the mechas. You have to know that the Black Dragon and White Phoenix mechas are products of the Star Technology interface. They need some special rare minerals to build them. The other party used other materials. Although they managed to build the mechas, their strength is not as good as before. Little Pig's explanation made Chinfin completely understand. Chinfin had already started. He made a copy of the mecha blueprints and destroyed the original computer. This way, he was the only one who had the blueprints. After getting the blueprints, Chinfin didn't leave in a hurry. There were still 50 semi-finished mechas in the lab. Chinfin put them into the Jade Spirit Ring one by one. 5 minutes later, the lab seemed to have been ransacked. The translator was shocked. Big brother, where are the semi-finished mechas? Chinfin glared at him coldly. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The translator immediately shut his mouth. He realized that Chinfin must have taken away the mechas. However, the translator was puzzled. Where did this guy hide those 50 mechas? When Chinfin finished his mission and swaggered out of the factory, he heard the sounds of intense fighting outside. Dirk and the others had already rushed to the base, but as soon as they arrived, they were engaged in a fierce battle with the people from the Mecha organization. The sky was filled with bullets and artillery fire. Realization dawned on Chinfin. No wonder there was not a single enemy figure to be seen in the laboratory. It turned out that all the members of this Mecha organization were out fighting with the mysterious forces of other countries. The battle was extremely intense. The members of the Mecha organization each had a submachine gun in their hands, and they charged and fired without any regard for their lives. Even though they were members of the mysterious forces from various countries, some of them could not withstand such a ferocious attack. Many soldiers had already fallen on the plains, their blood staining the ground. Elites of the Blood Kindred, you are in charge of eliminating the gunmen. Pope Shah roared. Suddenly, more than 10 black shadows flickered in the crowd. The vampire was known for his speed and strength. As they ran at full speed, they were like bolts of lightning. Every time they ran, a loud sound would ring out. That was the sound of their enemies exploding with a single punch. The gunshots around them gradually stopped. In this fierce battle, both sides had lost many members. There were not many people left in the Mecha organization. There were only about 50 people scattered around. Suddenly, someone in the crowd roared, "Everyone get on the mechas and kill these bastards for me." The person who shouted was the leader of the base, Tucci. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of mechas behind him suddenly opened their cabins, and everyone found a mecha and jumped in. Everything happened so quickly that by the time Dirk and the others came to their senses, the 50 mechas were already ready. "You bastards! How dare you barge into my base? Do you really think I, Tucci, am useless? Attack, attack!" Tucci also jumped into a mecha. His voice was even louder in the mecha, and it was transmitted through a loudspeaker. Boom! As soon as Tucci's voice fell, his mecha raised both arms, and 2 homing missiles were fired, blasting 2 British paladins into pieces. The scene exploded. The members of the mysterious forces from various countries realized the danger. The mechas were more powerful than they had imagined, and there was no longer any possibility of continuing the battle. Following Tucci's shot, the group of subordinates went crazy. 50 mechas flew into the sky, and instantly laser bullets rained down. Dozens of white smoke streaked across the sky, and the homing missiles fell to the ground like meteors. Rumble. The surroundings were filled with loud explosions. The planes were already full of holes from the explosions. These mechas could fly in the sky, and this made the members of the mysterious forces feel helpless. They couldn't fight in the sky at all. Pope Shah, let's retreat. The enemy's firepower is too strong. This kind of head-on strategy is just courting death. Let's go back and discuss our strategy again. Sooner or later, we will destroy this organization's base. Everyone shouted at Pope Shah. He was the leader of this operation. Pope Shah couldn't hold on any longer. Just as he was about to give the order to retreat, a ball of fire appeared in midair. There seemed to be a figure standing in the fire, and it defied logic to hang in midair. That strange scene made Pope Shah and the others forget to escape. Oh my God, what is that? Could it be that the Holy Leader has descended? I can't believe I'm seeing the Holy Leader in my life. Pope Shah was so excited that his old face was twitching. No, that's young Hero Qin. Finally, someone recognized the fire in midair. It was Qin Feng standing inside. He was wearing the lava flying armor. This was the reward for completing the China Technology City mission. The lava flying armor seemed to be burning around Qin Feng. There was also a pair of flame wings on his back. The wings moved with the wind and supported him to float in midair. When they saw this domineering spirit armor, the group of mechas were all stunned. Who are you? Are you with those people? Tu Kusi's cold voice sounded. He didn't attack Qin Feng directly because he felt a trace of danger. Qin Feng said indifferently, I was sent by China to destroy your organization. How about it? Will you surrender or will you be killed by me? Once he said this, the mechas and Dirk's group were stunned. Everyone looked at the flashing flames in midair in disbelief. They didn't understand where Qin Feng got his confidence from. Tu Kusi was stunned for a moment, and then he laughed out loud. Haha, you want me to surrender? Are you joking with me? I will let you know how powerful my white feather mecha is. Suddenly, a white shadow shot over. It was Tu Kusi who launched an attack. Qin Feng was suspended in midair without dodging. He could destroy the real white feather mecha with ease, let alone a replica made by Tu Kusi. Boom! A flame soared into the sky. Before Tu Kusi's figure could get close to Qin Feng, it suddenly exploded in the flames. The crowd suddenly exclaimed. Dirk and the others looked at the sky dumbfoundedly. That was a mecha with amazing defense. Who would have thought that it would be destroyed by Qin Feng in one move? The originally arrogant mechas suddenly quieted down. They couldn't even believe their eyes. But a moment later, someone suddenly shouted, That Chinese pig killed our leader, Tu Kusi. Everyone, fight him! More than 40 mechas rushed over, like more than 40 fighter jets, surging forward. This battle formation was so powerful that Dirk and the others retreated dozens of meters away in fear. However, Qin Feng was still suspended in midair without dodging. When he saw the mechas surrounding him, the weather changed dramatically, and a violent snowstorm blew. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind was cold, and it seemed like it was going to blow away everything. In the snowstorm, the speed of the mechas instantly slowed down. Their machine guns and turrets were even frozen, and they couldn't even fire bullets. Qin Feng stood in the snowstorm, surrounded by more than 40 mechas. He suddenly swung his saber, and a golden light shone out of the snowstorm, followed by Qin Feng's sigh. Sigh, I wanted to keep these mechas and bring them back to the country. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a loud sound rang out. The mechas around him made a subtle shattering sound, but the sound became more and more intense. The cracks on the mechas spread rapidly, and finally they exploded into pieces at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble! Dozens of mechas bloomed like fireworks, igniting half the sky. Fragments of the mechas fell all over the ground, and many of them shot at the feet of Dirk and the others. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison, their eyes full of shock. The loud sound continued, and Qin Feng had already landed. He put away the lava-flying armor on his body and wore a white robe with long hair fluttering in the wind. His appearance was delicate, and his body was a little weak. No one would believe that he had single-handedly destroyed those 50 mecha with such destructive power. Is it over? After a long time, everyone finally came to their senses, but the shock in their eyes didn't fade. This young hero Qin is too powerful, right? No wonder he even destroyed the US fighter jets. I always thought that was Huaxia exaggerating. With young hero Qin in Huaxia, which country would dare to offend Huaxia? He's too powerful. He single-handedly destroyed the entire mecha organization. He's too fucking powerful. The people who could stand here were all top mysterious powerhouses from all over the world. They represented the strength of their country's martial arts. Now that they saw Qin Feng's skills, everyone started to feel that Huaxia's martial arts were beyond their reach. After Qin Feng destroyed the mecha organization, he left alone as if nothing happened. The crowd suddenly came to their senses, and they hurriedly followed him. "Young hero Qin, where are you going?" Pope Sha asked with a face full of smiles. Qin Feng stopped, looked at him, and said, "Do I have to report to you where I'm going?" Pope Sha's heart trembled. After witnessing Qin Feng's strength just now, he realized that talking to Qin Feng was a huge pressure. Those who want to read books, you can search Blue Book Bar, and you'll find the site as soon as possible. Chapter 1504. Young hero Qin, you must be joking. How would I dare to interfere in your business? Pope Sha quickly said. Qin Feng's expression turned cold. Then why are you still talking? With that, Qin Feng turned around and continued to leave. The group of people looked tormented, but they still followed him in the end. Qin Feng knew what these people were thinking. The main reason they came here wasn't to destroy the mecha organization, but to obtain the mecha blueprints. King Far East mustered up his courage and said, "Young hero Qin, why you were the first to enter the mecha organization. Did you find the mecha blueprints?" After asking this, everyone's hearts were in their throats. They were afraid that Qin Feng would be unhappy and kill them all. Of course, I found the mecha blueprints. Otherwise, why would I leave? Qin Feng didn't hide anything. Everyone's eyes lit up. The mechas created by the mecha organization were very advanced. Even the United States, a technological powerhouse, couldn't create such perfect mechas. If this new technology was obtained by everyone, it meant that the country's future technology would be powerful. Hee hee. Young hero Qin, before we came here, we discussed that no matter who gets the mecha blueprints, we will make a copy for everyone else. Pope Sha said with a smile. Qin Feng looked at him suspiciously. Are you sure there's such an agreement? Pope Sha smiled guiltily. How could there be such an agreement? He just wanted to fool Qin Feng. Young hero Qin, how could I dare lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask everyone else. Pope Sha was also a scheming person. He threw the problem to everyone with one sentence. He planned to make everyone bear the price of lying. However, the other countries couldn't expose Pope Sha's lie because everyone wanted the blueprints. Cough, cough. Young hero Qin, Pope Sha is right. We have such an agreement, King Far East said with a red face. The leader of the British Paladins also expressed his stance. Yes, we have an agreement. The people from more than a dozen countries all expressed their stances and lied. However, Dirk didn't say anything, but he didn't expose the lie either. Qin Fin could tell what these people were thinking at a glance. He stopped and glanced at the hundreds of elites. His voice was indifferent. You don't have to act in front of me. I don't care if you had such an agreement or not. The blueprints are on me now. Whoever wants them can take them. I'm just afraid you won't be able to take them away. Qin Fin was fearless in the face of experts from more than 10 countries. He stood like a pine tree, his words loud and clear like a bell. Although everyone was very dissatisfied, no one dared to stand out and fight for that mecha blueprint. In the end, Qin Fin swaggered out of Neil's nest, and the members of the mysterious forces from various countries returned dejectedly. When the higher-ups of the various countries learned of the situation, their mood was incomparably heavy. Now that the blueprint of the mecha had been obtained by China, China was going to soar in the future. In the base of Dragon Gate in China, the 12 upper peaks stood in a row, facing a white-robed youth. These 12 people had high statuses in China. There were no more than 5 people who dared to sit leisurely in front of them. Young hero Qin, you've worked hard this time. The representatives of the 12 upper peaks smiled. Qin Feng had just returned from Neil's nest and went straight to the Dragon's Gate. He didn't want to waste time talking to these 12 old men. If he had the time, he might as well go find Yan Wushuang. The mission was successfully completed and the mecha organization was destroyed. I've also destroyed the 50 mechas they created. Qin Feng spoke as if he was talking about something insignificant, but the 12 upper peaks almost fainted from fright. Young hero Qin, you're not joking, right? You destroyed the mecha organization so quickly? Although they knew how powerful Qin Feng was, the 12 upper peaks couldn't accept it. Qin Feng took out a USB flash drive and threw it on the table. He continued, there are 2 blueprints of the mecha in here. Take them if you want. The 12 upper peaks hadn't recovered from the previous shock, and they were shocked again. The representatives of the 12 upper peaks walked over immediately. They held the USB flash drive that contained the blueprint, like it was a treasure in the world. Young hero Qin, you didn't disappoint us. You even got the blueprint of the mecha. Oh yeah, did you make a copy of this blueprint in every country in the Alliance? No one else has it. I'm the only one who has it, Qin Feng said casually. The 12 upper peaks were stunned on the spot. Qin Feng had shocked them again and again. This group of old men was about to be shocked to death. After handing over the mission, Qin Feng left. The 12 upper peaks were stunned for a few minutes in the room before they came back to their senses. They looked at the USB flash drive that contained the blueprint as if they could already see the future of China. After leaving the Dragon's Gate, Qin Feng went straight to Yan Wushuang's private mansion. It was already late. Yan Wushuang was lying on the sofa in the living room, watching TV. Suddenly, a strong arm hugged her from behind, scaring her. Who are you? Let go of me. Yan Wushuang's voice was cold. Wushuang, it's me, Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't tease her. He sat down next to her. Yan Wushuang, who was struggling with all her might, suddenly stopped. Her beautiful eyes were shining. She knew that Qin Feng was back, but she didn't see him these few days. Qin Feng, didn't you go to Neil's nest? Yan Wushuang laid in Qin Feng's arms obediently like a kitten. Qin Feng's gaze fell on her long and fair legs that were exposed under her black chiffon dress. His big hands were already touching them recklessly. I'm back. Yan Wushuang was shocked. She heard about the mecha organization in Neil's nest from Lu Bingbing. She knew that this mission was dangerous. Yan Wushuang asked the 12 upper peaks to transfer to South Africa to fight with Qin Feng. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be back already. Didn't you say that the mecha warriors are very powerful? Didn't your alliance defeat them? Yan Wushuang's expression became serious. She was obviously wrong. Qin Feng's big hands slid from her legs to her waist. He said with a smile, it's just a mecha organization. There's no need for all the countries to work together. I can kill them all by myself. Now, the mecha blueprint is in the hands of the 12 upper peaks. Only Huaxia has the mecha blueprint. Qin Feng briefly explained the mission. Yan Wushuang felt like she was listening to a fairy tale. Her beautiful eyes were shining. Huaxia would advance by leaps and bounds in the future. It might even become the most powerful country in the world. While she was fantasizing about the future of Huaxia, Qin Feng's hands had already moved under her black chiffon dress. Yan Wushuang felt her chest tighten. She couldn't help but grumble. "Ah, you're so annoying." Even though she said that, she still wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and allowed him to explore her body. Yan Wushuang hadn't seen him for more than half a year. The loneliness she had buried in her heart burst out like a spring. Friends who want to read books, you can search for Blue Book Bar to find the site. Chapter 1505. The Neil's Nest incident made Qin Fen famous all over the world. China's reputation was re-established. This was the current Qin Fen. He was so powerful that even a country feared him. In the blink of an eye, Qin Fen had been back in China for more than 3 months. Many things happened during this time. Acropolis City and the 2 hero cities in the outer martial world developed even more. The Martial Artists Alliance was under Qin Fen's complete control. China used the mecha blueprints that Qin Fen brought back to build the first batch of 100 mechas. However, Qin Feng was more concerned about another matter. Hua Xiaojin had stayed in the secular world of Huaxia for 3 months, and her rigid mindset of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues had finally been changed. Qin Feng had successfully completed the task of changing her mindset. The mission rewarded him 100,000 hedonist points and a pair of pink aurora wings. Qin Fen had a total of 8,350,000 hedonist points. Now that Qin Fen stood at the top of the world, no one dared to offend his family and friends anymore. In these 3 months, he had accompanied the girls to live a stable and happy life. This was the life he had always strived for. However, Qin Fen did not indulge in it. He knew that this was not the end. He had not found his mother's whereabouts, and he had not figured out the system's secret. He needed to continue moving forward. For months after he returned to China, there was a commotion in the outer martial world. A shocking piece of news spread. A formation was found on the peak of Ice Lake Mountain of the inner hidden sections. It could transport people to the forbidden sections. Qin Fen rushed to Ice Lake Mountain as soon as he heard the news. Of course, he knew about the formation. It was the formation that led to China. However, if everyone knew about this, it would definitely cause a commotion among the people of China. A 1-kilometer radius around Ice Lake Mountain was cordoned off. It was evident that the Dragon sect had found out about this. They had sent people to cordon off the scene to prevent anyone from entering. "Brother, there's a murder here. The police are investigating the scene. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in." Qin Fen was stopped by 2 police officers. The murder was just an excuse to prevent the news of the formation from spreading and causing chaos in China. How was the formation at Ice Lake Mountain discovered? When exactly did it happen? Qin Fen asked, as if he did not hear what the police officer said. The 2 police officers were stunned. They did not expect the young man to know the secret. All the more reason for them not to let Qin Fen in. This was an order issued by the higher-ups of China's Dragon sect. No one other than the Dragon sect was allowed to enter the vicinity of Ice Lake Mountain. "I'm sorry, but you'd better leave immediately. Otherwise, we have the right to arrest you." One of the policemen's expression turned cold. Qin Feng did not care about this person's attitude. He took out his phone and made a call to the representative of the 12 Peaks. He wanted to find this person and ask him about the situation. After the call, the police officer's face turned even colder. "Humph, I advise you to leave quickly if you know what's good for you. The Dragon sect has ordered for this place to be locked down." It's useless to call anyone. Qin Feng smiled and said nothing. The two police officers watched his every move like tigers watching their prey. Less than 5 minutes later, 12 old men rushed out of Ice Lake Mountain. Lord Superior? The two policemen were dumbfounded when they saw the newcomer. Their voices trembled as they spoke. The 12 upper peaks completely ignored the two of them and respectfully walked to Qin Feng's side. Young Hero Qin, why are you here? Said the representative of the 12 peaks. I heard that a teleportation array appeared in Ice Lake Mountain. What's going on? Qin Feng went straight to the point. The 12 upper peaks wanted to say something but hesitated. Qin Feng understood what they meant and followed the 12 of them to a place where there was no one else. The two policemen were dumbfounded. They suddenly realized Qin Feng's identity. Thinking of this, the two of them felt a lingering fear. They thought to themselves, how could I still be alive after offending young Hero Qin? Qin Feng and the others arrived at the base of Ice Lake Mountain. There were no more disciples in the sect. They were all settled in Hero City in the outer martial arts world. At that moment, the representative of the 12 peaks said slowly, Young Hero Qin, 3 days ago, a group of backpackers came to Ice Lake Mountain to explore. They accidentally found the teleportation array and teleported the 8 of them away. This attracted a lot of attention from the media. It was a hot topic a few days ago and caused panic among the Chinese people. Later on, the dragon sect appeared and locked down Ice Lake Mountain. Only then did the rumors gradually die down. The 12 of us saw the teleportation array, but we couldn't tell what it was. Young Hero Qin, didn't you go to the Despair sect? We were planning to invite you over to take a look. After Qin Feng understood what had happened, he had many doubts. The teleportation array leading to China was indeed on Ice Lake Mountain. However, the teleportation array only loosened once every 20 years. Normally, no one would find the teleportation array. However, not only did the 8 backpackers find the teleportation array, but they were also teleported away. This was truly unimaginable. Only the 8 backpackers were teleported away? Qin Feng asked. The representative of the 12 peaks looked bitter. If only that was the case. Because this matter was hyped up by the media a few days ago, many curious people came here to take the risk. It's impossible to count how many people have been teleported. Moreover, many of them are martial artists. They know that the teleportation array might lead to a more powerful place, so they jumped in regardless of their lives. Qin Feng realized that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. Putting aside the fact that the teleportation array leading to China had suddenly opened, many ordinary people and low-level martial artists had been teleported to China. They were like ants in China, so the odds were against them. After understanding the situation, Qin Feng rushed to the area where the teleportation array had appeared. The teleportation array leading to China did not have a fixed location. Instead, it changed between the 4 peaks of Ice Lake Mountain. Qin Feng and the 12 peaks stood on the north peak for more than half an hour. Suddenly, a weak light appeared. It was not the first time the 12 peaks had seen this teleportation array, but they were still shocked. I'll go to China to take a look. You guys guard Ice Lake Mountain. Don't let anyone teleport through the teleportation array anymore. Qin Feng's voice was still echoing in the valley, but he had already disappeared in the weak white light. This was not the first time he had entered the teleportation array. However, he realized that the teleportation array had changed. The violent airwaves became very weak. Even ordinary people could withstand the impact. Qin Feng felt more at ease. It seemed that the ordinary people who had teleported to China through the teleportation array had not died in the teleportation array. However, it was hard to say what would happen to them after they reached China. Haha, boss, more people are here. As soon as Qin Feng landed in China, he heard an evil laugh. He took a brief look at the terrain. He was now in the bamboo forest on the outskirts of Hu village. It was the same place where he had first teleported. There were more than 10 strong men around him. Each of them carried a broadsword and were glaring at Qin Feng. 2 of the brawny men had fierce expressions on their faces as they shouted at Qin Feng. "Brat, this is China. How dare you outsiders come in? You must be tired of living. Hurry up and hand over all your valuables. If we're in a good mood, we might spare your life." Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not care about their threats at all. He asked, "How long have you been here? Where did the people who came in before go?" The 2 burly men who had asked the question suddenly froze. They had been here for 3 days and 3 nights. All the people they had met from the outside world had been humble. This was the first time they had met someone as arrogant as Qin Feng. "Brat, I'm talking to you. Since when was it your turn to speak? Why does this guy look so familiar? Where have I seen him before?" Someone mumbled. The others began to recall. They felt that they had seen Qin Feng before. "Ah, your sect leader Qin?" someone suddenly exclaimed. As soon as this was said, the rest of the people immediately held their breaths. They felt that the air had frozen in an instant. "I've only left this place for 4 months. How dare you run amok here?" Qin Feng's expression was cold. The 12 strong men confirmed Qin Feng's identity and immediately knelt on the ground. This was the sect leader of spiritual immortal sect, Qin Feng. For months ago, he had destroyed all the powerful beings in China with his own strength. He was a godlike figure. Sect leader Qin, please don't be angry. We know our mistakes." Everyone began to kowtow. They did not care even if their heads were broken. Qin Feng was too lazy to kill these ants. He asked, "Where did the people from the outside world go? Why did the formation leading to China suddenly loosen?" The leader of the crowd mustered up his courage and said, "Sect leader Qin, we were blinded by wealth for a moment, so we decided to rob here. But we definitely did not kill anyone. Those who came from the outside world left on their own. We don't know where they are now. As for why the formation suddenly loosened, we don't understand either. And it's not just the formation leading to China that has loosened. It's said that the formation leading to a mysterious plane has also loosened." Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. The formation leading to China to a mysterious plane? Wasn't that a mortal island? "If I see you robbing again, I will kill you." Qin Feng's voice echoed in the surroundings. The strong men were so frightened that they began to kowtow again. However, after a while, they realized that Qin Feng had already disappeared. Qin Feng was rushing towards spiritual immortal sect. Now that the 2 formations had loosened, it was truly unimaginable. Qin Feng had a bad feeling that something big was about to happen. The changes in China today were huge, and all of this was caused by Qin Feng. Back then, only Thousand Shadows sect was left of the 5 venerables of China. Those old monsters at the peak of Qi Stage 9 had all fallen. Now, there were not many experts at Qi Stage 9. It was a day and a night's journey from the bamboo forest of River Jade Village to spiritual immortal sect. Qin Feng could enter Immortal Island through the system and then teleport to spiritual immortal sect through the formation of Immortal Island. However, he soon discovered a serious problem. The 2 formations leading to Immortal Island were both closed. Friends who read books, you can search for Blue Book Bar and find the site immediately. Chapter 1506. Ever since the system opened up the Immortal Island, there were 3 free teleportation formations. One of them was on Qin Feng, so he could teleport at any time. The other one was set up in the base of Celestial Soul's sect. As for the 3rd formation, he hadn't used it yet. But now that the 2 formations were sealed, he couldn't teleport to Immortal Island. This made Qin Feng feel that something was wrong. "Little pig, what's going on?" Qin Feng asked as he rushed to Celestial Soul's sect on the whirlwind golden wheel. Little Pig's expression was solemn. "Master, the plane leading to Immortal Island has been sealed. I'm afraid someone sensed the 2 formations Master has." Qin Feng didn't quite understand. There's someone who can seal the formations created by the Hedonist sovereign system? Who are they? Little Pig said, "We can't confirm their identity. However, this large-scale sealing formation might not be targeted at the Master. According to the system's inspection, not only have Master's formations been sealed, but over 100 secret formations leading to Immortal Island have also been sealed." Qin Fun was shocked. Sealing over 100 secret formations at once was a huge feat. How could an ordinary person do it? Doesn't that mean I can't go to Immortal Island? Qin Fun was a bit depressed. The situation is complicated. The system can't give a definite answer right now. Master, you should go to Celestial Soul's sect and ask about the situation before making a decision. Qin Fun sped up and flew towards Celestial Soul's sect. He could already feel a strong sense of danger. Since the other party could seal the formations set up by the system, it was clear that they were extremely powerful. After rushing for an entire night, Qin Fun arrived at Celestial Soul's sect the next morning. Celestial Soul's sect was now the #1 sect in China. Almost all the sect disciples that Qin Fun destroyed had joined Celestial Soul's sect. The sect was full of youthful energy. Many disciples came and went, but their expressions were somewhat solemn. "Where is sect leader Qin Chen?" Qin Fun stopped 2 disciples and asked. The 2 seemed to have urgent matters to attend to. One of them said impatiently, "Do you think you can see sect leader Qin Chen just because you want to? Don't block the way, move aside." As soon as the man finished speaking, his companion's expression changed drastically. His mouth opened and closed for a long time, but not a single word came out. The disciple who shouted at Qin Fung sensed something was amiss. He raised his head to take a closer look at Qin Fung. He was so frightened that he fell to his knees. Sect Master Qin. This lowly one didn't recognize Sect Master Qin earlier. "Please forgive me, Sect Master." When the other disciple came back to his senses, he also knelt to the ground. Qin Fung had suddenly left for more than 4 months, and the 2 of them didn't expect him to suddenly return. Qin Fung did not mind. He said, "Cut the crap. Bring me to the pure dust sect leader." One of the disciples said in a trembling voice, "Sect leader Qin, something big has happened in the Divine Prefecture recently. Sect leader Qin Chen and sect leader Qiao are not in the sect anymore." Qin Feng became worried. What happened? The 2 disciples were still kneeling on the ground and didn't dare to get up. One of them said, "Recently a hidden formation appeared in Fire Beacon City. Rumor has it that it is a formation that leads to a mysterious plane. Sect Master Qing Chen and Sect Master Qiao brought some people to investigate the situation 3 days ago, but they still haven't returned." Qin Feng frowned. He was worried that Qing Chen and the others might have been teleported away by the formation. If they were really teleported to the Immortal Island plane, with Qing Chen and the other strength, they would only be cannon fodder. Originally, Qin Feng came to Immortal Spirit's sect to find Qing Chen to ask about the situation. Now that he was here, he immediately rushed to Fire Beacon City. After another day and night of non-stop riding, Qin Feng arrived at Fire Beacon City. He discovered that Fire Beacon City was overcrowded. Almost all the martial artists of the Divine Prefecture had rushed over. "You guys are also here because of the formation. I heard that the formation can teleport to a mysterious plane. Many sect leaders have been attracted over. Let me tell you a secret. That mysterious plane is the legendary Immortal Venerable Plane. If we can teleport there, breaking through to the Immortal Qi realm is just a matter of time." The people on the street were whispering and discussing. Along the way, Qin Feng had roughly understood the situation here. He randomly pulled someone over and asked, "Where is the formation that leads to the mysterious plane? Quickly bring me there." The man he pulled revealed an unhappy expression and shouted coldly, "Who are you, brat? Do you think that anyone can go to that formation? Don't even think about it if you haven't reached Stage 8, True Chi Realm. That place has already been sealed by experts. Low-level martial artists going there are just courting death. No wonder the streets of Fire Beacon City were overcrowded. Those gathered here were all martial artists below Stage 8 True Chi Realm. They heard about the formation and rushed here, but they had no way of going to the teleportation formation. Without Qin Feng saying anything, someone in the crowd had already recognized him. You are sect leader Qin? With these words, the originally noisy street suddenly quieted down. The atmosphere was so cold that it was about to freeze. Everyone looked at Qin Feng. Their eyes and jaws dropped to the ground. Qin Feng had disappeared from the Divine Prefecture for more than 4 months. No one expected him to suddenly appear on the streets of Fire Beacon City. Sect leader Qin, I am Su Rue, a disciple of Immortal Spirit Sect. Are you looking for the formation? This little brother can bring you there. Very quickly, someone ran out from the crowd. This person was previously a disciple of the Empyrean Terminus sect. After the Empyrean Terminus sect was destroyed, he joined Immortal Spirit Sect. Su Rue was only at Stage 5 True Chi Realm. He didn't have the qualifications to spy on the formation. But now, with Qin Feng's support, he could bask in the light and go take a look. Many people in the crowd secretly sighed. They also wanted to flatter Qin Feng and go to the formation. Unfortunately, they were half a beat slower than Su Rue. Under the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, Qin Feng and Su Rue went to the formation. It turned out that the mysterious formation appeared at the northern outskirts of Fire Beacon City. This place was originally a mission receiving point for the Fire Beacon Hall. But after the formation appeared, this place no longer gave out missions. It was sealed off by the people of the Fire Beacon Hall, not allowing anyone to easily enter. Hey, you too, stop right there. This place has already been sealed off. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. Just as the two arrived outside of Fire Beacon Hall's office, they were stopped by 8 disciples. These 8 people were all at Stage 6 True Chi Realm. Every day, they would encounter hundreds of martial artists who came to spy on the formation. At this time, their attitude towards Qin Feng and Su Rue was extremely impatient. Su Rue was merely at Stage 5 True Chi Realm. When he saw these 8 people, he should have turned around and left. But now that he had Qin Feng's support, he pointed at the leader and reprimanded him. You're blind, you dog. This is Sect Master Qin of Spiritual Immortal Sect. You dare to block Sect Master Qin outside? Qin Feng's name was very useful in the Divine Continent. The expressions of the 8 people greatly changed. After carefully looking at Qin Feng, they confirmed that he really was Sect Master Qin, who was at the peak of the Divine Continent's martial Tao. Ayo, it's actually Sect Master Qin. This little brother didn't see clearly before. Sect Master Qin, please come in. The guard leader's expression changed faster than flipping a book. Qin Feng didn't pay him any attention and already swaggered inside. This Fire Beacon Hall's office was already filled with people. They were all at the top of the Divine Continent. Everyone saw that someone had come to the formation and looked over. The moment they saw Qin Feng, the entire hall was in an uproar. Damn, am I seeing things? Is that Sect Master Qin? It really is Sect Master Qin. It seems like the rumors are true. This formation does indeed lead to the immortal venerable plane. Otherwise, why would Sect Master Qin come? If only Sect Master Qin could lead everyone into the teleportation formation. As the peak of the Divine Continent, Qin Feng's every move was watched. He ignored the crowd's discussion and followed a staff member of the Fire Beacon Hall to the back of the base. This was an open plane that was previously used to teleport everyone to the location of the mission. No one expected that the mysterious formation would appear in this area. There were also some people standing on the open ground. Qin Feng casually glanced around and saw that they were the sect masters of the various major sects in the Divine Continent. No one expected that there would still be people coming to this formation because the sect masters and powerful venerables who should have come over the past few days had already arrived. However, when they recognized Qin Feng's appearance, they all rushed over anxiously. "Sect Master Qin, you're back!" Sect Master Qin, a teleportation formation, suddenly appeared here. "All of us can't understand it. Please help us take a look, Sect Master Qin." These people were all sect masters or powerful venerables in the divine continent, but in front of Qin Feng, they were like subordinates. Qin Feng strode to the side of the formation. There was a white light flickering in the void, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It was very magical. "When did this formation appear?" Qin Feng immediately asked. Everyone rushed to answer his question. "Sect Master Qin, this formation appeared 3 days ago. It was first discovered by Deacon Ivan of the Fire Beacon Hall." Ivan was standing in the crowd at this moment, but he did not even have the courage to speak to Qin Feng. A few months ago, Ivan still regarded Qin Feng as a tool to earn cultivation resources. He never thought that this person would become the peak of martial arts in the divine continent overnight. Qin Feng looked at Ivan. "Deacon Ivan, how many people have entered the formation in the past 3 days?" Ivan did not dare to put on any of the airs of a deacon. He ran over and said, "Sect Master Qin, when this formation first appeared, we did not pay much attention. At that time, this place was not sealed. Many disciples who came to do missions were teleported in without knowing it. After that, some powerful venerables and sect masters took the initiative to enter the formation. That's right, Sect Master Qin, Sect Master Qingchen, and Sect Master Qiao also entered the formation on their own." Qin Feng was a little anxious. He was afraid that Qingchen and the Qiao family would be teleported out by the formation. He did not expect it to happen. For a moment, everyone gathered around and waited for Qin Feng's decision. However, Qin Feng was hesitating whether to enter the formation to investigate. He was afraid that this formation really teleported him to the Immortal Island. If that was the case, he would not be able to come out after entering. There were many immortal venerables on the Immortal Island. If he entered rashly, he would only have a slim chance of survival. Master Hua Xiaojin and the other female masters are on the Immortal Island. At that moment, Little Pig's voice suddenly sounded. Friends who read books, you can search for Blue Book Bar and find this site immediately. Chapter 1507. Qin Fen was shocked. Why were Hua Xiaojin and the others on Immortal Island? Little Pig continued. Master, 3 days ago, the formation connecting the mortal world to the divine land loosened. Hua Xiaojin and the others probably went to the divine land and then went to Immortal Island through Immortal Sex formation. Qin Fen frowned. He had been with other women these days and didn't notice Hua Xiaojin and the others. He hurriedly used the Hero Alliance's communication function to contact Hua Xiaojin and the others. However, the function didn't respond. Little Pig, do you know which women are on Immortal Island? Qin Fen asked hurriedly. According to the system, Hua Xiaojin, Su Ruoro, Zhao Lingxian, Lin Bei and Han Ying went to Immortal Island, Little Pig said. Qin Fen quickly understood. Previously, Han Ying and Lin Bei expressed their desire to go to the Divine Land. Qin Fen even planned to bring all the women to the Divine Land as a vacation. Unexpectedly, Lin Bei and the others went to the Divine Land on their own and went to Immortal Island through Immortal Sex teleportation formation. This was normal, but now that the formation on Immortal Island was sealed, Han Ying and the others couldn't come out. Just as Qin Fen was feeling anxious, he heard a series of startled cries. Why is the light of the formation weakening? This formation isn't going to disappear, is it? Are we going in or not? Sect leader Qin, hurry and see what's going on. Qin Fen came back to his senses. The white light of the formation was dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Little Pig said anxiously, Master, the formation is going to be sealed. I don't know when it will open after it's sealed, Qin didn't dare to hesitate anymore and jumped into the formation. At the same time, his voice echoed in the empty space. I'll go in and take a look. You guys guard the divine land. While everyone was still in a daze, the white light from the formation flashed and disappeared. There was nothing in the void in front of him, as if the formation had never appeared in the first place. Oh no, the formation is gone. Sigh. If I had known, I would have followed sect leader Qin into the formation. That's an immortal supreme plane. While everyone was shaking their heads and sighing, Qin had already been in the teleportation formation for some time. He realized that the shock wave from this formation was not strong. Any martial artist who had entered the inner Qi stage would be able to withstand it. Buzz! That strange energy wave suddenly disappeared, and Qin's feet finally felt the ground. The surroundings were shrouded in celestial mist, and the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Qin's heart sank. He was now certain that the formation that appeared at the divine continent's fire beacon city was indeed teleporting to the immortal island. Master, there's a change on Immortal Island. Little Pig's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Qin stared blankly. He once again sensed the spirit qi around him and examined the surrounding terrain. Sure enough, he found something fishy. What's going on? Why do I see so many places in China? Qin used the talisman of clairvoyance to see the scene hundreds of kilometers away. This immortal island was not completely shrouded in immortal mist, and there were actually many areas that could be seen at a glance. Little Pig's expression was incomparably grave. Master, this is bad. I'm afraid the loosening of the formation this time isn't that simple. Qin had long sensed the danger. This time he felt that the situation was more serious than he imagined. Speak clearly, what happened? Little Pig quickly said, Master, the plane formation of China has completely loosened, and it has now merged with the Immortal Island. The Immortal Island merged with China? This news shocked Qin. It's over. Does this mean that the secular world of China has also been merged? Qin immediately thought of a more serious problem. If the secular world of China was also merged, then the end of humanity on Earth was imminent. Those ordinary people and inner Qi stage martial artists had no way of surviving on the Xiaoxin continent. Currently, it looks like the secular world of China hasn't been merged. But this time, the formation leading to the secular world has also loosened. Logically speaking, it will be merged sooner or later, Little Pig said. After some understanding, Qin realized the danger brought about by the loosening of the formation. This was a moment of destruction for the entire Earth. Brat, hurry up and take out whatever treasures you have on you. We can spare your life. Just as Qin was thinking, two black figures leaped out of the forest. Qin didn't know where he was. He was in a dense forest, and he could feel many dangerous presences hidden in the surroundings. Qin looked at the two people. They were wearing the same black robes, and there was a pattern of the 8 trigrams formation on their clothes. This was the Immortal Island. Any random person who appeared was a powerful cultivator of the Immortal Qi realm. Although Qin had already stepped into the Immortal Qi realm, he couldn't see through the two people's strength. I'm a disciple of the Tai sect. I advise you not to act recklessly. Qin remembered that he met Zhang Bing of the Tai sect on the Immortal Island, so he tried his luck to scare the two people. However, the two people were stunned at first, then they laughed. Haha, you ignorant brat, you don't even have a little common sense, yet you dare to brag. This is the North Sand continent. The Tai sect you mentioned is in the South Plateau continent. Do you think we're stupid? Cut the crap. Hurry up and hand over your treasures, or we'll kill you right away. The two people looked at Qin with disdain. Qin didn't know much about the situation on the Immortal Island. This was the first time he heard of the North Sand continent and the South Plateau continent. Are you sure you want to rob me? Qin's face suddenly turned cold. The two people were a little scared. They were only at the stage 3 immortal chi realm. In the vast divine continent, they were like ants. So what if we want to rob you? You're only at the stage 2 immortal chi realm. Do you think we're afraid of you? One of them mustered up his courage and shouted. The other person added, Look carefully. We're disciples of the 8 trigram school. We have an immortal venerable at the peak of the stage 9 immortal chi realm. We can destroy an ant like you with one finger. Qin Fin ignored the two people's threats. Don't talk nonsense. Now, only the two of you are in front of me. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The two people were stunned and looked at Qin Fin in a daze. They could tell that Qin Fin was just an ant at the stage 2 immortal chi realm. They didn't know where this brat got his arrogance from. Brat, since you don't know what's good for you, I'll fulfill your wish. One of them lost his patience and suddenly punched at Qin Fin. Rumble. Suddenly a strong wind blew. The punch looked like it was going to shatter a mountain. Wherever the wind from the punch landed, a row of tall trees fell. Qin Fin had already dodged. The ground where he had been standing was now a huge pit. The man didn't stop. With a light leap, he crossed the distance of more than 10 meters and punched Qin Fin again. Brat, aren't you very arrogant? If you have the guts, don't run. Rumble. It looked like a simple punch, but when it landed, another group of trees collapsed. Qin Fin could only dodge. It was difficult for him to even fight back. However, not long after, the 8 trigram school disciple caught up to Qin Fin. This time he punched several times in a row, blocking Qin Fin's path. Haha, let's see where you can run now. The man laughed as if he could already see Qin Fin being sent flying. Qin Fin landed on a big tree. He really couldn't run anymore. Just as the huge punch was about to explode on his body, a ferocious roar was heard. A huge monster descended from the sky. Rumble. Several punches landed on the huge monster's body, creating a dull sound like a train crash. However, there were no wounds or bloodstains on the monster's body. Not even a small crack could be seen. Roar, roar. The monster that descended from the sky was the Grade 1 astral beast, Asla. It roared and charged at the 8 trigram school disciple, shocking him. What seemed like a distance of several dozen meters was covered by Asla in 2 leaps. It raised its head and roared into the sky. Its tail whipped up a strong wind and a huge wave, breaking the disciple's body in half at the waist. Rumble. This attack caused a huge commotion, and a row of trees fell. The other 8 trigram school disciple was stunned. He even forgot to run. Qin Fin leaped onto Asla's shoulder, looked down at the disciple on the ground, and said, If you want to live, answer a few questions of mine. The disciple's strength was not as strong as the senior brother, who had his waist broken. At this moment he had no strength to fight back. His head nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Hero, may I ask, what's your name? Where are you from? Qin Fin went straight to the point. Little brother is 8 trigram school's outer disciple, Zhangwen. What is this place? Qin Fin continued to ask. Zhangwen was stunned. He looked at Qin Fin dumbly. Hero, this is the Divine Supreme Continent. Divine Supreme Continent? Isn't this the Immortal Island? Qin Fin muttered in his heart. Little Pig's voice sounded in his mind. Master, the Immortal Island is only one of the many immortal supreme realms. Rumor has it that a long time ago there was only one immortal supreme realm in the world. Later, a huge war broke the realm apart, and many immortal supreme realms appeared, and the only immortal supreme realm was the Divine Supreme Continent. Qin Fin was stunned. He realized that his vision was still too low. How did the Immortal Island suddenly become the Divine Supreme Continent? Little Pig said uncertainly, I think it has something to do with the formation loosening not long ago. I'm afraid that someone reunited all the scattered realms. The Divine Supreme Continent and the Immortal Island are both parts of the Divine Supreme Continent, and now they're fused together. If what Little Pig said was true, Qin Fin could not imagine how powerful the almighty being who united the realms was. Hero! Seeing that Qin Fin did not move for a long time, Zhang Wen cautiously reminded him, "Of course I know this is the divine supreme continent. Let me ask you, where exactly is this area? Also, tell me the area and cultivation realms of the divine supreme continent in detail." Qin Fin quickly said. Chapter 1508. Zhang Wen said, "Hero, there are 4 continents in the divine supreme continent: Eastfield continent, West Sea continent, South Flat continent, and North Sand continent. The 4 continents all occupy vast areas, and their territories are boundless. According to the density of spiritual energy, the Eastfield continent is the most suitable for cultivation. It's known as a paradise for cultivators. Next is the West Sea continent, South Flat continent. As for the North Sand continent, the environment is the worst. It's not suitable for cultivation." Zhang Wen was afraid that Qin Fin would be unhappy, so he explained in detail. Qin Fin was shocked. The North Sand continent was the worst place for cultivation in the entire divine continent, but the spiritual energy here was 10 times denser than in the divine land. Zhang Wen continued, "The divine supreme continent starts with the immortal Qi realm. Above that there are the Sage King realm, Buddha Light realm, True Spirit realm, Void God realm, True God realm, and so on." Qin Fin already knew that there was the Sage King realm above the immortal Qi realm, but it was his first time hearing that there were so many realms above the Sage King realm. He felt more and more insignificant. At the same time, he was worried about a problem. The Immortal Island was originally filled with immortal Qi realm cultivators. Now that the divine supreme continent was merged, could there be Sage King or even Buddha Light realm cultivators? Who's the strongest cultivator in the divine supreme continent? What realm is he at now? Qin Fin asked. 8 trigram schools. Zhang Wen's expression turned serious. His eyes filled with respect. Rumor has it that it's the divine supreme master of the Kobe school in the Eastfield continent, Void God King. No one knows what realm he's at, but rumor has it that he broke through the true spirit realm and entered the Void God realm. Qin Fin was amazed. He was only at the 2nd stage of Immortal Qi realm. He was still 4 levels away from the Void God realm. He didn't know when he'd reach that realm. Qin Fin asked Zhang Wen many more questions. He had a basic understanding of the divine supreme continent. There were many sects and experts here. It was a plane that focused on cultivation. There were many powerful cultivators on the divine supreme continent. There were many experts who could cross realms. It was unlike the secular world of China or the divine land where cultivators of the same realm existed. The more he learned about the divine supreme continent, the more Qin Fin was worried. Now that the divine continent had been merged, the disciples of the Thousand Shadows sect and the Spirits sect were all on this continent. However, their strength had not even reached the immortal Qi realm. Right now, the odds were against them. Su Ruo Ro, Lin Bei Bei, and the other women had also come to the divine continent. This made Qin Fin anxious. After Zhang Wen was released by Qin Fin, Little Pig's voice sounded, "Master, you can't be impatient right now. You have to think of a way to gain a foothold on the divine supreme continent." Qin Fin gradually calmed down. He was a very adaptable man. Now that the formation leading to the divine world was sealed, he would not be able to leave this place for a while. Since that was the case, he planned to make a breakthrough as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to protect Lin Bei Bei, the girls, Qing Chen, and his other friends. "Bitch, where are you going?" "Hee hee. The 2 of you won't be able to escape. You'd better obediently obey me." Qin Fin was walking aimlessly on the road. He wanted to find a secluded place with abundant spiritual qi to cultivate for a few days. Suddenly, he heard a burst of evil laughter. In the depths of the forest, Qin Feng saw 4 strong men chasing after 2 women. The 2 women's clothes were a little unique. Short pants and short sleeves did not seem to be the style of the people here. They were running towards Qin Feng anxiously. When they reached Qin Feng, they suddenly froze on the ground. Sob, Qin Feng, is that really you? Qin Feng, where is this? The immortal island seems to have changed. The two women being chased were Lin Bei Bei and Han Ying. They were only at stage 6 inner Qi. In the divine supreme continent, they were not even cannon fodder. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to meet the two women here. He was just thinking about how to find them. Bei Bei, Ying, it's fine now. Where are Ruo Ro and the others? Qin Feng hugged the two women in his arms. It was the warmth of a reunion in a foreign land. Before the two women could reply, a wave of cursing came first. Stinking brat, where did you come from? Seeing that you're only at stage 2 immortal Qi, I advise you to be smart and scram. Otherwise, I'll make your head roll on the ground. The 4 strong men had already rushed over. Han Ying and Lin Bei Bei were so scared that they trembled. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with fire. He shielded the two women behind him and quickly scanned the 4 men. Among the 4 men, 2 were at stage 2 immortal Qi, and the other 2 were at stage 3. Qin Feng felt helpless. He realized how powerful the divine supreme continent was. He had to break through as soon as possible. You dare to bully my women? You must be tired of living. Even though the other party was stronger than him, Qin Feng did not give in. The 4 men's expressions turned cold. They did not care about Qin Feng at all. Among them, the 2 with stage 2 immortal Qi directly swung their broadswords at him. They did not even bother to talk nonsense. Rumble. Saber Qi surged. Just the pressure alone was enough to make the 2 women faint. Qin Feng stood in front of them like a mountain. When he opened his eyes, 2 balls of purple fire shot out, instantly forming a sea of fire in midair. Rumble. Amidst the loud explosion, the 2 stage 2 immortal Qi cultivators were caught off guard. The broadswords in their hands were instantly burned to ashes. Their expressions changed as they realized the power of the purple cloud immortal fire. However, they could not dodge in time. The flames burned their bodies, turning them into ashes in an instant. The atmosphere instantly froze. The 2 stage 3 immortal Qi cultivators' eyes fell to the ground. They did not expect Qin Feng to be able to kill 2 of their companions in an instant. You brat, you're courting death. Attack together. Kill this guy and play with his women. The 2 men quickly regained their senses. Even though they had witnessed Qin Feng's power, they still did not care about him. At the end of the day, Qin Feng was only a stage 2 immortal Qi cultivator, with 2 stage 3 immortal Qi cultivators working together. How could they be afraid of Qin Feng? Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with saber light. The 2 men were clearly much stronger than the 2 men who had died. Qin Feng could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not take the 2's saber Qi head-on. With a thought, a black shadow descended from the sky. The person had gray hair and wore beast skin clothes. He carried a huge cannon in his right arm. This appearance was really out of the ordinary in the divine continent. The 2 men were stunned on the spot. Old man, where did you come from? We are disciples of the celestial Crane Mountain. I advise you to get lost. The 2 men could feel Huang Zhong's power, but they still pretended to be calm in an attempt to scare him away. Huang Zhong had already landed on the ground. His expression was cold as he stared at the 2 men. You dare to hurt my lord? Die! As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised the cannon in his hand. A loud explosion sounded. 2 cannonballs shot out like flying arrows. The 2 men did not even know what was going on before they were blasted into smithereens. Rumble. The sound of the cannon's explosion did not stop. Huang Zhong killed 2 stage 3 immortal Qi cultivators with a raise of his hand. Then he stood at the side as if nothing had happened, waiting for Qin Feng's orders. Han Ying and Lin Bei Bei were dumbfounded. They didn't know where this strange-looking old man had come from. However, the two women realized that this person seemed to be Qin Feng's subordinate. This calmed them down a little. Qin Feng knew how powerful giant demon cannon Huang Zhong was. He and Asla were both comparable to stage for immortal Qi cultivators. They could easily deal with stage 3 immortal Qi cultivators. Qin Feng recalled Huang Zhong back into the system with his thoughts and went to the two women. Where are Ruo Ro and the rest? The two women became nervous. Han Ying said, Qin Feng, Bei Bei and I went to China with Ruo Ro and the rest a few days ago. Then we went to your secret base, Immortal Island. In the end, Ruo Ro and the rest found that the transportation formation on Immortal Island could not be used anymore. Everyone was trapped inside. Then Immortal Island shook as if the world was going to collapse. Then Bei Bei and I appeared here. We don't know where Ruo Ro and the rest are. Hearing Han Ying's narration, Qin Feng was anxious. Now that China and Immortal Island had merged, it probably merged with many immortal realms to form the current divine continent. The weakest person on this mainland was at least stage 1 immortal Qi. Outsiders like Qin Feng were basically at the true Qi stage. There were even some inner Qi stage and ordinary people from the Huaxia secular world. Qin Feng didn't dare to waste any more time. He had to find Su Ruo Ro, Hua Xiaojin, and Zhao Ling Xian immediately. Little pig, why hasn't the Heroes Alliance's communication function been restored? Qin Feng asked. Master, when you first entered the divine Great Land, the magnetic field was different from the one in China's secular world. That's why your communication was disrupted. Now that the divine supreme continents have merged, the magnetic field is even more chaotic. I'm afraid the communication function won't be back up for a while. Little Pig said helplessly. Qin Feng couldn't wait for the communication function to automatically recover. Is there a way to quickly recover it? Master can spend 300,000 hedonist points to forcefully repair it. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. This price was really expensive, but the current situation was urgent, and he didn't have time to think about it. Ding. Host Qin Feng has spent 300,000 hedonist points to forcefully restore the Hero Alliance's communication function. Please wait for a moment. It is estimated that the host will recover completely in 10 minutes. A system notification sounded out. Qin Feng looked at his hedonist points and found that he only had 535,000 hedonist points left. 10 minutes passed quickly. The system notification sounded again, informing Qin Feng that the Hero Alliance's communication function had recovered. Qin Feng became excited and immediately shouted into the Hero Alliance. Ruo Ro, Ling Xian, Xiaozhen, can you hear me? Instantly, the Hero Alliance was in an uproar. Young Master Qin, is that you? Why is the Hero Alliance's communication function broken? Boss, I'm Lu Jia. Where are you now? A strange formation appeared in China's secular world, and my brothers and I were teleported here. It feels really powerful here. Qin Feng, I'm Xiao Yao. I'm in China, but China seems to have changed. Holy shit, the people here are so fierce. I just saw a group of people fighting in the sky. Qin Feng, I'm Ruo Ro. We're in trouble. Chapter 1509. Qin Feng almost fainted. He realized a very serious problem. All his women seemed to have come to the divine supreme continent. Even Lu Jia and Long Hair's friends were there. Damn it! Why did you guys go to China? Qin Feng cursed. Lu Jia said foolishly, didn't a strange formation appear in the secular world of Huaxia? Everyone is thinking that it can lead to the extinction gate. Boss, you're getting stronger and stronger after going to the extinction gate. You can't just care about yourself and stop us from becoming stronger, right? By the way, boss, I've brought my sisters-in-law with me this time. Come and find us. You can reward me well. Lu Jie and the others had no idea what was going on. Qin Feng was about to die from anger. If Lu Jie was next to him, Qin Feng would have flattened him with a flying kick. After talking for a while, Qin Feng confirmed one thing. His women and friends were all in the divine supreme continent. Not only that, but many martial artists from the secular world of China also came. However, there was something that made Qin Feng heave a sigh of relief. These people were all in the northern sand continent. Otherwise, Qin Feng wouldn't know where to find them. Lu Jie, long hair, Yun Zhe. You guys go to the Celestial Souls sect now. I'll meet up with everyone there. Before I go to the Celestial Souls sect, don't go anywhere. The divine supreme continent is full of powerful people. I'm just cannon fodder. Qin Feng had to tell the truth. Otherwise, Lu Jie and the others would be too arrogant. After his speech, the Hero Alliance suddenly quieted down. Everyone finally realized how powerful the divine supreme continent was. Even Qin Feng couldn't protect himself. Young Master Qin, don't worry. I'll go find my sisters-in-law and brothers now. Then we'll go hide in the Celestial Souls sect. Lu Jie quickly became serious. Qin Feng didn't know where Lu Jie and the others were. He could only tell them to be careful. After arranging everyone, Qin Feng immediately talked to Su Ruoro alone. He found out that Su Ruoro and the others were together and were teleported to Scarlet Street Market. Coincidentally, there was a sect recruiting disciples there. An elder from the Hunyuan sect was interested in Zhao Ling Xian's natural charm and Su Ruoro's cold-in body. He wanted to take the two women into the Hunyuan sect. The two women realized how powerful the other was and didn't dare to refuse. They could only go with the Hunyuan elder's wishes. Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief after learning about the situation. Since the divine supreme continent's local sects were protecting the three women, it meant that they were temporarily safe. Qin Feng, what should we do now? We have to save Ruoro and the others. Lin Bei was so worried that tears welled up in her eyes. Qin Feng hugged her and said, "Of course we have to save them. Let's go to Red Street Market right now and think of a way to take Ruoro and the others away." Although he wanted to go to the Scarlet Street Market to look for the three women, the divine continent was so vast that he had no idea where the Scarlet Street Market was. The three of them hurried through the night. Just as they walked out of the huge forest, they saw a group of people hurrying along not far away. There were about 50 to 60 people in the crowd, and they were divided into more than 10 groups. Qin Feng hurriedly observed them. Most of them were at Tier 2 or 3 Immortal Energy Realm. There were also a few Tier 4 Immortal Energy Realm experts. "Little brother, are you going to Scarlet Street Market as well?" Suddenly, a middle-aged man came over with a good-looking woman by his side. The middle-aged man stepped into the 3rd level of Immortal Energy, while the woman beside him was at the 2nd level of Immortal Energy. Qin Feng became cautious. "What do you want?" The middle-aged man noticed Qin Feng's coldness and smiled. "Little brother, don't be nervous. If you are also going to Scarlet Street Market to participate in the sect selection, we can form a team." Qin Feng quickly understood this person's thoughts. The journey to Scarlet Street Market would not be short, and he didn't know what they would encounter on the way. Other teams were made up of 4 or 5 people, so they could more or less avoid some trouble. The middle-aged man continued, "My name is Zhang Yan, and this is my wife by Lu." Qin Feng said, "These are my 2 wives, Han Ying and Lin Bei. On the divine continent, monogamy was not the norm." Zhang Yan was not surprised that Qin Feng had 2 beautiful wives by his side. The 2 of them chatted and gradually became familiar with each other. Qin Feng asked Zhang Yan about the divine continent, while Lin Bei and Han Ying chatted happily with Bai Lu. Ever since the 5 of them formed a team, Qin Feng noticed that there were fewer people secretly watching Han Ying and Lin Bei. There were also fewer people secretly sizing up Bai Lu. This group of people all hurried to Scarlet Street Market. Qin Feng found out from Zhang Yan that Scarlet Street Market was holding a triennial sect selection. For a month, many sects in the northern sand continent would recruit disciples. Everyone hurried for a whole day, and the sky gradually darkened. More and more people joined the team, and there were already about 100 people. "Brother Qin Feng, let's find a place to rest for the night. We'll probably arrive in half a day tomorrow," Zhang Yan said. Qin Feng saw that many people were already resting, but the people here didn't care about the environment and slept on the ground. Qin Feng actually didn't care about this. Sometimes he would cultivate for a few days and nights, sitting on the ground. Lin Bei Bei and Han Ying, on the other hand, were very depressed. Were they going to just lie on the ground and sleep? Moreover, there were unfamiliar men all around them. "Hey, you two, come with me." In the dead of night, four black figures suddenly leaped to Qin Feng's side. The four of them were all tall and burly, and their cold expressions made Han Ying and Lin Bei Bei nervous. What do you want?" Lin Bei Bei asked carefully. This was because the four muscular men were looking for her and Han Ying. Qin Feng sat next to the two girls, but the four acted as if they didn't see him. The leader said, "Why are you talking so much? Just follow us. We'll send you back soon," no matter how stupid the two girls were. They could tell the intentions of the four unfamiliar men and were instantly enraged. "Get lost. My man is right next to me." Han Ying didn't have Lin Bei Bei's good temper and immediately exploded. The four's expressions became even colder, and they all looked at Qin Feng. Seeing that he was only at Immortal Qi Stage 2, they didn't take him seriously at all. "Stinking brat, Grandpa wants to borrow your woman to have some fun tonight. You don't have any objections, do you?" The leader laughed lightly. Qin Feng had already investigated the four people's situations. The man who shouted had the highest realm, at True Qi Stage 4, and the other three were at True Qi Stage 3. These four people were also the strongest team in the group. During the day, they had robbed a few passers-by, but no one dared to resist. Who would have thought that, at night, they would have designs on Qin Feng's woman again? "For big brothers, please don't make things difficult for my little brother. I have a few dozen high-grade spirit stones here. Take them all as a token of filial piety." Without waiting for Qin Feng to speak, Zhang Yan suddenly came over with a smiling face. This action surprised Qin Feng. After all, he and Zhang Yan had only known each other for less than a day, and he actually stood up to help at this time. However, the other party clearly didn't give Zhang Yan any face. The leader slapped him. "Damn you, do you think Grandpa is a beggar? A few dozen spirit stones are nothing. Yo, so you also have a wife. Let her come with us." Zhang Yan's face instantly turned red and swollen. Anger rose in his heart, but in the end he didn't let it out. The other party had 3 Immortal Qi Stage 3 and 1 Immortal Qi Stage 4. He wasn't their match at all. Bai Lu hugged Zhang Yan and cried, scolding the 4 men. However, the 4 of them weren't angry at all. Instead, they lustfully stared at her well-developed body. "You 3 stinking women, hurry up. Don't be so shameless. If you don't come with us obediently, we'll deal with you right here." The 4 of them were extremely arrogant, and the 3 women were so angry that tears fell from their eyes. Just as Zhang Yan was about to fight with his life, Qin Feng stood up coldly. "I'll go with you." The 4 of them were stunned. After coming back to their senses, they glared at him in disdain. "Are you fucking crazy? I play with women. Who plays with you?" Qin Feng didn't care about their words. He lowered his voice and said, "I have a flying sword on me, in exchange for the safety of my 2 wives and my friend's wife. How about that?" The 4's eyes lit up. With their status, they didn't even think about flying swords. The leader's expression quickly turned cold. "Stinking brat, you dare to trick me? Are you tired of living?" Without waiting for them to attack, Qin Feng continued, "Why would I lie to you? I'll go with you alone. If I'm lying, it won't be too late for you to kill me." His words were very reasonable, and the 4 of them started to hesitate. "Big brother, Let's just take him to the side to have a look. It won't delay us anyways, one of them said. The other three immediately understood what he meant. Regardless of whether Qin Feng had a flying sword or not, they would come back and take the three women away afterward. Okay, come with us now. If you dare to lie, I'll make your head roll. The four of them had already turned and walked towards the desolate land in the distance. Lin Bei and Zhang Yan looked at him worriedly. Everyone, don't worry. I'll be right back. Qin Feng didn't explain further. Without waiting for them to speak, his figure disappeared into the night. After walking for a full 10 minutes, the five of them arrived at the foot of an uninhabited mountain peak. The four men couldn't wait any longer. The leader immediately yelled, "Sticking Brat, where's the flying sword? Hurry and take it out." Qin Feng looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. What flying sword? Did I say I was going to give you a flying sword? The four men's expressions changed drastically. They glared at him fiercely. Brat, do you really want to die? I'll give you 3 seconds. If you can't take out a flying sword by then, I'll let you fly. Facing the four men's threats, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent as usual. Then I'll also give you 3 seconds to atone for your crimes. Immediately kneel and apologize to my wife and friends. I'll leave your corpses intact. Qin Feng's expression was serious. He didn't seem to be joking. Chapter 1510. I think you must be tired of living. The leader of the group roared angrily and suddenly swung his fist. He was at stage for immortal Qi realm. His punch seemed to have the power to collapse a mountain. Instantly a crack appeared in the air. Seeing their big brother attack, the other three stood at the side with playful expressions. It was as if they could see Qin Fen exploding with one punch. Rumble. There was a loud explosion, but it was more violent than what the three of them had imagined. They hurriedly looked over, and their eyeballs fell to the ground in shock. An old man holding an unknown object had appeared out of nowhere and blown their big brother into pieces with one move. The explosion caused by the cannon went on for a long time. The empty space was covered with blood. The leader could no longer be seen. Don't you want to kill me? Qin Fen's cold voice was heard, and the three men were startled. The playful expressions on their faces had long disappeared. They looked at Huang Zhong, who was standing beside Qin Fen like a little brother, in disbelief. This person could kill their big brother with one move. It was obvious that he was skilled. Young hero, we don't have that kind of intention. Are you mistaken? One of the men quickly regained his senses and immediately changed his expression. Qin Fen was amused. He said coldly, "Hand over all your treasures." The three of them did not even have a trace of resistance. One by one, they handed over their cultivation resources. They were originally here to rob Qin Fen, but now they were robbed by Qin Fen. The three of them had a lot of treasures. Qin Fen plundered thousands of high-grade spirit stones. The grade of their spirit stones was much higher than the spirit stones in the Divine Land. Other than spirit stones, there were also some elixirs and spirit weapons. However, the grade was not high, so Qin Fen was not interested at all. Young hero, can you let us go now? After handing over their treasures, the three of them looked at Qin Fen nervously. Qin Fen nodded at them. I can let you die less painfully. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an explosion. Under Huang Zhong's cannon, the three men with Stage 3 Immortal Qi Realm could not fight back at all. They were directly blown into pieces of flesh and blood. Qin Fen was already sitting cross-legged. Thousands of spirit stones that he had just robbed were scattered around him. He noticed something strange. The spiritual energy in the Divine Honor Land was constantly increasing. Master, the Divine Supreme Land was formed by the fusion of many planes. These planes have different concentrations of spiritual energy. Now is the period of spiritual energy fluctuation. Eventually, the density of spiritual energy in the whole land of gods will be balanced. Little Pig said. Qin Feng understood. He sensed the abundant spiritual chi around him and glanced at the thousands of spirit stones around him, trying to break through to the next realm. Seconds and minutes ticked by. The spirit stones around Qin Feng disappeared at a rapid speed, all of them absorbed into his body. Waves of turbulent spiritual energy flowed through his meridians and finally gathered in his dantian. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, a muffled sound came from Qin Feng's body. He slowly got up, and the aura on his body underwent a huge change. Congratulations on breaking through to the 3rd level of immortal energy, Master, Little Pig said excitedly. Qin Feng sensed his current strength. Although he had only broken through a small realm, the immortal chi in his body was several times thicker. With a casual slap of his palm, a small hill in front of him was blasted into smithereens. After breaking through, Qin Feng realized that the sky was turning bright. He realized that Lin Bei and Han Yingying must be worried sick, so he hurried back. Qin Feng, where did you go? Why did you take so long to come back? The 2 women waited for Qin Feng the whole night. Now that he was back, they rushed up to him. Zhang Yan and Bai Lu also came. Both of them had serious expressions. Seeing that Qin Feng was safe, everyone's worried hearts relaxed a little. I'm fine. I'm sorry to make everyone worry. Qin Feng smiled. Zhang Yan looked around and asked nervously, Brother Qin Feng, where are those bastards? I don't know where they went. They probably left. Qin Feng made up a story. He didn't mean to lie to everyone. It was just that the 4 people were very powerful. If Qin Feng said he killed them, no one would believe him. Left? How is that possible? Those 4 are obviously perverted devils. I was worried that Brother Qin Feng was killed by them, Zhang Yan complained. I don't know. In any case, I gave them flying swords and they left. Qin Feng's explanation was unclear. Everyone was more or less suspicious. However, seeing that Qin Feng came back safely, nothing else mattered. Brother Qin Feng, let's hurry and go, Zhang Yan suggested. Qin Feng knew that he was worried that the 4 people would come looking for trouble again. However, only Qin Feng knew that the 4 people wouldn't appear again. Otherwise, it would be like seeing a ghost. The 5 people set off with the group again. On the way, Qin Feng took the initiative to chat with Zhang Yan. It was as if nothing happened last night. Later, Qin Feng found out from Zhang Yan that Zhang Yan specifically went to find him last night. However, it was dark and he couldn't find him. After traveling for half a day, everyone arrived at Red Bazaar at noon. Red Bazaar's environment was similar to Fire Beacon City. However, the number of people here was tens of times more than Fire Beacon City. This was like a market that only existed in the old streets of China's secular world. It was the first time Lin Bei and Han Yingying came to a place like this. They looked around curiously. However, the 2 girls were always careful when walking on the street. They already knew that this place was full of experts. They were afraid of bringing unnecessary trouble to Qin Feng. Brother Qin, it's the first time you and your 2 sisters-in-law have come to a market. Don't look at other people's eyes. This place is full of crooks and honest people. One look and you'll be killed, Zhang Yan reminded the 3 in a low voice. Lin Bei and Han Yingying didn't dare to look around. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Qin Feng also knew how powerful the divine supreme continent was. He felt a bit sullen. Whether it was in China's secular world or the divine continent, he was a supreme expert. Now he was just cannon fodder. The group hurried on and didn't encounter any trouble. Not far away, many people gathered. It was very lively. Zhang Yan's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, the sect recruitment place should be up ahead. Let's go and try our luck. On the divine supreme continent, people were divided into sect disciples and rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivators were the lowest existences. They didn't have anyone to rely on. The ranks of sect disciples were also very clear. There were odd job disciples, outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. Sects were also divided. The lowest was a 1-star sect, and the highest was a 5-star sect. A 5-star sect's odd job disciple might have a higher status than a 1-star sect's core disciple. Qin Feng learned a lot about the sects on the divine supreme continent as he listened to Zhang Yan's introduction. At this time, the 5 arrived at the Henyuan sect recruitment area. There were 2 long lines in front of them. They were all rogue cultivators trying to join the sect. Brother Qin, you like the Henyuan sect? Zhang Yan stood at the back of the crowd and chatted. Yes, the Henyuan sect is not bad, right? Qin Feng didn't like the Henyuan sect. He came because he wanted to take the 3 girls away. Zhang Yan nodded and said, Of course the Henyuan sect is not bad. It's a 3-star sect in the northern sand continent. They have over 1,000 disciples. The sect leader is a saint king. Normal small sects don't dare to provoke them. Qin Feng's heart became heavy after listening to Zhang Yan's introduction. He wanted to go to Red Street Market and take the 3 girls away. But looking at the Henyuan sect's strength, how could they let him leave so easily? Zhang Yan continued, Sigh. Although the Henyuan sect is good, they have strict requirements for their disciples. Only rogue cultivators with at least stage for immortal energy are qualified to join the Henyuan sect. Or they have to have a special cultivation physique. Zhang Yan had just stepped into stage 3 immortal energy, and his wife, Bai Lu, was only stage 2. The 2 of them obviously couldn't join the Henyuan sect. They stood in the line without any hope. Actually, Zhang Yan was secretly advising Qin Feng to change sections. Otherwise, queuing for a day would be a waste of time. Brother Zhang, I insist on joining the Henyuan sect. Why don't you go to other sects with sister-in-law? Qin Feng understood Zhang Yan's intention. He didn't want to waste their time. Zhang Yan looked at the recruitment area. It was a 2-star sect, Spiritual Mountain. 2-star sects had lower requirements for their disciples. As long as they were rogue cultivators with stage 2 immortal energy, they had a chance to join. Okay, Bai Lu and I will go to the side. Call me if you need anything. Zhang Yan pulled Bai Lu to the side to queue. Qin Feng and the other 2 continued to wait at the Henyuan sect side. The 3 of them waited for 2 hours. The people in front of them finally finished their interviews. There were more than 300 people, but only 3 rogue cultivators were chosen. It was definitely a 1 in 100 chance. Sigh. I'm already at stage for immortal energy, but I wasn't chosen. Henyuan sect's recruitment requirements are so strict. A man who had just been eliminated shook his head and sighed. Many people started discussing. You can't blame the Henyuan sect for raising their requirements. It's mainly because there were 2 abnormal disciples this year. They were even accepted by the Henyuan sect's elders. Is it those 2 beautiful fairies? I heard that one of them was born with seductive bones, and the other has a colding body that only appears once in 100 years. Damn! So the rumor is true? I thought it was an excuse the Henyuan sect came up with. Qin Feng and the other 2 heard the discussion. They immediately became excited. It seemed that Su Ruoro and the others were really in the Henyuan sect. At this moment, it was Qin Feng and the other 2's turn to be interviewed. There was a stone table in front of them. An old woman in black sat behind the stone table. There were 7 to 8 disciples standing behind her. Qin Feng saw Su Ruoro and the other 2 with a glance. Report your name, age, realm, cultivation method, attribute, and if you have any special physiques. The old woman in black didn't even look at Qin Feng and said with a cold and arrogant face. Before Qin Feng could speak, 3 screams came from behind her. Ah, Qin Feng, it's really you. The 3 girls jumped out of the crowd excitedly and held Qin Feng's arm, unwilling to let go. Chapter 1511. My God, are those 2 female disciples that the Henyuan sect has taken a liking to? Rumor has it that they have special constitutions. I didn't expect them to have men. TSK, TSK. That man looks so ordinary. I wonder how he managed to get so many beauties. He even has 2 women with him. Women have always relied on men to live on the divine, supreme continent. This guy has changed my outlook on life. Is he planning to rely on women to live? The discussion was like a surging tide. Su Ruoro and the other 2 women ignored it and stuck close to Qin Feng. However, the expression of the old woman sitting behind the stone table had already darkened. Everyone knew that she had taken Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian as core disciples the day before yesterday. Now, the 2 women represented the Hunyuan sect, yet they were hanging out with an ordinary man. It was a slap to her face. Ruoro, Lingxian, who allowed you to wander around. Go back and stand properly. Han Tian Zhao's voice was cold. The 2 women were put in a difficult position. They stared at Qin Feng, waiting for his decision. Qin Feng had already observed Han Tian Zhao. This old woman gave him an unfathomable sense of mystery. After Han Tian Zhao's scolding, Qin Feng even felt death looming over him. However, he still calmly walked to the stone table and said, "Elder, these 3 are my wives. I got separated from them a few days ago and finally found them today. I plan to bring them back." Han Tian Zhao emitted a cold aura after learning Qin Feng's intention. "Humph, in your dreams. Su Ruoro and Lingxian are already my core disciples and are now disciples of the Hunyuan sect. In the future, they will cultivate with me and become better. How can they live an ordinary life with you?" Qin Feng had already withdrawn his aura. At this moment, he was just an ordinary person who didn't cultivate. Feng Tianjiao didn't care about Qin Feng at all. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Ruoro and the other 2 women had deep feelings for Qin Feng, she would have killed him already. Su Ruoro and the other 2 women became nervous when they saw Elder Hun's anger. They had already discovered the power of the divine supreme continent and could tell that Qin Feng was no match for Elder Hun. "Elder Hun, I don't want to cultivate. I just want to spend the rest of my life with my husband," Su Ruoro quickly said. Zhao Lingxian also expressed her stance. "Please help me and Ruoro, Elder Hun." The stubborn attitude of the 2 women once again caused the crowd to boil. The men stared at Qin Feng with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Did this brat save the world in his previous life? On the other hand, Hua Xiaojin was put to one side. She didn't have a special constitution, and although that bastard had accepted her as a disciple, it was only because of Zhao Lingxian and Su Ruoro. "That woman can go with him, but you 2 can't." Han Tianjiao looked at Hua Xiaojin and said. Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian were incredibly worried. At this moment, they wished that they didn't have special constitutions. Otherwise, they wouldn't have attracted so much trouble. "Elder Hun, since my 2 wives are unwilling to stay in your sect, why must you force them?" Qin Feng said. At this moment, there were many people surrounding them. These words were obviously a slap in the face. It was as if she was forcing Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian to join the Hunyuan sect. Han Tian Zhao's face turned even colder. Zhang Yan and Bai Lu were also standing in the crowd. When the 2 of them found out that Qin Feng had 2 wives with special constitutions, they were both astonished. "You better watch your words, brat. Don't cause unnecessary trouble," Han Tianjiao threatened. "Ho, isn't this Elder Han Tianjiao? Why are you so angry today? What's going on?" At this moment, a few elders walked out of the crowd. The crowd immediately opened up a path of golden light. When they walked past them, everyone was so scared that they trembled. Qin Feng heard the crowd's discussion and found out who they were. Quite a few people walked down, but the most important ones were the 2 elders in the lead. The white-robed elder was the Golden Cauldron Mountains elder, Gao Xingfeng, and the black-robed elder was the Ancient Tomb Sect's elder, Qi Sha. According to what everyone said, the Golden Cauldron Mountain and the Ancient Tomb Sect were both 3-star sections. The 2 elder statuses were about the same as Han Tianjiao's. Seeing so many elders, Han Tianjiao's expression was icy. She naturally knew that these people had come for Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian. Gao Xingfeng, what does this have to do with your golden cauldron mountain? Han Tianjiao said, glaring at the white-robed elder. Gao Xingfeng ignored Han Tianjiao and chuckled as he walked to Qin Feng's side. Young hero, I'm touched by your unwillingness to part with your wives. I'm the Golden Cauldron Mountain's elder, Gao Xingfeng. I'm willing to take you all into my Golden Cauldron Mountain. What do you think? After Gao Xingfeng expressed his intentions, the crowd exploded. Everyone realized that Qin Feng's luck wasn't too good. Before Qin Feng could speak, the ancient tomb sect's elder, Qisha, hurriedly yelled, Young man, our ancient tomb sect is also willing to take you in. I can see that you haven't cultivated yet, so I can give you a few pointers and focus on nurturing your wives. The crowd had yet to recover from Gao Xingfeng's words, and now they were shocked by Qisha's words. Behind these two elders, there were a dozen or so people. They were all elders of various sections. They had also come to take Qin Feng and the others as disciples. However, their sects were much weaker than the Han Yuan sect, the Golden Cauldron Mountain, and the Ancient Tomb sect. Qin Feng hadn't expected this to happen, but he quickly thought it through. Although these old men looked kind and amiable, at the end of the day they were only interested in Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian's special constitutions. Now they were saying all sorts of nice things and were willing to take Qin Feng, Lin Bei, and the others into their sections. However, if they really went back to their sects, who knew what the situation would be like? Geniuses were rare in any era and place, and it was the same in the divine supreme continent. Han Tianjiao was already fuming with anger. She had taken in many batches of disciples, but this was the first time she had seen such a brazen act of stealing disciples. Gao Xingfeng, Qisha, what are you two old farts doing? Are you trying to make life difficult for our Han Yuan sect? Han Tianjiao slammed the table and stood up. The hard bluestone table instantly shattered to the ground. The crowd cried out in shock. However, Gao Xingfeng and Qisha looked indifferent and had kind smiles on their faces. Elder Han, you're wrongly accusing the Golden Cauldron Mountain. I'm not trying to make life difficult for you. It's just that your Han Yuan sect insisted on breaking up a couple of true lovers. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I had to do this. Han Tianjiao couldn't refute Gao Xingfeng's words. Qisha stood to the side and nodded repeatedly. It was obvious that he was on Gao Xingfeng's side for now. Han Tianjiao was furious and shouted coldly, Who said I wanted to break them up? Our Han Yuan sect can also take that young man as a disciple. Moreover, Ruoro and Lingxian are already my core disciples. Do you think you can take them away so easily? Qisha laughed coldly and said, Ha! Elder Han, you looked down on that young man just now, and now you suddenly want to take him as a disciple? It's obvious that you have no other choice. Gao Xingfeng looked at Qin Feng and said, Young hero, you have to think carefully. If you really go to the Han Yuan sect, then Elder Han will arrange a part-time disciple for you. When that time comes, you won't even be able to see your two wives. Han Tianjiao was almost angered to death by Gao Xingfeng and Qisha. After all, she was a woman, and she couldn't quarrel with two old men on the street. For a moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Feng. No one thought that this person, who had been ignored by everyone, would become so important. Qin Feng thought quickly and had already made a decision. He realized that it was impossible to take the three women away today. Even if the Han Yuan sect let them go, countless other sects were watching them in the dark. Thank you, Elder Gao and Elder Qi, for your good intentions. Since my two beloved wives agreed to join the Han Yuan sect a few days ago, then I'll go along with their wishes. Qin Feng smiled. The crowd exclaimed. No one thought that Qin Feng would choose the Han Yuan sect in the end. They thought Qin Feng would never choose the Han Yuan sect. Even Han Tianjiao was stunned, but Gao Xingfeng and Qi Sha quickly came back to their senses. The two of them looked at Qin Feng meaningfully. They suddenly realized that they had underestimated this brat. Qin Feng's choice could be said to be the best one. This way, he wouldn't offend anyone. Young hero, don't you want to reconsider? Gao Xingfeng was still a bit unwilling. Qin Feng smiled and said, "There's no need to reconsider. This is the basic principle of being a person. How can I casually change my promise to someone else? I believe that if I really join the Golden Cauldron Mountain, Elder Gao will also think that there's something wrong with my character." Qin Feng's words were very clever. Even a crafty old man like Gao Xingfeng couldn't refute him. Seeing that there was no chance for them to poach Qin Feng, Gao Xingfeng and Qi Sha shook their heads and sighed as they left. The crowd that was watching the show gradually dispersed. Only Qin Feng, Han Tianjiao, and the others were left around the Han Yuan sect. The shock in Han Tianjiao's eyes had not completely disappeared. She looked at Qin Feng again, and her expression became complicated. "You're smart. Since you want to join the Han Yuan sect, then I'll reluctantly give you a chance." Han Tianjiao was still unwilling to lower her head in front of Qin Feng. Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian were very unhappy. They almost jumped out and said that they shouldn't join the Han Yuan sect. However, when they thought of the consequences, they could only hold back their anger for now. Originally, the disciple recruitment would take a month. Now, only half a month had passed. However, Han Tianjiao was afraid that there would be trouble along the way. She planned to take Qin Feng and the others back to the sect now. Qin Feng suggested that he stay with the women for a while before leaving. Han Tianjiao didn't stop him. "Brother Qin, you're so lucky to have so many beautiful sisters-in-law. 2 of them even have special constitutions." Qin Feng called Zhang Yan and Bai Lu over and prepared to say goodbye to them. "Brother Zhang, I'm going to the Han Yuan sect with my wives," Qin Feng said. "Haha, that's good, brother. That's right, Bai Lu and I have been accepted as disciples by the spiritual mountain. Although we're only outer disciples, we'll become inner disciples soon." Zhang Yan's face was full of joy. Chapter 15:12. "Congratulations," Qin Feng said. Qin Fin said, "I don't know when we'll meet again after this. If Brother Zhang isn't happy in the spiritual mountain, you can go to the spiritual immortal sect and report my name." "I'll go there soon." Zhang Yan didn't quite understand what Qin Feng was saying. In his opinion, Qin Feng wasn't as powerful as him. He didn't think he could rely on Qin Feng to solve any problems. Plus, Zhang Yan had been in the northern Sand Continent for so long and had never heard of Celestial Souls sect. He believed that it wasn't a big sect. "All right, if I get the chance, I'll definitely go to Celestial Souls sect to find Brother Qin." Zhang Yan had only said this casually, but he would never have thought that in the near future, Celestial Souls sect would shock the entire northern Sand Continent. Zhang Yan and his wife left. They were the first 2 friends Qin Feng had made in the divine Supreme Continent. After they left, the women started talking about business. "Qin Feng, are we really going to Han Yuan sect?" Su Ruoro obviously didn't want to go there. Zhao Lingxian suddenly said, "Why don't we run now?" Qin Feng immediately interrupted her. "Running is impossible. That genius's power is unfathomable. She can probably kill me with one slap. I'm afraid we won't be able to run far before she catches us." The women already knew that people from the divine Supreme Continent were powerful, but they were still shocked by Qin Feng's words. Qin Feng was at the pinnacle of martial arts in China's secular world and the divine Supreme Continent, but he was just cannon fodder here. After knowing how powerful that genius was, the women didn't want to run anymore. They didn't want to see Qin Feng killed. "Don't worry, everyone. We have no enmity with that genius, so she won't kill us. However, she clearly had no choice but to take me, Bei Bei, and the others as disciples. I'm worried that she'll treat us differently if we go to Han Yuan sect." Qin Feng continued. Zhao Lingxian was immediately unhappy. What's wrong with that old woman's eyes? How dare she look down on you? If she really treats us differently, I'll leave Hunyuan's sect. Qin Feng patted Zhao Lingxian's head and comforted her. Don't be angry. If we really go to Hunyuan's sect, it won't be easy to leave. However, with Hunyuan's sect as our backing, we'll be safer for now. At that time, no matter what chaotic prodigy does, all of you just have to stay in the sect and cultivate. I'll break through as soon as possible, and it won't be long before I can take everyone away. Qin Fin met with the women alone to plan for the future. Although the girls were very dissatisfied with Han Tianjiao, they could only listen to Qin Feng's arrangements. After about 10 minutes, they walked back. Chaotic Sky Pride was getting a little impatient. He thought that Qin Fin had escaped with the others, but now that they had returned, he calmed down. Can we go now? Han Tianjiao looked at Qin Feng coldly. Let's go. Qin Feng nodded. The party set off in a grandiose manner. Many people looked at Qin Feng with envy and jealousy as he left. After walking for an entire day and night, he finally arrived at the Hunyuan sect. It was surrounded by mountains, and the Hunyuan sect was built on a plain in the middle of these mountains. As a 3-star sect in the northern sand region, the primordial chaos sect's construction was quite spectacular. Looking down from the mountainside, one could see a stretch of buildings. There were also herb gardens and training grounds, making it look like a small city. Chosen Elder. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the sect, the dozen or so guards at the gate all greeted Han Tianjiao. Han Tianjiao was full of arrogance and strode in without even looking at the disciples. When they arrived at the primordial chaos sect, the women looked around curiously. When they reached the depths of the sect, Han Tianjiao suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Feng indifferently. Further in is the inner area of the primordial chaos sect. Only inner and core disciples can enter, although I kindly accepted you into the primordial chaos sect. Considering that your spiritual roots are too weak, you can only be the odd job disciples of the sect. If you have no objections, I'll arrange for you to stay. If you don't want to stay, you can leave at any time. Just as Qin Feng had guessed, Han Tianjiao became hostile as soon as they arrived at the sect. Zhao Lingxian and Su Ruo's expressions were frosty. Before they could resist, Qin Feng had already said, I have no objections, but Lingxian and Su Ruo will be heavily nurtured, right? Han Tianjiao's expression changed. She hadn't expected Qin Feng to agree so readily. Don't worry, Su Ruo and Lingxian are my disciples. I've already accepted them as core disciples and will naturally focus on nurturing them. Qin Feng nodded. Okay, then we'll all stay. Although she didn't understand what Qin Feng was thinking, Han Tianjiao couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. To her, Qin Feng was a tiny ant that wasn't even worth mentioning. If it wasn't for Su Ruo and Zhao Lingxian, Han Tianjiao probably wouldn't even bother talking to him. Su Ruo and Zhao Lingxian reluctantly followed Han Tianjiao into the inner area of the sect, while Qin Feng, Lin Beibei, and Zhao Lingxian stayed in the outer area. Soon, 2 disciples came to receive them. Let me introduce myself. I'm an outer disciple, Han Fei. You can call me Big Brother Fei. This is my little brother, Hanli. Seeing that you're all new here, don't blame Big Brother Fei for not warning you. You have to be diligent and obedient here. The man called Han Fei talked nonstop, and his gaze drifted back and forth between Lin Beibei and Zhao Lingxian. The 3 women were a bit unhappy being stared at, and they subconsciously moved closer to Qin Feng. Take us to where we're staying, Qin Feng said calmly. Han Fei and Han Li froze. They'd received many new people, but this was the first time they'd seen someone as cold and arrogant as Qin Feng. Moreover, according to Elder Han Tianjiao's arrangements, Qin Feng and the others were only odd job disciples. Yo, you're quite arrogant, aren't you? I've seen many arrogant brats like you. But in the end, you still obediently call me Big Brother Fei and obediently stay in the Hunyuan sect, Han Fei threatened. However, Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear him. You have a suite here, right? I want to live with my 3 wives. Han Fei and Han Li froze again. They even suspected that there was something wrong with Qin Feng's head. You stinking brat in your dreams. You're just a mere odd job disciple. Do you think you're here on vacation? Han Li coldly stared at Qin Feng. It's fine if you don't have a suite, but I still want to live in the same room with my 3 wives, Qin Feng said to himself. Han Fei and Han Li found it difficult to communicate with Qin Feng, and Han Li prepared to fight. However, Han Fei stopped him and said to Qin Feng, Humph, let's see how long you can be arrogant. Follow me. The 2 of them took Qin Feng and the others to the residential area of the odd job disciples. The environment here was very ordinary. The room was only about 30 square meters, and there was a simple wooden bed and a wooden table. There were no other large items. After sending the 4 of them there, Han Fei and Han Li left. However, as soon as they walked out of the room, the 2 of them whispered to each other, Big Brother Fei, that brat called Qin Feng is too arrogant. He didn't give you any face at all. Are we going to let him go just like that? Han Li looked fierce. Han Fei smiled playfully and said, Humph! That brat has already joined the Han Yuan sect. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him in the future. Today is their first day joining the sect. It won't be good if they cause trouble. Han Li originally thought that Big Brother Fei was going to let it go. Now that he understood what Big Brother Fei was thinking, Han Li also revealed a smirk and said, By the way, Big Brother Fei, that brat's 3 women are really beautiful. Big Brother Fei doesn't plan to. Han Li didn't finish his words, but everyone could see the wretched look on his face. Han Fei smiled even more wretchedly than him. Don't you know Big Brother Fei's hobbies? Just wait and see. Big Brother Fei will make that brat's 3 women obediently climb into my bed. The 2 of them laughed and left. In a simple and crude small room, Qin Feng hugged the 3 women and sat on a wooden bed. The 3 women looked at the empty surroundings and felt somewhat disappointed. They used to live in a mansion in Hero City. This change happened too quickly. Qin Feng, what should we do next? Even the business queen, Han Ying, had no idea. She was completely unfamiliar with the divine supreme continent. Lin Bei Bei and Hua Xiaojin also looked at Qin Feng in a daze. Right now, Qin Feng was their only hope. Everyone, don't worry. Actually, the current situation is within my expectations. At the end of the day, if Gentle Spirit Immortal goes to the inner sect, she will obtain very good cultivation resources. This is actually a good thing. The 3 of you should also start cultivating faster. In this divine supreme continent, martial arts are respected. Everything depends on one's fists. Whatever Qin Feng said, the 3 women nodded repeatedly. They now completely listened to Qin Feng. Very quickly, everyone accepted their current situation. Han Ying and the other 2 girls were filled with fighting spirit. There was only one thought left in their minds, and that was to train like crazy. Only then would they not be a burden to Qin Feng, and they could even help Qin Feng. The 4 of them sat around the small wooden bed. Qin Feng took out many spirit stones and medicinal pills to help the 3 women break through. Lin Bei Bei and Han Ying were both at stage 6 inner qi, while Hua Xiaojin was at stage 3. However, now that they were in the divine supreme continent, the dense spiritual energy here could nurture the existence of a mortal qi realm. After a night of cultivation with Qin Feng's help, the 3 women all stepped into the first stage of a mortal qi realm. Outside, the sun rose. The 3 women slowly opened their eyes and felt a huge change in their bodies. However, at this moment, the door was kicked open. Are you stupid pigs? It's already so bright, and you're still sleeping? Hurry up and come out to work. Han Li stood at the door with a fierce expression. His eyes quickly glanced at the bed. He thought he would see the beautiful view of the 3 women naked, but he was slightly disappointed. The 3 women's hearts burned with anger, but when they thought of their current situation, they could only suppress it. Qin Feng's eyes were cold. When he looked at Hanli, it was as if he was looking at a dead man. "You go out first." "We'll come out soon," Qin Feng said indifferently. Chapter 15:13. The four calmed themselves down and went outside. At this moment, there were many men and women standing in the open space. They were all servant disciples of Han Yuan's sect. Han, Li, and Han Fei were standing in front of the crowd. As an outer disciple, Han Fei had a higher status than everyone else. His job was to manage the daily lives of the servant disciples. As for Han Li, he was Han Fei's dog. Usually, he relied on Han Fei and became a big brother among the servant disciples. Seeing Qin Feng, Han Fei said arrogantly, late on the first day of joining Han Yuan's sect, "You really don't know the rules." The three girls knew that Han Fei was purposely looking for trouble with Qin Feng. They wanted to help Qin Feng, but were secretly stopped by Qin Feng. In Qin Feng's eyes, Han Fei and Han Li were just ants. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with them. Han Fei wanted to provoke Qin Feng and then reprimand him in front of everyone. However, Qin Feng didn't react at all. This made him feel helpless. Han Fei glared at Qin Feng and then said to everyone, "I'll arrange today's tasks. The male disciples will follow Han Li to Heaven Fox Mountain to collect spirit herbs. The female disciples will stay and clean the sect." After Han Fei gave the order, the crowd dispersed and went to work. Lin Bei and the other two girls looked at Qin Feng reluctantly, but still went to clean with the other female disciples. Now that everyone was in a dangerous situation, they had to keep a low profile in Han Yuan's sect. As soon as the three girls left, Han Li came to Qin Feng and said playfully, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and follow me to Heaven Fox Mountain." Qin Feng felt that Han Li's smile was a bit strange, but didn't think too much about it. He left with the other male disciples. Not long after everyone left, Han Fei had an evil smile on his face and swaggered over to Lin Bei and the other two girls. What do you want?" The three girls didn't have a good impression of Han Fei. Seeing him walk over with a smile, they immediately became vigilant. Han Fei scanned the three girls' voluptuous bodies and laughed. "Ha ha! Don't be nervous, I won't eat you guys. I'll give you specific tasks. Follow me to the horse pen to shovel horse manure." The three girls raised their eyebrows. When did they do that? Han Ying realized that Han Fei was purposefully messing with them, so she stood up and said, "Why are the three of us going to clean the horse manure?" Han Fei said carelessly, "Why not you guys? You are new here, so of course you have to start from the hardest and most tiring work." Halfway through his sentence, Han Fei suddenly changed the topic. "What? Why do you look so reluctant? If you really don't want to clean the horse manure, that's fine too. You can go to my room and clean it up for me." As Han Fei spoke, he lustfully stared at the three women's bodies. Today he wanted Han Li to take Qin Feng away so that he could take liberties with the three women. No matter how stupid the three women were, they could still understand Han Fei's intentions. Their faces immediately turned frosty with anger. "We already have a man. I'd advise you to stop dreaming." Han Ying refused without hesitation. The smile on Han Fei's face disappeared. He felt very embarrassed after being rejected. "Humph! I wonder what the three of you are thinking. What's so good about that Qin brat? He's just an odd job disciple and has the same status as a slave. Why don't you follow me, and I promise to treat you well in the future." Lin Bei was so disgusted that she was about to vomit. Hua Xiaojin clenched her small fists in anger. In the end, it was Han Ying who spoke for the three women. "Don't talk nonsense. We won't betray Qin Feng, even if we die." Seeing the three women's unyielding attitudes, Han Fei's expression turned completely cold. "Ha! Let's see how long you can hold on. You don't want to clean your elder's room? All right, then go and clean the horse manure." Han Ying said coldly, "Fine, I won't submit to you even if I have to clean horse manure." After the three women finished speaking, they turned and walked towards the horse pen. Han Fei was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. After walking for a whole day, Qin Feng and the others arrived at the foot of Celestial Fox Mountain. This was a vast mountain range. There were many spirit herbs and spirit plants growing on the plains. Everyone's mission here was to gather spirit herbs for the inner sect disciples to cultivate with. There were more than 30 male disciples following them. Han Li walked at the front like a big brother. He stopped on a flat ground and yelled, "This time we're going to gather spirit herbs at Celestial Fox Mountain for 3 days. Everyone has to gather at least 10 baskets of spirit herbs. If anyone is lazy and doesn't meet the standard, they won't be able to eat for 3 days after returning." The group of odd job disciples were clearly used to being suppressed. They didn't object to anything Han Li said. Qin Feng didn't care about this mission. However, when he heard that they had to stay at Celestial Fox Mountain for 3 days, he was more or less worried about Lin Bei and the other 2 women. The group of odd job disciples had already spread out to gather spirit herbs. Han Li smiled evilly and came to Qin Feng's side. "Qin brat, you're new here. Your mission is a bit more important. You have to gather 30 baskets of spirit herbs. Otherwise, you won't be allowed to return to the sect." Qin Feng knew that Han Li was looking for trouble. This person was only at the 3rd level of immortal qi. Qin Feng was completely confident that he could kill him. However, there were too many disciples watching nearby. It wasn't convenient for Qin Feng to make a move. Qin Feng didn't say anything about Han Li's harsh requirements. He already joined the group of people who were gathering spirit herbs. Han Li felt bored and didn't specifically look for trouble with Han Li. "Little brother, did you offend Han Fei and Han Li?" A small voice suddenly sounded in his ear. The other party was clearly speaking in a low voice. Qin Feng looked over. There was a 25 or 26-year-old man squatting in the bushes beside him. He was looking at him carefully. "I didn't offend them. They were the ones who looked for trouble for no reason," Qin Feng said indifferently. "I'm Zhou Tian. I'm also a Hunyuan sect odd job disciple. I advise you not to provoke those 2 scoundrels." Qin Feng had a good impression of him. "I'm Qin Feng. Oh, right, let me ask you something. Do you usually come to Celestial Fox Mountain to gather spirit herbs for 3 days?" Zhou Tian immediately complained. "What do you mean by 3 days? Usually we'll be done in 1 day. I don't know what's wrong with Han Li today. He actually wants to stay on this barren mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Feng's expression became solemn. The reason why he asked this was because he suspected that Han Fei and Han Li were secretly playing tricks. Now it seemed that Lin Bei and the other 2 girls were very likely to be in danger. Qin Feng didn't have the mood to gather spirit herbs here. He was about to rush back to the sect when he saw Han Li walking over. "Qin, come with me to the top of the mountain to pick star grass. Why did you ask me to go? I don't want to pick it anymore. I want to go back to the sect now," Qin Feng said coldly. How could Han Li let Qin Feng go back? He had already discussed with Han Fei. They would trap Qin Feng in Celestial Fox Mountain for 3 days so that Han Fei could take his 3 women. "You think you can go back just because you said so? What do you think the Han Yuan sect is? Don't you know who you are? Listen to what I tell you to do. Otherwise, I'll ask Brother Fei to report to the elders and kick you out of the sect." Han Li scolded fiercely. Qin Feng's stomach burned with anger. He almost killed this guy with a slap. However, thinking that there were many odd job disciples around, Qin Feng finally endured it. "Okay, I'll go with you to the top of the mountain." Qin Feng suddenly found an opportunity. Han Li didn't know and thought that Qin Feng was scared by his words. He immediately put on an arrogant expression. "Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Listen to your elders' orders in the future. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson." Qin Feng didn't care about Han Li's words. He thought that this brat was going to die soon, so he would let him show off for a while. The two of them went all the way to the top of Celestial Fox Mountain. The surrounding temperature plummeted and the weather seemed to have changed. The mountain was covered in white snow that didn't melt all year round. Lee was wearing a thin robe and shivered as he walked on the road. Huh, aren't you cold? Lee looked at Qin Feng in surprise. Qin Feng wore even less than Lee, but he had an indifferent expression. What's there to be cold about? Is your body weak? Qin Feng subdued the 1,000-year ice crystal and suffocated. It would be strange if he felt cold. Lee's face darkened. He suddenly pointed to the top of the mountain in front of him and said, I'll rest here for a while. You go up and pick the Star Junction grass. If you don't pick it, I'll teach you a lesson. Qin Feng didn't know that where the Star Junction grass appeared, fierce beasts would appear. Lee called him to the top of the mountain to pick the Star Junction grass because he wanted the fierce beasts to bite him to death. However, Qin Feng seemed to have changed into a different person. He stood motionlessly at the top of the mountain. Phut! Are you deaf, brat? Your elder told you to go to the top of the mountain. Why aren't you going? Lee cursed angrily. I still have something important to do. I can't go to the top of the mountain for now. Qin Feng said seriously. Lee was stunned and asked subconsciously, What is it? Qin Feng's voice was colder than ice and snow. To kill you. Lee jumped up and the veins on his forehead bulged. Io, your grandpa. You want to kill your elder? Originally, your elder was prepared to trick you into going up the mountain to be bitten to death by fierce beasts. Now it seems that it's easier to kill you with my own hands. Lee was really angry. He couldn't be bothered to put on an act in front of Qin Feng. He suddenly punched at Qin Feng and revealed the power of a stage 3 immortal. Rumble. The sound of wind came from the snowy mountain. Qin Feng easily dodged Lee's attack. A crack appeared on the ground where he was standing. Many rocks and snowflakes flew into the sky. Lee was stunned. He stared and shouted, Brat, you are hiding your strength. But even so, you will still die. Just as Lee shouted, the second punch came. This time, the pure white snow on the top of the mountain was blown up by the strong wind. Lee hid in the wind and snow and couldn't be seen clearly. However, a purple flame suddenly exploded. The wind and snow melted when it came into contact with immortal fire. Rumble. The sound of an explosion came from the wind and snow. Lee's figure had just appeared when it was blown into pieces by the purple cloud immortal fire. Even at the moment of his death, he couldn't accept the fact that Qin Feng, whom he had treated as an ant, was able to instantly kill him. Readers, you can search for Blue Book Bar, and you'll be able to find the site immediately. Chapter 1514. The commotion at the peak of the Celestial Fox Mountain attracted the attention of the odd job disciples who were picking herbs at the foot of the mountain. However, no one thought that it was caused by the battle between Qin Feng and Lee. They thought it was an avalanche or the appearance of a fierce beast after killing Lee. Qin Feng prepared to rush back to the Hunyuan sect. He already realized that Hun Fei was going to attack Lin Bei Bei and the other two. Roar, roar. Qin Feng had only run a few steps when a wild roar came from behind him. The moment he turned around, his expression changed drastically. A huge beast had appeared behind him out of nowhere. The huge beast was snow-white and seemed to merge with the snowy mountain. It stood on 2 legs and waved its 2 front paws in the air. It looked like a snow fox, but its size was comparable to the 2-headed werewolf king. Not good, master. This is the rank 4 spirit beast, White Fox King. I'm afraid this mountain is its territory. It already sees master as an intruder. Little Pig shouted anxiously. Qin Feng already realized how powerful this White Fox King was. Just standing in front of it, Qin Feng felt an intense pressure and a sense of death. Now that the formation passage to the Immortal Island was sealed, Qin Feng couldn't release the giant winged fire devil and the other beasts he subdued to fight. Roar, roar! The White Fox King roared angrily again. It felt like the entire mountain was shaking. Its gigantic figure suddenly moved forward, and with a stomp, the ground where Qin Feng had been standing was instantly crushed. Qin Feng stepped on his flying sword and flew into the air. He still felt some lingering fear. If he had been a moment later, he would have been flattened by the White Fox King. Little pig, what realm is this White Fox King at? I feel like I'm no match for it at all, Qin Feng complained. Actually, Qin Feng wasn't unfamiliar with spirit beasts. He had fused with a few spirit beasts himself. However, rank 4 spirit beasts were at most rank 7 in the divine continent. The White Fox King in front of him was clearly different. Little Pig quickly explained, "Master, the same spirit beast in different realms will have different strengths. This is equivalent to the different realms of cultivators in different realms. As for this rank 4 White Fox King, it's also at rank 5 immortal energy." Qin Feng was speechless. He had just stepped into stage 3 immortal chi, so there was no way he could fight the White Fox King. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave on his flying sword, Little Pig continued to speak. "Master, the White Fox King has been ranked as one of the 10 great savage beasts by the system. Also, we discovered the existence of star junction grass nearby. That's the best material for breaking through to the 4th stage of immortal energy." Qin Feng, who had just flown halfway, turned back. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and subdue the White Fox King. At this moment, the White Fox King was standing at the top of the snowy mountain and roaring angrily at the sky. It couldn't fly, so it was anxious to see Qin Feng floating around in the sky. Roar! Every roar of the White Fox King was like muffled thunder, and the white snow on the ground flew into the sky. Qin Feng did not land. With a thought, the troll cannon Huang Zhong and Osla suddenly appeared. The moment Huang Zhong landed, he raised his hand and fired a cannon. The fireball hit the White Fox King's chest, causing it to retreat 3 steps before stabilizing its body. Roar! The cannon didn't hurt the White Fox King. At least, there were no wounds on its snow-white fur. However, the White Fox King was completely enraged. Its originally upright body suddenly fell to the ground, and like an agile cheetah, it charged at Huang Zhong. Rumble! This collision was like a speeding train, and Huang Zhong's expression instantly changed. However, at the crucial moment, Osla's huge body landed and blocked the White Fox King's fierce attack. Loud noises sounded everywhere, and the entire mountain shook violently. The mountain peak was like an avalanche. The white snow fell from the top of the mountain, and it was a spectacular sight. "Oh no, an avalanche is happening on the Celestial Fox Mountain!" The odd job disciples who were picking herbs at the top of the mountain were dumbfounded. Some of them had already thrown down their baskets and started to run for their lives. Han Li and the new disciple are still on the mountain. Should we go and save them? A disciple asked. Han Li is usually arrogant and arrogant. It's good that he's dead. Why do you want to save him? On the other hand, the new disciple is unlucky. His young life was wasted just like that. Everyone had long been dissatisfied with Han Li. Now, no one was willing to go up the mountain to save him. Seeing the increasingly violent avalanche, the rest of the disciples also started to run. They didn't have the guts to go up the mountain to save Qin Feng. They could only say that the brat was unlucky. Rumble! Loud noises sounded continuously from the top of the Celestial Fox Mountain. This avalanche was caused by the battle between Osla and the White Fox King. Qin Feng had seen Osla's strength before. Back then, it had whipped the stage 3 immortal disciple of the 8 trigrams mountain into 2 with a flick of its tail. However, now that it was engaged in a fierce battle with the White Fox King, Osla gradually fell into a disadvantage. Huang Zhong watched anxiously and had already fired cannons to help Osla. Both of them were on the level of a stage for immortal, but they could only temporarily block the White Fox King's ferocious attacks. "Master, quickly try to subdue the White Fox King. This way, you can at least distract it. Little Pig shouted anxiously when he saw that Huang Zhong and Osla were at a disadvantage. Qin Feng didn't dare to relax. He stood on his flying sword and hovered in the air. A strange wave of energy rippled around him, and he quickly captured the White Fox King's thoughts. Roar, roar! When the two's telekinesis touched, the White Fox King roared as if it had gone mad. It stood on its hind legs again and clawed at the air with its front paws. Every time it waved its paws, it brought about a violent gust of wind. When it hit Osla, there was a loud noise. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He realized that the White Fox King was not only powerful, but its telekinesis was also much stronger than the ferocious beasts of the Divine Land. It was like a deep ocean. Qin Feng tried to explore it a few times, but he was blocked outside. Roar, roar! The White Fox King became more and more agitated. This meant that Qin Feng's telekinesis interference was somewhat effective. Osla and Huang Zhong didn't want to fight it head-on anymore. The two of them cooperated well. One fired from a distance, while the other controlled its movement. Arrow, come! Up in the sky, Qin Feng roared. The cloud-piercing arrow fell from the sky and landed in Qin Feng's hand in an instant. Qin Feng pulled the heavenly eagle bow. When he let go, a pure white, holy light fell to the ground like a meteor and landed on the White Fox King's body. Rumble! The arrow fell, and the White Fox King's huge body swayed a few times. Qin Feng roared again, and in a breath's time, the second arrow fell. Rumble! There was another explosion. The cloud-piercing arrow was so fast that the White Fox King couldn't dodge at all. Under the combination of cannons, flying arrows, and Osla's fierce attacks, the White Fox King's aura gradually weakened. Its telekinesis was also weakened. Finally, Qin Feng broke through its defense. This was Qin Feng's fifth attempt to subdue a ferocious beast. The process was simple and smooth. 20 minutes later, the peak of the heavenly Fox Mountain became quiet. The White Fox King's earth-shattering roar was no longer there. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for successfully subduing the White Fox King. The system rewards host Qin Feng 100,000 Hedonist points and 1-star Beast Interface Lottery Scroll. The system's notification sounded, signifying that Qin Feng had completely subdued the White Fox King. At this moment, the White Fox King's expression completely changed. It went from being fierce and ferocious to being naturally adorable. Master, look at the Star Beast Interface Lottery Scroll. Little Pig shouted excitedly. Qin Feng hurriedly entered the system. He had just become a rank 8 hedonist mortal not long ago, so he was able to access the Star Beast interface for free. Qin Feng knew very well how powerful the Star Beast interface was. Osla was a product of it. However, Osla was only an ordinary rank 1-star beast. Qin Feng couldn't imagine how ferocious a rank 9 star beast was. Little Pig, what level of star beast can I get from this lottery scroll? Qin Feng asked. This is a random lottery scroll. You can draw any star beast from the Star Beast interface. The level depends on Master's luck, Little Pig said excitedly. This time, even Qin Feng was excited. With a thought, the vast sea of stars in the Star Beast interface started to spin. It was as mysterious as the stars in Van Gogh's brush. Rumble! A muffled sound exploded in the sky. One of the stars shot out and landed at Qin Feng's feet. However, Qin Feng looked left and right for a while. Huh, where's the super beast I drew? Did the system trick me again? Little Pig grumbled. Master, when has the system ever cheated you? Isn't the beast you drew right under your feet? Qin Feng was so scared that he took 2 steps back. After squatting down, he finally found a small earthworm lying on the ground. It couldn't be called a small earthworm. Although it was the same size as an earthworm, it was shaped like a dinosaur. Instantly, Qin Feng's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. "What? You call this not a trick? Is this the supergiant beast that I drew?" Little Pig said happily, "Master, you're ignorant. This is a rank 9-star beast, the destroyer hunting pincer. Its strength is beyond Master's imagination." Qin Feng rolled his eyes. "Damn you, Pig. I can crush this thing with one foot. Don't insult my intelligence like this." At this moment, Qin Feng was very angry. This little guy actually dared to call himself a rank 9-star beast from the Star Beast realm? Was this a joke? Little Pig said seriously, "Master, Little Pig never jokes. This really is a rank 9 astral beast of the Astral Beast realm. It's in its initial state, equivalent to a human infant. However, the hunting pincer's skill is devour. It can devour everything in the world. It grows very quickly. When it's an infant, it'll be the size of Osla." Qin Feng realized Little Pig didn't seem to be joking. He looked at the little earthworm rolling on the ground again. "No, it's the destroyer hunting pincer. Roar." Suddenly, the hunting pincer cried out, but it was a loud sound like a beating drum, giving Qin Feng a fright. "Master, the hunting pincer is hungry. Feed it something to eat," Little Pig said. Qin Feng thought about it and took out 10 spirit stones. However, after looking at the size of the spirit stones and the hunting pincer size, Qin Feng put away the 9 spirit stones. "Can it eat this thing?" Qin Feng asked. Friends who want to read books, you can search for Blue Book Bar, and you will be able to find the site immediately. Chapter 1515. Of course, the hunting turtles are omnivores. They eat everything, Little Pig said. Qin Feng threw the fist-sized spirit stone next to Liao. He was a little worried that this little guy would choke to death because of a spirit stone. However, just as Qin Feng had this thought, the hunting turtles pounced on the spirit stone like a hungry wolf. Quangxi, quangxi. Qin Feng didn't know what that sound was, but his expression changed drastically. He realized that the hunting turtles had finished eating the spirit stone in the blink of an eye. At this time, the hunting turtles was sitting on Qin Feng's shoes, looking up at him with a cute face. This time, Qin Feng could tell that this guy was not full at all without Little Pig's translation. "The little guy has a big appetite." As Qin Feng sighed, he threw another 9 spirit stones next to his feet. It wasn't that Qin Feng was stingy, but he was afraid that if he gave too much, the little guy would be stuffed to death. This was a level 9 star beast. It would be a joke if it died from overeating. Quangxi, quangxi. That strange sound rang out again, like the sound of teeth grinding, but also like the strange sound of stone being gnawed. When Qin Feng looked down, he was so shocked that he jumped high into the air. Holy shit! What the hell is this little guy? Where did it get so many spirit stones? The 9 spirit stones on the ground disappeared instantly. Qin Feng even suspected that he had never thrown them out. Little Pig said happily, "Master, the hunting turtles are level 9 star beasts in the Star Beast realm. Its devouring ability is unimaginable." Now, Qin Feng finally started to take the hunting turtle seriously. With this glutton's devouring speed, it wouldn't take long for it to grow to the size of Osla. For the next half an hour, Qin Feng was a little crazy. He took out thousands of spirit stones in succession, and they were all eaten by the hunting turtles. However, the hunting turtles still looked like they were not full at all. They kept acting cute at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had no time to feed it. He simply threw the nearly 100,000 spirit stones he collected in the divine land into the system and let the hunting turtles eat as they pleased. With a thought, Qin Feng had already left the system. The White Fox King was squatting beside him, like an obedient and loyal dog protecting its owner. Qin Feng couldn't help but stroke its snow-white fur. He thought to himself, now that the Immortal Island is sealed and the Emerald Spirit Ring can't store living creatures, how am I going to take this White Fox King away? Soon, Little Pig's voice sounded in his mind. "Master, you can buy a star ring. Not only can a star ring store inanimate objects, but it can also store living creatures." Qin Feng looked at the system's inventory and quickly found the star ring. According to the system's introduction, this was a storage ring made of special alien meteorite material. Not only could it store inanimate objects, but it could also store living things. There were few different prices for star rings, and the prices varied greatly depending on the size of the storage space. Qin Feng chose a star ring worth 50,000 hedonist points, which could store a space the size of a city. Whoosh! With a thought, the huge white fox king disappeared from the top of the mountain and entered the star ring. After taking care of these matters, Qin Feng prepared to go back. However, Little Pig suddenly said, "Master, there's star march grass nearby. It won't be too late to go back after we finish picking it." Qin Feng had almost forgotten about this matter. He used the emerald spirit ring's sensing ability and quickly found the star march grass. It was a strand of strange-looking spiritual herb that grew on the precipitous cliff at the top of the celestial Fox Mountain. Moreover, the star march grass was hidden in the pure white snow, so it was very difficult for ordinary people to discover its existence. Qin Feng dug out the star march grass and the soil it grew in. These spiritual herbs grew by relying on spiritual roots. If they were separated from the soil for too long, the spiritual qi in them would quickly dissipate. After obtaining the star march grass, Qin Feng sat cross-legged at the top of the snowy mountain and began to refine pills on the spot. The star march grass was the main ingredient of the star march pill. The process of refining the star march pill was not difficult. With Qin Feng's current alchemy skills, he quickly refined a cauldron of 8 star march pills. The 8 fiery red pills rippled in Qin Feng's hand and emitted a strong pill fragrance. However, Qin Feng had some doubts. The Star March pill was the main pill for breaking through to stage for Immortal Qi, but the process of refining it was easier than the Immortal Cloud pill. The Immortal Cloud pill was only a pill for breaking through to stage 1 Immortal Qi, so its effects were obviously inferior to the Star March pill. "Master, this is because your environment is different," Little Pig explained patiently. Little Pig patiently explained. The immortal cloud grass appeared on the immortal island. It is considered one of the spiritual herbs on the immortal island. However, on the divine supreme continent, where the spiritual qi is abundant, the immortal cloud grass is just an ordinary weed. Precisely because the divine supreme continent's spiritual qi is rich, the spiritual herbs here are stronger. That's why it's much easier to refine pills. To put it simply, the Immortal Cloud pill is a grade 7 immortal pill on the immortal island, but on the divine supreme continent, it's only a grade 1 wonder pill. The sudden appearance of the divine supreme continent had changed Qin Feng's understanding of many things. However, his ability to accept things was also very strong. He quickly gathered his thoughts and tried to use the Star March grass to break through. When a Star March pill entered his mouth, Qin Feng realized that this pill was many times stronger than the Immortal Cloud pill. The dense spiritual qi surged like the sea, rushing through his meridians. Rumble! Half an hour later, a dull sound came from Qin Feng's body. He had successfully broken through to stage for Immortal Qi. Stage 4 Immortal Qi was a watershed in the Immortal Qi realm. Once one reached stage 4, he could completely ignore the realms below stage 4. Qin Feng flew on his sword. When he was about to reach the sect, he saw the odd-job disciples who had escaped. "Brother Zhou, why did you guys come back by yourselves?" Qin Feng had already landed and walked to Zhou Tian's side. The odd-job disciples were stunned on the spot. When they saw Qin Feng, it was as if they had seen a ghost. Zhou Tian asked carefully, "Brother Qin, are you a human or a ghost?" Qin Feng pursed his lips and said, "Of course I'm a human. What happened to you?" "That's great, Brother Qin, you're still alive. There was a huge avalanche on the celestial Fox Mountain. Everyone thought you and Han Li died in the avalanche, so we ran back." Qin Feng understood. These people thought his fight with Han Li was an avalanche. Zhou Tian suddenly looked around and asked in a hushed voice, Eh? Brother Qin, where's Han Li? The others stared at Qin Feng. They only saw him return, but did not see Han Li. Sigh. Han Li died in the avalanche. Everyone, please help me prove it when you return to the sect. Qin Feng pretended to be disappointed. Everyone was shocked. They did not understand. Since Han Li died in the avalanche, how did Qin Feng escape? But soon, no one cared about this question. Everyone was more concerned about the fact that Han Li died. Usually, these odd-job disciples were bullied by Han Li. Now that the villain died, everyone was cheering in their hearts. Qin Feng followed the crowd back to the Hunyuan sect. It was already late. Han Fei stayed in his room all day. He was waiting for Lin Bei and the other two girls to come to his room to look for him. However, they did not come after a day. When Han Fei walked out of his room and wandered around the outer sect area, he saw Qin Feng and the others returning. Huh, didn't you guys go to the Celestial Fox Mountain to pick herbs with Han Li? Why are you back so soon? Han Fei asked coldly. No one dared to speak. Qin Feng walked to the front of the crowd and said, When we were picking herbs, there was an avalanche, so everyone ran back. When Han Fei saw Qin Feng, he was very unhappy. He looked around and frowned. Where is Han Li? Han Li died in the avalanche. Han Fei was shocked. He even felt that this was a fantasy story. A level 3 immortal Qi cultivator would die in an avalanche? Bullshit. Even you guys can escape from the avalanche. How can Han Li be crushed to death by the snow? What happened? Han Fei suddenly roared, scaring the odd-job disciples into shivering. Qin Feng said indifferently, I don't know how Han Li died. He was at the top of the Celestial Fox Mountain. Maybe he met a fierce beast and was bitten to death. Qin Feng had already thought of an excuse. Although Han Fei had his suspicions, he could not find any fault with Qin Feng. Plus, in Han Fei's eyes, Qin Feng was an ant that didn't cultivate. He would never think that Qin Feng killed Han Li. What a bunch of trash! Since Han Li died, you guys should have brought his body back. What's the point of running back? Han Fei was very angry. He wasn't really sad about Han Li's death. It was just that he had lost his lackeys. Han Fei scolded everyone again. In the end, he could only leave angrily. When the crowd dispersed, Qin Feng hurried back to the house to find Lin Bei and the other two girls. However, they were not in the house. After asking around, Qin Feng found out that the three girls went to the stable, so he rushed over. The Hunyuan sect stable area was huge, and there were thousands of horses tamed there. Qin Feng took a long time to see the three of them. Bei, why are you shoveling horse dung? Qin Feng's expression was cold. He worked so hard to break through because he wanted to give the women a comfortable life. How could he see Lin Bei and the others doing such dirty and tiring work? The three girls were sweating profusely. Their clothes were sticking to their bodies. Their little faces were also covered in dirt. When they saw Qin Feng, they ran over with grievances. Qin Feng, are you okay? Han Fei and Han Li are messing with us. Qin Feng already knew the situation. He pulled the three girls out of the stable. Did Han Fei tell you to shovel horse dung? He didn't do anything excessive to you, did he? The three girls shook their heads. Han Ying said, Han Fei wanted us to clean his room, but we would rather shovel horse dung than go. Qin Feng's eyes were spitting fire. He turned and left. Han Ying quickly pulled him back and said, Qin Feng, don't go find Han Fei. He's powerful and has a high status. Let's just endure it. Lin Bei and Hua Xiaojin also looked at him worriedly. Actually, shoveling horse dung is nothing. As long as you're okay, it's fine. Qin Feng understood what the three girls were thinking, but he was determined to teach Han Fei a lesson. Chapter 15-16. Seeing Qin Feng's determined attitude, the three women didn't try to persuade him. At this moment, Qin Feng carried a bucket of horse dung, confusing the three women. Young Master Qin, what are you doing? Hua? Xiaojin grabbed Qin Feng's arm and asked. Qin Feng smiled mysteriously at her. Don't worry, I'll open your eyes later. The three women couldn't guess Qin Feng's intentions, so they could only follow him back. However, when they reached their destination, the three women realized that Qin Feng wasn't going back to his room, but to Han Fei's residence. Hee, what are the three of you doing here? Did you clean all the horse dung? Did you suddenly change your mind and want to clean my room? Han Fei was about to go out to eat when he saw the three women. He revealed a vulgar smile, thinking that the three women would submit to him so quickly. However, he quickly saw Qin Feng standing next to the three women. This guy was carrying a bucket of dung. Damn! Why are you carrying a bucket of dung, you idiot? Are you going to eat dinner tonight? The stench of horse dung filled the air. Han Fei covered his nose with a disgusted expression. A cold smile appeared on Qin Feng's face as he said indifferently, You're right. This bucket of dung is the dinner I prepared for you. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. Lin Bei and the other two women finally understood why Qin Feng brought horse dung to Han Fei. However, the three women were filled with worry. They weren't sure if Qin Feng could beat Han Fei. Damn you, I think you're courting death. Han Fei came back to his senses and gritted his teeth. He suddenly threw a punch. The three women screamed in fear. However, they saw Qin Feng throw away the bucket of dung and nimbly dodge Han Fei's punch. Han Fei's expression changed greatly after missing his attack. He had always thought of Qin Feng as an ant that hadn't cultivated. How could trash like this dodge his attack? You're hiding your strength? Humph. I want to see how capable you are. Han Fei was completely infuriated and threw another punch. This time he didn't hold back at all. The air in front of him was bombarded with a piercing sound, as if a hurricane had suddenly blown up. Dust flew everywhere, blocking the vision of the three women. They anxiously yelled Qin Feng's name, afraid that something would happen to him. The sound of fists exploded in his ears, followed by a series of screams. Soon, the three women came back to their senses. That cry wasn't from Qin Feng. You dare to bully my Qin Feng's woman? You must be tired of living. If you don't eat that bucket of horse manure tonight, I'll beat you up so badly that even your mother won't be able to recognize you. Qin Feng's angry roar was mixed in with the sound of his fists. His voice was like that of a mad lion, and every roar shook the hearts of the three women. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Feng's lightning tiger flying sword fist was unstoppable. Even though they were both at the 4th level of immortal energy, Han Fei didn't even have the chance to retaliate. In less than a minute, Han Fei was beaten black and blue. His head was twice the size of a pig's head. The commotion caused by the battle was so intense that it attracted the attention of many disciples who were passing by. Because it was the outer sect area of the Hunyuan sect, the people who came here were all servant disciples and outer sect disciples. Are there people fighting? Who is that young man? With such a ferocious attack, it is clear that he has stepped into the 4th stage of the immortal Qi realm. Isn't he the new servant disciple, Qin Feng? This guy is really ruthless. He dared to fight on his 2nd day here. If Han Fei finds out about this, he will definitely be in trouble. That's not right. Who is the guy that Qin Feng beat up? Why does it sound like Han Fei? Han Fei's appearance had already changed. No one could recognize him from his appearance. However, his voice didn't change, which made everyone suspicious. After fighting for a full 5 minutes, Qin Feng stopped. At this moment, Han Fei was covered in blood. He was rolling on the ground and screaming in pain like a stray dog. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't see the onlookers. He swaggered over with a bucket of horse manure. What is that kid carrying? It stinks. That's horse manure, right? Why is he carrying horse manure? Fuck! Did he pour the horse dung on that person's body? How did that guy offend Qin Feng? The crowd was in a heated discussion. They were completely shocked by Qin Feng's actions. Lin Bei Bei and the other two women's eyes widened. They quickly realized one thing. Even though this was the divine continent, Qin Feng was still brave and domineering. After the bucket of horse manure was scattered, the stench was overwhelming. Han Fei didn't dare to scream anymore. Every time he opened his mouth, horse manure would fall into it. The stench almost made him faint. Qin Feng stood to the side and looked at him coldly. Han Fei, today is a small lesson for you. In the future, if you dare to offend my 3 wives again, I will make you disappear from the divine continent forever, from beginning to end. Qin Feng's domineering aura completely overturned his low-key new servant-disciple image in everyone's hearts. Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the crowd. Some people realized the important information in Qin Feng's words. That person who was beaten up is Brother Fei. It really looks like Brother Fei. He's wearing an outer disciple's uniform, and this is Brother Fei's residence. Crazy, crazy. That servant disciple dared to hit Brother Fei? And he even poured horse manure on Brother Fei? Everyone looked as if they had seen a ghost. They were stunned on the spot for a long time. Qin Feng didn't care about this at all. He had already left with the 3 women. He didn't want to stay here and smell the horse manure. Just as the 4 of them returned to their residence, a figure jumped out from behind them. Qin Feng recognized the person as the servant disciple Zhou Tian. He let the 3 women return to their rooms first. "Brother Zhou, what's the matter?" Qin Feng smiled. Zhou Tian was still in a daze. He saw with his own eyes the scene of Qin Feng beating up Han Fei. At that time, Qin Feng's face was as cold as frost. He looked like the grim reaper from hell. Now he looked at Qin Feng's innocent and sunny smile. Was he even human? Big brother Qin. Zhou Tian's way of addressing Qin Feng changed. "You, how did you offend Han Fei? You'll definitely be in trouble in the future." Zhou Tian reminded Qin Feng not to offend Han Li back at Celestial Fox Mountain. Now he came to remind Qin Feng to be careful of Han Fei. Qin Feng had a good impression of him. "Don't worry, Brother Zhou. Han Fei can't beat me," Qin Feng said casually. Zhou Tian sneakily looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he pulled Qin Feng to a hidden place at the back of the house. "Big Brother Qin, you underestimate Han Fei's power. He's only at stage 4 immortal energy, which isn't considered very powerful among the outer sect disciples. However, Han Fei relied on his cousin, Han Zhen, to get to the position of big brother among the outer sect disciples." Qin Feng frowned and asked, "Is Han Zhen very powerful?" Zhou Tian guessed that Qin Feng didn't know Han Zhen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to offend Han Fei. Han Zhen is one of the Han Yuan sect's core disciples. It's said that he reached stage 6 immortal energy at the age of 30. Now that big brother Qin offended Han Fei, he'll definitely report this to his cousin. Qin Feng started to worry. He'd just reached stage 4 immortal energy, so he clearly wasn't Han Zhen's match. Qin Feng even started to plan his escape. He planned to take Lin Bei Bei and the other 2 girls away from the Han Yuan sect. As for Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian, they were Han Tian Jiao's core disciples, so Han Zhen wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Moreover, Han Tian Jiao didn't mention the relationship between the 2 girls and Qin Feng when they entered the sect, so Han Fei probably didn't know about this. Everything happened so suddenly. Qin Feng immediately said goodbye to Zhou Tian and returned to his house to pack his things. After rushing through the night, the 4 of them arrived at the Celestial Fox Mountain. Qin Feng wasn't familiar with the divine supreme continent, so he only knew a little about the Celestial Fox Mountain. The 3 girls didn't say much along the way. When they saw Qin Feng stop, Han Ying couldn't help but ask, "Qin Feng, what happened?" Qin Feng said with a serious expression, "Han Fei has a cousin who's reached stage 6 immortal energy. That guy wants to cause trouble for us." The 3 girls became nervous. Although they didn't know Qin Feng's exact strength, they could tell from the current situation that Qin Feng wasn't a match for Hun Fei's cousin. Seeing that Lin Bei Bei and the other two women had a lot on their minds, Qin Feng comforted them. "Don't worry, I'm not far from the 6th layer of celestial energy. This time I came out to train hard. When I step into the 6th layer of celestial energy, I'll personally kill Hun Fei and Hun Zhen." Han Ying and the other two girls listened to Qin Feng's arrangements, so the four of them settled down on the celestial Fox Mountain. 3 days passed, but nothing happened. Just when Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief, a black-clothed man in his early 30s came to the celestial Fox Mountain. "Qin brat, how dare you humiliate my cousin, Hun Fei? I'll take your life today." The black-clothed man was Hun Zhen. He clearly saw Qin Feng's portrait at Hun Fei's place, so he recognized Qin Feng immediately. Qin Feng realized that he couldn't avoid this, so he said to the three girls behind him, "Ying, you guys go first." The further the better. The three girls were afraid. They had followed Qin Feng for so long and had an indescribable rapport with him. In the past, when they were chased by enemies, Qin Feng only told them to stand a bit further away to avoid being accidentally injured. This time, Qin Feng told them to run as far away as possible. This meant that Qin Feng had no confidence in this battle. "Qin Feng, I'm not leaving. If I die with you." Han Ying's expression was resolute. Lin Bei Bei and Hua Xiaojin also shook their heads with all their might, indicating that they didn't want to leave. Han Zhen, who carried a large knife and stood opposite them, laughed loudly. "Ha ha! Do you think it's up to you to decide whether to leave or not? With me here, no one can escape." Qin Feng was burning with anxiety. His trump cards were Canon Huang Zhong and Osla. In addition, he subdued the rank 4 spirit, beast, White Fox King not long ago. However, even if these 3 trump cards were added together, they might not be able to defeat Hun Zhen, who is at stage 6 immortal energy. Qin Feng couldn't let the 3 girls throw a tantrum. Suddenly, a turbulent flow of air shot out from his body, pushing the 3 girls to an empty space 100 meters away. Seeing this, Hun Zhen wasn't anxious at all. He had long since seen through Qin Feng's realm. Qin Feng was merely at stage for immortal energy. He was completely confident that he could kill Qin Feng and then capture Lin Bei Bei and the others. Chapter 1517. You're courting death. Qin Feng was furious. With a raise of his hand, a golden long saber slashed down. The golden phoenix immediately pulled out hundreds of meters of saber energy in the air, like a giant golden dragon whistling over. The light smile on Hun Zhen's face disappeared, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He quickly slashed horizontally above his head. Boom! The 2 saber energies collided in the air, and a huge explosion sounded like muffled thunder, shaking the valley. Even though Lin Bei Bei and the other 2 were standing hundreds of meters away, they still felt a strong pressure, forcing them to take dozens of steps back. "Humph, I didn't expect you to have some strength, but you're still like an ant in front of me." Hun Zhen quickly recovered his disdainful expression. He leaped lightly and casually swung his saber. It looked like a simple slash, but in an instant, a dense saber cloud condensed. Qin Feng didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying by the airwave. Boom! As soon as Qin Feng landed, Hun Zhen followed like a shadow. There were 2 huge pits in the ground. One was from Qin Feng's landing, and the other was from the crack under Hun Zhen's feet. Truly a piece of trash that can't even withstand a single blow. "Someone like you dares to pour horse down on my cousin? Go to hell." Hun Zhen waved his saber again, and the wind and clouds seemed to change as he raised his hand. A row of saber energy shrouded over like clouds and mist. How could Qin Feng dodge the saber? But just as the saber cloud was about to fall, a wild roar came. The White Fox King leaped and blocked above Qin Feng's head. Rumble! The saber energy landed on the White Fox King's body, and a bloody wound appeared on its snow-white hard fur. The White Fox King roared at the sky in pain, but immediately flew towards Hun-Jen. Whoosh! As the White Fox King waved its claws, the air exploded. Its appearance was so sudden that even Hun-Jen was taken aback. However, Hun-Jen's reaction speed was very fast. Seeing that the White Fox King's sharp claws were about to hit his head, Hun-Jen turned his saber and slashed horizontally. Clang! The collision was like the loud sound of two speeding trains colliding. The violent aura shook the surroundings, and the White Fox King's huge body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Hun-Jen only somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground. This series of fights happened in the span of a few breaths. Qin Fun's heart sank. The White Fox King's power was comparable to that of a Stage 5 Immortal Qi Realm cultivator, but it was completely unable to withstand the chaotic quake technique. Good lad, you actually managed to tame this kind of spirit beast. What other trump cards do you have? Just use them all. Once I destroy you, all of them will be mine. Not only did Hun-Jen not care about the appearance of the White Fox King, but he also looked excited. Qin Fun had already realized his strength, so he might as well take out all his trump cards and fight to the death with Hun-Jen. Rumble. For a time, loud noises rang out in the air. Ogre cannons Huang Zhong and Asra descended from the sky. Hun-Jen was dumbfounded. Where did these people and beasts come from? Rumble. Huang Zhong was an impatient person. As soon as he landed, he fired a cannon. Hun-Jen's expression changed slightly, but he stood his ground without dodging. Seeing that the flames were about to engulf him, Huan-Jin raised his saber and slashed forward. A row of saber clouds surged over and engulfed the power of the cannons. The saber landed on Huang Zhong's body and sent him flying to the ground. Asra roared as it followed. With every step it took, the ground shook violently. Where did this giant beast come from? Why haven't I seen it on the divine mainland? Hun-Jin looked at Asra with a blank expression. This guy's appearance was strange, and he felt that it was not a local creature. While Hun-Jin was lost in thought, Asra had already arrived in front of him. Its huge tail swept out like a sea, stabilizing divine needle. Wind howled in the air, and a gust of wind blew on the originally calm mountaintop. However, Hun-Jin did not move. Instead, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Asra's tail, throwing it away. Rumble. When Asra landed, it was as if a meteorite had fallen from the sky. In just a few minutes, Hun-Jin had defeated all three of Qin Fun's trump cards. He leaped and appeared in front of Qin Fun again. The playful expression on his face became more intense. You have a lot of treasures, but your strength is too weak. If you have any other powerful weapons, bring them out. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Qin Fun wanted to, but he did not have the strength. At this time, Little Pig's voice sounded in his mind. Master, use the destroyer hunting pincer to bite that guy to death. Qin Fun was stunned. Are you kidding? The hunting pincer is so small. How can it eat a level 6 immortal? Little Pig's face was serious. Master, you underestimated the hunting pincer's ability to swallow. It can swallow anything in the world, dead or alive. It can swallow anything it wants. Qin Fun could not imagine how the hunting pincer could swallow Hun-Jin, but he knew that Little Pig was serious. Qin Fun was about to release the hunting pincer when Little Pig added, Oh, right, Master, the hunting pincer is still in its initial state. Its life force is still very weak. It can't withstand Hun-Jun's attack at all. Therefore, Master wants the hunting pincer to sneak attack Hun-Jin. It's best if it can jump into Hun-Jun's body and swallow the energy in his dantian. With a thought, the hunting pincer was released. However, Qin Fun was a little worried. Hun-Jin was a level 6 immortal. It was easier said than done for the hunting pincer to jump into his body. Since you don't have any trump cards, then die. Hun-Jin's patience had run out. He suddenly swung his sword. Qin Fin immediately flew out on his golden wheel. When he was in midair, the ground where he had been standing exploded into a ravine. Han Zhen looked up and his eyes shone. Wow, he even has a flying spiritual weapon. I've hit the jackpot today. Han Zhen did not care about Qin Fin from beginning to end. When he saw Qin Fin take out so many treasures, he already saw them as his own. After dodging Han Zhen's sword, Qin Fin suddenly roared. A holy white light descended from the sky. The instant Qin Fin drew the heavenly eagle bow, the cloud-piercing arrow fell like a meteor. Rumble! The cloud-piercing arrow was extremely fast, but Han Zhen narrowly dodged it. He looked at the crack that pierced deep into the earth's core. His expression became serious for the first time. Qin, I'm going to cut you into 1,000 pieces. Mixed essence, 7 blades, first form, toppling mountains and overturning seas. That arrow had almost injured Han Zhen, and he was completely enraged. Han Zhen roared and leaped into the air. For the first time, he waved the large saber in his hand. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. However, it was not a real cloud, but a surging saber cloud condensed under Han Zhen's saber. The saber chi filled the sky and fell. Qin Fin flew all the way on the golden wheel, and the ground behind him exploded one after another. It was like shooting a sci-fi blockbuster. Rumble! The explosion seemed to be unstoppable. In the end, Qin Fin could not dodge in time and was blown to the ground. Huang Zhong, Osla, and the White Fox King hurriedly rushed over. The 3 of them attacked at the same time and temporarily stopped Han Zhen. Qin Fin saw the opportunity at this moment. He urged his mind to communicate with the hunting turtle. A light flashed, and the hunting turtle that had been hiding under Han Zhen's feet leaped out. Its speed was so fast that even Qin Fin could not catch it. Quang, quang, quang. A strange sound suddenly sounded in Qin Fin's mind, but he was very familiar with this sound. It was the strange sound of the hunting turtle eating. The next moment, Han Zhen, who was in the midst of a fierce battle, suddenly froze. His expression changed drastically. He covered his abdomen with both hands, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. What the hell ran into my body? Get the hell out. Han Zhen realized that the situation was not right. He circulated his aura to force the hunting turtle out. Little Pig hurriedly shouted, Master, quickly attack Han Zhen. Don't let him force the hunting turtle out. Qin Fin forced his injured body to stand up, and with a roar, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. Huang Zhong and the other 2 also realized the urgency of the situation and used all their skills to attack Han Zhen. For a moment, there was a loud noise. The attacks of the 4 were so fierce that even Han Zhen did not dare to ignore them. However, Han Zhen wanted to force the hunting turtle out of his body and fight Qin Fin and the other 3 at the same time. He was too busy. Quang, quang, quang. The sound of the hunting turtle eating became more and more hurried, accompanied by Han Zhen's painful screams. At this time, Han Zhen could no longer fight. He hugged his stomach and rolled back and forth on the ground. The fierce attacks of the 4 all landed on his body, and the flat ground was full of holes from the explosions. It was unknown what the hunting turtle was eating in Han Zhen's body, but its eating speed was getting faster and faster. Just listening to the sound made Qin Fin feel horrified. Rumble! Not long after, a loud sound came from Han Zhen's body. His body exploded on its own, and the surging and violent immortal chi scattered. A shadow shot out from the explosion and landed on Qin Fin's shoulder in the blink of an eye. The hunting turtle wasn't injured. It bared its teeth and smiled foolishly at Qin Fin. Master, the hunting turtle said it ate Han Zhen's dantian clean. That guy is already dead, Little Pig said. Qin Fin's eyes were filled with shock. Han Zhen was a stage 6 immortal chi expert. How strong was his dantian? The hunting turtle could even eat something like a dantian? It was simply too abnormal. After this battle, Qin Fin also deeply understood the hunting turtle's devouring ability. This little guy was worthy of being a level 9 star beast. When he grew to adulthood, would he want to devour the entire planet? A stage 6 immortal Qi expert was killed by a bug the size of an earthworm. Qin Fuan was momentarily unable to accept this reality. When the battle ended, Lin Bei Bei and the other two rushed over anxiously. When they saw the remnants of blood at the corner of Qin Fun's mouth, their hearts ached so much that their eyes became moist. "It's all right. Han Zhen is already dead. We're safe for now." Qin Fun comforted the three women for a while. When they calmed down, Qin Fun walked to the area where Han Zhen exploded and found 2 storage bags. This kind of storage bag was very common in the divine supreme continent. Even odd-job disciples like Zhou Tian had one. Storage bags could store many things, but they were too inferior compared to the Emerald Spirit Ring and Star Ring on Qin Fun's hands. As a Stage 6 Immortal Qi expert, Han Zhen's 2 storage bags contained many treasures. There were hundreds of high-grade spirit stones and many pills that could help with breakthroughs. There were spirit tools and some martial techniques, but Qin Fun didn't care about them at all. Friends who want to read books, you can search for Blue Book Bar, and you'll find the site immediately. Chapter 1518. After Han Zhen was destroyed, Qin Fun did not bring the 3 women back to Hunyuan sect. Now that he was on the divine continent, Qin Fun's priority was to speed up his breakthrough. If he returned to the sect, he would encounter a lot of trouble, so it was better to stay on the celestial Fox Mountain and cultivate in peace. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this period of time, Qin Feng and the other 3 stayed at the celestial Fox Mountain to cultivate day and night. In Han Zhen's storage bag, there were a few supplementary elixirs that could help one break through to Stage 5 and Stage 6 Immortal Qi. Qin Feng used these elixirs to break through quickly. In a short month, he had already stepped into Stage 7 Immortal Qi. Lin Bei Bei and the other 2 girls also grew very quickly. Among them, Hua Xiaojin's cultivation level was the highest. She had already stepped into the 3rd layer of immortal energy. Lin Bei Bei and Han Ying were both at the peak of Immortal Qi Stage 2 and were on the verge of breaking through to Immortal Qi Stage 3. It had been a month and a half since the formation in the secular world of Huaxia, and the divine land had weakened. Qin Feng had leaped from a level 2 immortal to a level 7 immortal. Although this realm was nothing in the divine continent, at least Qin Feng had the ability to protect himself in the northern sand continent and wouldn't be easily trampled upon. It's been a month. I wonder how Ruo Ro and Ling Xian are. The 3 women stood at the peak of the Sky Fox Mountain and looked in the direction of the Hunyuan sect. They missed their 2 good sisters. Seeing that it was about time, Qin Feng brought the 3 women to the Hunyuan sect. This time, he planned to take Su Ruoro and Zhao Ling Xian away. Afterwards, everyone would go to the Spirit Immortal sect and gather their friends and family. The Hunyuan sect remained the same for a month. However, when Qin Feng and the others arrived at the outer sect area, they discovered that the disciples were in a hurry, as if they were busy with something important. Big brother Qin? Is it really you? You're still alive?" A cry of surprise rang out. Qin Feng recognized Zhou Tian. However, Zhou Tian's face and arms were covered in bloody scars, as if he had been beaten. "Brother Zhou, what happened to your injuries?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Zhou Tian gradually came back to his senses, but the shock in his eyes did not fade. A month ago, everyone knew that Huinjin had come out of seclusion to seek revenge on Qin Feng, and then Qin Feng had disappeared for a month. Just when everyone thought Qin Feng was dead, he suddenly appeared. Before Zhou Tian could speak, another dozen or so disciples had already surrounded Zhangxian. The moment everyone saw Qin Feng, they screamed in fear as if they had seen a ghost. "Holy shit! Is this person really Qin Feng? Isn't he dead? Could it be that Han Denjin didn't find them the last time he came out of seclusion? This guy actually dared to bring a woman back? Isn't that courting death?" The crowd discussed among themselves, and none of them were optimistic about Qin Feng. When the discussion fell into the ears of the three women, they all looked a little unhappy. However, Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear anything. After he looked around, he discovered a problem. These odd job disciples all had red and swollen bloodstains on their bodies, as if they had been violently beaten up. Big Brother Qin, you should leave quickly. If Han Fei and Han Jin find out that you're still alive, you'll be in trouble. Zhou Tian pulled Qin Feng to the side and reminded him in a low voice. Qin Feng was a little amused. That Han Zhen had died a month ago. If he could still jump out now, then he would really have seen a ghost. Brother Zhou, where did your injuries come from? Could it be Han Fei? Qin Feng was concerned about another matter. Zhou Tian's eyes flashed with anger, but it disappeared in a flash. Sigh. Anyway, we're all odd job disciples, and we're used to being beaten and scolded like animals. As long as no one dies, it's not a big deal. Big Brother Qin, you'd better leave quickly. Qin Feng already understood the situation. Ever since he left with the three women, that Han Fei had nowhere to vent his anger, so he had been beating up Zhou Tian and the other odd job disciples to vent his anger. Thinking of this, Qin Feng was very angry. In the end, he had implicated everyone. Crack! At this moment, the sound of a whip exploded, causing everyone to cover their heads and scurry away in fear. Zhou Tian's expression changed drastically. His legs trembled violently, and he felt like he was going to kneel on the ground at any moment. You bunch of bastards, are you lazing around again? Today is the day of the sect tournament. Who allowed you to gather here and chat? The roar was like thunder, and Qin Feng found it somewhat familiar. When he looked over, he saw that Han Fei was indeed standing there. Han Fei's sudden arrival scared everyone half to death. It was obvious that everyone had been tortured by him for the past month. Zhou Tian trembled as he whispered in Qin Feng's ear, trying to persuade him to leave quickly. However, not only did Qin Feng not escape, he even strode towards Han Fei. Which stray dog is barking here so early in the morning? I was the one who asked them to gather here and chat. You're not convinced? Compared to Han Fei's angry roar, Qin Feng's voice was calm, but it was even more shocking. The people who were about to escape stopped abruptly and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. They even suspected that they were dreaming. Han Fei was stunned and looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. He didn't expect that there would be someone among these odd job disciples who dared to shout at him. However, when his gaze landed on Qin Feng, he jumped in fright. You're Qin Feng? Aren't you dead? Seeing Han Fei, the three girls were filled with anger. Now that Hua Xiaojin had broken through to stage 3 Immortal Qi Realm. She looked like she was itching to teach Han Fei a lesson. Qin Feng stood in front of the three girls and looked at him indifferently. Who said I'm dead? I also said you're dead. Han Fei finally came back to his senses. He realized that Qin Feng really wasn't dead. However, he couldn't understand what was going on no matter how hard he thought about it. Back then, Han Zhen's cousin had personally come out. How could he let a mere Qin Feng escape? Humph. You're lucky that Han Zhen's cousin didn't find you. Han Fei quickly had his own guess. However, you still dared to come back. This time no one can save you. Han Fei was still living in his own fantasy world. Qin Feng and the three girls looked at him sympathetically. Qin Feng didn't say much about him killing Han Zhen. After all, Han Zhen was a core disciple of Han Yuan's sect. If the elders of Han Yuan's sect found out about this, they might get into trouble again. Han Fei was holding a horse whip in his hand. The end of the whip was stained with a yellowish-black substance that emitted a foul smell. The end of the whip was stained with horse dung. For the past month, Han Fei had used this whip to beat everyone every day to vent the humiliation of being splashed with horse dung by Qin Feng. Qin, my cousin Han Zhen, is one of the core disciples of the sect. He has long reached stage 6 Immortal Qi Realm. You dared to disrespect me in the past. Today, I will give you a way out. Obediently take off your clothes and let me whip you. Otherwise, when my cousin comes, he will kill you with one slap. Han Fei was worried that he wouldn't have a chance to take revenge on Qin Feng. He didn't expect that Qin Feng would deliver himself to his doorstep. Everyone looked at him sympathetically. Zhou Tian was so anxious that his palms were sweating. However, Qin Feng flashed by. When he reappeared in front of everyone, he was still standing in the same place, but there was a horsewhip in his hand. It was the one in Han Fei's hand. You dare to steal my— Han Fei screamed in anger, but he was interrupted by the dull sound of the whip before he could finish. Pa! Qin Feng casually raised his horsewhip. The tail of the whip, which was stained with horse dung, hit Han Fei's lips, leaving a black and yellow mark. Han Fei screamed in pain, but just as he opened his mouth, he immediately closed it. The pile of horse dung fell into his mouth, making him want to vomit. Cries of surprise could be heard from the crowd. Everyone was dumbfounded by Qin Feng's whip. What Qin Feng was doing was something that everyone dreamed of doing, but none of them had the guts to do what Qin Feng did. A odd job disciple actually beat the big brother figure of the outer sect disciples. This matter was like an international joke. Pa! The sound of the whip exploded again. Qin Feng's seemingly light and nimble whip left overlapping shadows in the air, as if hundreds of green threads were descending. Han Fei's black robe was torn, and his skin was covered with blood. The horse dung on the tail of the whip was stained with blood, which made people feel disgusted. Pa! 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 Qin Feng couldn't stop once he started, and Han Fei was rolling on the ground. More and more people were watching, but they were all odd job disciples and outer sect disciples. When everyone recognized that the person who was being whipped was Han Fei, their eyes and jaws fell to the ground. However, after a long time, no one stood up to stop Qin Feng. It was not that everyone was afraid of Qin Feng's skills, but that they were usually bullied by Han Fei, and now they were all cheering in their hearts. Qin Feng didn't stop until he whipped for more than 10 minutes. At this time, Han Fei was covered in blood and horse dung. He was lying on the ground, and it was hard to tell what he was. The crowd dispersed, and they were all a little afraid of Qin Feng. This person was obviously just an odd job disciple, but what he did was earth-shattering. Big Brother Qin, why you're still so fierce? You're looking for trouble for yourself. Seeing Han Fei get beaten up, Zhou Tian felt very good. However, after the good feeling, he started to worry about Qin Feng. Don't worry about me, Brother Zhou. Han Fei is like an ant in my eyes. As for Han Zhen, there's no need to mention him. He won't show up, Qin Feng said. Zhou Tian didn't know that Han Zhen was killed, and he thought Qin Feng was a little arrogant. Han Fei was only at stage 4 Immortal Qi, while Han Zhen was an expert at stage 6 Immortal Qi. Even if Qin Feng could beat Han Fei, how could he beat Han Zhen? Seeing that Zhou Tian was about to persuade him again, Qin Feng said, "That's right. Han Fei mentioned the sect tournament just now." "Yes. Today is the Han Yuan sect's disciple tournament, so everyone is busy building the arena," Zhou Tian said truthfully. When Qin Feng arrived at the sect, he saw that everyone was in a hurry. It turned out that they were preparing for the sect tournament. However, Qin Feng wasn't interested in the Han Yuan sect's tournament. This time, he came back to take Zhao Lingxian and Su Ruo away. "Brother Zhou, I'm leaving today. I don't know if I'll see you again. If Brother Zhou isn't happy in the Han Yuan sect, you can go to the Celestial Soul sect and tell them my name." Qin Feng felt that Zhou Tian was a good person, so he pointed out a way for him. However, Zhou Tian foolishly repeated the Celestial Soul sect's name. He still couldn't figure out when such a sect appeared in the North Sand Continent. "Okay, Big Brother Qin, hurry up and leave with the 3 sisters-in-law. If Han Zhen gets here, it'll be troublesome." Zhou Tian didn't care about the Celestial Soul sect at all. He was still worried about Qin Feng and the others. Friends who want to read books, you can search Blue Book Bar to find the site immediately. Chapter 1519. Qin Feng bid farewell to Zhou Tian. He knew that Zhou Tian wouldn't believe him, no matter how much he explained. If he told him that Huanjin had been killed, Zhou Tian would probably be scared to death. The four of them walked towards the inner area of the Hunyuan sect. As soon as they reached the entrance, they were stopped by the guards. Why do you four look so unfamiliar? This is the inner area of the sect. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. Entering the inner area required one to show their identity token. However, these guards had been here for many years and knew almost all the inner and core disciples of the sect. Normally, these disciples didn't need to show their identity token. However, the guards stopped Qin Feng when they saw that he was unfamiliar. Lin Bei and the other two girls immediately became nervous. They were afraid that they would be in trouble if their identities were exposed. However, a turbulent aura suddenly exploded from Qin Feng's body. The pressure almost made them faint. Are you blind? We are the core disciples of the Hunyuan sect. We usually cultivate in seclusion. Of course, you lowly people haven't seen us before. Qin Feng reprimanded them as if they were the core disciples of the sect. The dozen or so guards were dumbfounded. Qin Feng's aura burst revealed the full power of a stage 7 immortal. There weren't many people in the Hunyuan sect who could reach stage 7 at such a young age. Senior, please don't blame us. We were wrong. Seniors, please come in. The group of disciples immediately changed their attitudes. The others lowered their heads and didn't even have the courage to look at Qin Feng. The leader of the guard's voice was trembling when he spoke. Qin Feng swaggered into the inner area. Lin Bei and the other two girls foolishly followed behind him. The environment of the inner area was very different from the outer area. The buildings were grand and luxurious. The density of the spiritual energy in the surroundings was also several levels higher. However, although the inner area was big, the number of disciples was much smaller than the outer area. There were a few people scattered along the way. Qin Feng randomly asked one of them where Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian lived. The inner area was divided according to the names of the elders. Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian were the disciples of the Hunyuan sect's proud elders, so they were assigned to the Azure Moon Palace's area. When Qin Feng and the others arrived at the Azure Moon Palace's area, the first thing they felt was the density of the spiritual energy in the surroundings. No wonder people from the divine supreme continent wanted to join a sect and become a core disciple of a sect. The higher one's status was, the more cultivation resources they could obtain. This was equivalent to winning at the starting line. Look, Spirit Immortal Ruoro is cultivating over there. Lin Bei suddenly jumped up in excitement. Everyone looked towards a small garden not far away. Su Ruoro and Lin Bei were dressed in white and were dancing gracefully like fairies. The four of them hurriedly walked over. Without saying anything, Qin Feng pulled the two women into his arms. After not seeing each other for more than a month, Qin Feng missed her dearly. You, hurry up and let go of Spirit Immortal Ruoro. Otherwise, I'll cut you in half. A furious roar sounded beside his ear, and a black-robed young man stood at the side. There were two people behind the man, both of whom were glaring at Qin Feng furiously. Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian were still in a daze. They looked at Qin Feng, who was so close to them, and felt as if they were dreaming. Qin Feng didn't let go of the two women. He looked at the man who spoke with an indifferent expression. I'm hugging my own wife. Why do you care? Who do you think you are? Qin Feng's words caused the three of them to be dumbfounded. Ever since Zhao Lingxian and Su Ruoro had entered the inner court of the Hunyuan sect, they had become the dream lovers of many male disciples. Who knew how many disciples had tried to woo the two women over the past month? Who would have thought that the two women were already married? Brat, don't you dare insult Ruoro and Lingxian's reputation. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How are you worthy of them? After the man came back to his senses, he didn't believe Qin Feng's words. Zhao Lingxian and Su Ruoro finally came back to their senses and realized that Qin Feng had really come to find them. The two women tightly held Qin Feng's arms in front of the man as they spoke coldly. Han Qingquan, this is indeed our husband. Don't waste time. We've followed Qin Feng for a long time and we're already his. Han Qingquan was one of the two women's pursuers. Moreover, he had been very aggressive recently, causing the two women to feel disgusted. Seeing that the two women had admitted it themselves, Han Qingquan had a look of disbelief on his face. He looked at Qin Feng again. He was completely unfamiliar with Qin Feng's appearance. Evidently, he wasn't a disciple of the inner court. Stinking brat, where did you come from? You even dare to steal our big brother Qingquan's junior sister? I think you don't want to stay in the Hunyuan sect anymore. If you know what's good for you, you'll immediately scram. The two lackeys, standing behind Han Qingquan, jumped out. Their arrogant expressions showed that they didn't care about Qin Feng at all. Qin Feng didn't know who these three people were, but he didn't want to know. He raised his hand and slapped the two lackeys. Pa! Pa! The slaps were clean and crisp, and the sounds were crisp and pleasing to the ear. The two lackeys were completely dumbfounded. They covered their red and swollen faces and stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Why you dare to hit me? I think you're tired of living. Today, your elder will teach you how to be a person. The two disciples angrily swung their fists at Qin Feng. When they circulated their qi, Qin Feng could tell that they were only at stage for immortal qi. Before the two's fists could reach him, Qin Feng casually slapped out with his palms. A massive sound rang out, and the two of them fell tens of meters away like kites with their strings cut. There weren't many disciples in the inner court, so the fight didn't attract many onlookers. After the two lackeys fell to the ground, they continuously cried out in pain. Han Qingquan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Just as he was about to teach Qin Feng a lesson, he suddenly stopped. Humph, you're lucky, brat. The sect competition is about to begin, so don't let me see you on the stage. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel and beg for mercy. Han Qingquan threw down these harsh words and left by himself. The two lackeys forced themselves to follow him. After the three of them left, Qin Feng and the others reunited for a moment of warmth. Qin Feng, let's go now. The sect competition is about to begin, and everyone's going to watch. It'll be a good time for us to escape. After a moment of warmth, Su Ruo got down to business. Zhao Lingxian frowned and added, We can't stay in the Hunyuan sect anymore. Otherwise, that Han Qingquan will definitely make trouble for you. Qin Feng said nonchalantly, What's Han Qingquan's identity? I heard you guys say that he's very powerful. Zhao Lingxian said, He's a core disciple of the Hunyuan sect, and he's ranked first on the dragon rankings. Qin Feng didn't know much about the Hunyuan sect's situation. Seeing him raise his eyebrows, Su Ruo explained, The Hunyuan sect created a dragon rankings and a phoenix rankings. Both rankings are for the sect's disciples. The dragon rankings are for the male disciples, while the phoenix rankings are for the female disciples. Han Qingquan is ranked first on the dragon rankings, so he's the most powerful disciple in the Hunyuan sect. Qin Feng didn't expect to meet the most powerful disciple as soon as he arrived in the inner court. This made him confused. Since that guy is so powerful, why did he suddenly run away? Chapter 1520. After learning that Qin Feng wanted to participate in the sect competition, Zhou Tian began to persuade him. He even suspected that Qin Feng had gone crazy. Qin Feng did not explain further. As time passed, more and more disciples gathered around the training grounds. At a glance, there were at least 500 or 600 people. Another group of people walked over, causing the crowd to be excited. The sect competition is about to begin. Those experts on the dragon ranking have all appeared. If I'm not mistaken, that black-robed, long-haired man is Hundan, who was ranked 4th on the dragon ranking last time, right? I know that bald man. He's Han Qianyin, who was ranked 3rd on the dragon ranking. Damn, Han Dalong is here too. He's ranked second on the dragon ranking. Why don't I see Han Zhen? I think he disappeared for more than a month. The arrival of this small group of people caused a heated discussion among the disciples. Qin Feng had a general understanding of the situation of the Hunyuan sect's disciples on the dragon ranking. He did not expect that Han Zhen, who was killed by him, was ranked fifth on the dragon ranking. It seemed that the strength of the Hunyuan sect's disciples was not that exaggerated. Not long after Han Qinyun and the other two arrived, another group of disciples came. They were the disciples ranked 6th to 10th on the dragon ranking, which caused a commotion among the crowd. The 8 disciples stood at the side with arrogant expressions. They looked like they were experts, but in their hearts, they were very happy with everyone's praises. "Look, Han Qingquan is here!" Another exclamation came from the crowd. All the disciples looked in the same direction. Han Qingquan, who was wearing a black robe, walked over with a calm expression. The crowd immediately made way for him as he passed by. All sorts of screams and discussions rose and fell. However, Han Qingquan remained calm and did not even look at the crowd. Han Qinyun and the others were forgotten because of Han Qingquan's appearance. Seeing that Han Qingquan had stolen the limelight, the 8 people's faces turned cold. However, none of them dared to stand out and find trouble with Han Qingquan. Now, except for Han Zhen, the top 10 disciples on the dragon ranking had gathered at the training field. The rest of the disciples were in an uproar. The competition had not started yet, but everyone was already talking about who would be the champion of the dragon ranking. "Qin Feng, why don't we leave first?" Seeing the powerful disciples appear one after another, Su Ruo and the others started to worry. Among the crowd, Han Qingquan was the one with the most support. As for the other 3 in the top 5 of the dragon ranking, they also had support. No one in the audience could hear the shouts for the outer sanctum disciples. As for the odd job disciples, no one could think of it. Qin Feng understood what the women were thinking, but he stood with an indifferent expression in the crowd and did not explain too much. After a while, a few older men and women walked over unhurriedly from afar. The appearance of these people caused the originally excited disciples to immediately calm down. Elder Han Tianjiao and the other elders have all arrived. I'm afraid the competition is about to begin. Su Ruo and Zhao Lingxian looked anxious. They realized that they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. There were a total of 4 elders, 3 men and 1 woman. Qin Fen only knew Han Tianjiao. It was his first time seeing the other 3 elders. The 4 of them walked onto the gigantic stage. They were like 4 towering mountains that people could not see through. Even Qin Feng felt a sense of pressure when he looked directly at the 4 of them. Today is the Hunyuan sect's annual sect competition. The purpose of the competition is to encourage everyone to cultivate hard and improve together. The 4 elders each gave an opening speech on the stage. The hundreds of disciples below the stage listened attentively and did not dare to make a sound. Qin Feng could not see through the 4 elders' realms, but he knew that he would not be able to withstand a single attack from them. However, Qin Feng looked around a few times and did not see the Hunyuan sect leader. After the 4 elders on the stage finished speaking, the last male elder stood up. Su Ruo immediately introduced him to Qin Feng. This is Elder Han Yuanhai. Han Qingquan is the disciple he's most proud of, because Han Qingquan took first place on the dragon ranking last year. Han Yuanhai's position among the 4 elders became the most prominent. Qin Feng nodded. At that moment, Han Yuanhai said, "I hereby announce that this year's sect competition has officially begun. The rules of the competition are the same as the previous years. The participating disciples are not limited to their identities. If any accidents happen during the competition, the participating disciples and the Han Yuan sect organizer will not be responsible." As Han Yuanhai's voice fell, the disciples who had been quiet for a long time became excited again. Qin Feng saw many people walking to a place at the side, so he asked Zhou Tian, "Brother Zhou, is that the place to register for the competition?" Zhou Tian and the 5 ladies realized what Qin Feng was going to do, so they looked solemn. Zhou Tian answered honestly, "Yes, you can register there and participate in the sect competition." Qin Feng went to register without saying anything. The few of them could only watch with worry. The registration ended very soon, although there were over 500 disciples gathered at the training field. Less than 50 of them dared to register for the competition. Han Yuanhai walked onto the stage again with a bamboo tube in his hand. The registration is done. There are a total of 48 participating disciples in this year's sect competition. Now, the participating disciples, please come onto the stage and draw lots to determine your opponents. As soon as he said that, over 40 people jumped out of the crowd. Everyone walked onto the stage, and each drew a bamboo stick. The bamboo sticks were marked with numbers. The people who got the same number would fight in the stage. At that moment, all the participating disciples were standing on the stage. The crowd below began to get excited. They were discussing the disciples who were likely to win the competition and enter the top 10 of the Dragon leaderboard. Who is that guy? You don't look familiar. Suddenly, someone raised a question. Many disciples looked at the man that the person was talking about, and their eyes landed on Qin Feng. He really looks unfamiliar. I'm sure he's not a core disciple. I'm also sure he's not an inner sect disciple. But could that kid be an outer sect disciple? This guy is really bold. He's just an outer sect disciple, and he dares to participate. He's just here to be cannon fodder. Many people's discussion shifted from the core disciples to Qin Feng. However, at that moment, someone said, "He's not an outer sect disciple either. I've been an outer sect disciple for 5 years, and I've never seen that guy." Then the crowd began to feel depressed. Where did this kid come from? Could he be a disciple from another sect who came to stir up trouble? Isn't he one of us, a servant disciple? I think his name is Qin Feng. Suddenly, an exclamation came from the crowd. This sentence shocked everyone. "What? A servant disciple? Are you kidding me?" It's been more than 10 years since a servant disciple dared to participate in the Hunyuan sect's competition. This guy is putting his life on the line. After knowing Qin Feng's identity, the entire crowd was in an uproar. The topic of the top 10 disciples on the Dragon leaderboard instantly shifted to Qin Feng. The crowd's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was clearly heard by the participating disciples on the stage. When they found out that there was a servant disciple among them, their faces were full of disdain and playfulness. The 4 elders were shocked by the news, but they quickly came back to their senses. He was just a servant disciple. He was just a clown. The drawing of lots is over. Now, from Lot 1 to Lot 5, the martial arts competition will begin. Han Yuanhai's voice sounded again, immediately silencing the discussion. This was the largest training field of the Hunyuan sect. It was spacious, and the huge arena could accommodate dozens of people fighting at the same time. Now, it was not a problem to have 5 battles at once. Qin Feng had drawn the number 1 lot, so he stayed in the arena. There were 9 people standing beside him, and they were all disciples of this competition. There were a total of 10 people, and they were quickly divided into 5 groups. Each group stood in a different corner of the arena, far away from each other, so that they would not affect the others' battles at all. At this moment, some people had already started to report their names. "I'm Hunyuan sect's inner disciple, Han Gang. Please enlighten me." "I'm Hunyuan sect's inner disciple, Han Shi. I won't show any mercy when the battle starts. I'm a core disciple, Han Dan. I don't need to introduce my name. I'm the 4th on the Dragon leaderboard in the previous competition. Hunyuan sect's servant disciple, Qin Feng." Everyone introduced themselves differently. Some disciples were very low-key and only said their names. There were also arrogant people like Han Dan who couldn't wait to say their height, weight, and even the time of their sexual intercourse. However, these were not important. When Qin Feng reported his name, the hundreds of disciples below the stage were instantly in an uproar. There was really a servant disciple among them. Damn, that Qin Feng brat is tired of living, right? Haha. Servant disciple? This kind of person dares to participate in the sect competition? Is he here to be a joke? It's good to be ambitious, but it's a pity that you can't see your own strength clearly. This Qin Feng guy is dead for sure. The crowd discussed ferociously, and all of them were not optimistic about Qin Feng. Su Ruoro and the other 4 women clenched their small hands nervously. The battle had not officially started, but they were already covered in cold sweat. Zhou Tian also shook his head and sighed. He had already advised Qin Feng many times, but Qin Feng did not listen. Huh? You're a servant disciple? Are you kidding me? The man standing in front of Qin Feng smiled lightly. He was originally worried that he could not defeat Qin Feng, but now that he heard Qin Feng's identity, he completely calmed down. That's right, I'm a servant disciple. Is there a problem? Qin Feng did not care about his opponent's mockery. The guy had already reported his name, Hunlei, an outer disciple. Qin Feng also checked Hunlei's realm, and he was only at the 4th stage of immortal qi. Hey, brat, are you arrogant? In a while, I'll beat you up until you look for your teeth all over the ground. Let's see if you can still be so arrogant, Hunlei said with a playful expression. Qin Feng ignored him and waited for Hunlei to announce the start of the battle. Soon, the clear sound of a gong rang out, signifying that this year's grand competition had officially begun. Senior Hundan, please don't fight. I'm willing to withdraw from the competition. As soon as the battle began, a shout came from the stage. The disciple who drew the same number as Hunlei had a bitter expression. How could he be a match for Hunlei? He could only withdraw from the competition. Chapter 15:21. He's withdrawing just like that? That's too spineless. I heard he's already at stage 5 immortal qi. What a pity, huh? What's there to pity about? What would you do if you went up against Hundan, who's ranked 4th on the dragon leaderboard? The crowd discussed among themselves, then shook their heads and sighed. They felt that Hundan's luck was too bad. Hundan's originally cold and arrogant face was filled with pride. He wished he could fly to the sky. At this time, the other 4 groups of disciples had already started fighting. Qin Feng was the lowest among the 8, but he became the center of attention. The crowd had gathered outside his battle arena, and the sounds of discussion had not stopped since the beginning. Who do you think will win? Phut! Why are you asking such a retarded question? Why don't you ask everyone how many moves that servant disciple called Qin Feng can take? I bet he'll lose in 1 move. Although Hunlei is only an outer disciple, he's already at stage 4 immortal qi. How can a servant disciple compare to him? The sounds of discussion could be heard from the arena. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear it. Hunlei smiled playfully at him and shouted, "Stinking brat, did you hear that? Everyone says you can't beat me. Seeing that we're from the same sect, I'll give you a chance to withdraw and admit defeat. Hurry up." Hunlei rejoiced that his luck was really good. With his strength, he didn't even think about entering the top 10 of the dragon leaderboard. The reason he participated was just to show his face. He didn't expect his first opponent to be a servant disciple. This allowed him to show off in front of everyone. However, the smile on Hunlei's face suddenly froze. He heard Qin Feng say, "Fine, I'll also give you a chance to withdraw and admit defeat. Choose for yourself." The noisy crowd quietened down. Hundreds of eyes stared at Qin Feng in disbelief. Everyone didn't know where this brat got his confidence from to say such arrogant words. Or was there something wrong with his brain? After a short daze, Hunlei laughed wildly. "Haha, do you really think you can scare me? Do you think I'm scared? Watch my fist." Being threatened by a service disciple in front of everyone, Chaotic Thunder flew into a rage and took the initiative to throw a punch at Qin Feng. The air in front of him instantly exploded, and dozens of fist winds whistled through the air. The disciples below the stage were excited. as if they could see the spectacular scene of Qin Feng being sent flying out of the arena. Rumble! The sound of impact rang out as expected, but it was several times louder than what everyone had expected. Following that, his eyeballs and jaws fell to the ground. On the stage, Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back like a towering mountain, while the chaotic lightning had long since fallen to the ground 100 meters away. The atmosphere suddenly became deathly silent, and it felt like the temperature had dropped below freezing point. From the beginning to the end, no one thought highly of Qin Feng, but the result made everyone's jaws drop. They didn't even see how Qin Feng attacked. All they knew was that after a loud bang, the battle was already over. Where did that kid come from? Even the 4 elders sitting at the side of the arena were alarmed. Chaos Primordial C frowned and said. The other 2 male elders shook their heads. Normally, they wouldn't care about the existence of a janitor disciple. However, Han Tianjiao's expression changed greatly. She realized that the janitor disciple was Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian's husband. A mere janitor disciple, nothing special. Han Qigong quickly regained his senses and lost interest in Qin Feng. The other male elder, Elder Han Bai, also looked away. Chaotic Thunder was only at stage for Immortal Qi. Even if Qin Feng could defeat him in one move, it didn't mean anything. Han Tianjiao didn't say anything from beginning to end, nor did she mention that Qin Feng was the husband of her 2 core disciples. There were still 3 battles going on the stage, but the disciples below the stage were still immersed in the shock of Qin Feng defeating Chaotic Thunder. The 3 battles finally ended. After the first battle, a total of 5 disciples advanced, and Qin Feng was one of them. The sect competition continued. Qin Feng returned to the 5 women and Zhou Tian's side, waiting for the next few battles. At this moment, Zhou Tian's eyes were filled with shock, and he couldn't come back to his senses. Lin Bei Bei and the other 4 women weren't that surprised. They already knew that Chaotic Thunder wasn't Qin Feng's match. However, the following battles were going to be even crueler. This made the 5 women's hearts heavy. Qin Feng, it's still not too late to leave quietly, Su Ruoro said worriedly as she looked at him. Zhao Lingxian also tried to persuade him. I heard that the top 5 disciples on the dragon rankings have all reached stage 7 Immortal Qi. That Han Qingquan at the top might even be at stage 8 Immortal Qi. The meaning behind Zhao Lingxian's words was very clear, giving Lin Bei Bei and the other 2 a fright. Stage 7 and stage 8 Immortal Qi? How powerful would that be? Young Master Qin, let's hurry and leave. Xiao Zhen doesn't want to see anything happen to young Master Qin. After the women heard about the situation, they were at a loss. Qin Feng didn't expect Han Qingquan to have reached stage 8 Immortal Qi. As for the other stage 7 Immortal Qi disciples, he didn't care. They were all at stage 7 Immortal Qi, so Qin Feng wouldn't lose. However, since he was here, Qin Feng wouldn't run away. Even if Han Qingquan was at stage 8 Immortal Qi, Qin Feng still had a way to deal with him. The competition went on for a while, and the first round of battles ended. Of the original 48 disciples, only 20 remained. Among them, for groups of opponents were of similar strength, and after both sides were heavily injured, they were all eliminated. A new round of lots was drawn. This time, Qin Feng drew number 3. When he walked onto the stage, Han Dan, who also drew number 3, walked over to his side. Haha, you're really unlucky to have drawn the same lot as your elder. Let's not waste any more time and just announce our withdrawal. Han Dan didn't even need to fight in the last round, and now he was beside himself with joy. This time he met the odd job disciple Qin Feng, and he was even more arrogant. The disciples below the stage had already noticed this, and many of them had playful expressions on their faces. I already said that Qin Gai was a clown. Now he's hit a nail on the head. I thought that the odd job disciples would surprise us in this year's sect competition, but it seems that I was overthinking. The odd job disciples can't even show their faces. They're just a bunch of servants. Hearing these discussions, Lin Bei and the other girls gritted their teeth in anger. Zhou Tian looked at Qin Feng with a face full of worry, and even prayed that Qin Feng would survive. Although there were 5 battles on the stage, everyone's attention was on Qin Feng. Han Dan stood with his hands behind his back, his face full of arrogance. He was waiting for Qin Feng to announce his withdrawal, but he heard something unexpected. "You're the 4th bastard on the dragon leaderboard?" The smugness on Han Dan's face instantly disappeared, and he shouted with a dark expression, "You're the bastard. Your elder is called Han Dan," Qin Feng said indifferently. "I know, it's just a pain in the ass." Han Dan, the disciples below the stage were already stunned. They realized that Qin Feng really wasn't afraid of death, and even dared to joke about Han Dan. "You ant-like odd job disciple. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, let Grandpa teach you a good lesson. Rumble." Han Dan was furious, and he raised his hand and slammed it down. The loud sound seemed to explode, and a hole appeared where Qin Feng was standing. However, everyone was shocked. Where did Qin Feng run off to? "You want to teach me a lesson with this bit of strength? I think you need to train for a few more years." A cold voice sounded, and Qin Feng appeared behind Han Dan like a ghost. He casually threw a punch, and it was as if a muffled thunder exploded from his hand. Han Dan's expression instantly changed, but before he could dodge, his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Bang! The sound of his landing was not small, and he smashed a small hole in the plains. Han Dan was seriously injured, and he lay in the hole, unable to even stand up. The originally intense fighting stopped, and the other 4 groups of disciples on the stage even forgot to continue fighting. The hundreds of people below the stage were even more dumbfounded, and they all suspected that their eyes were playing tricks on them. The 4 elders stood up at the same time, and their expressions changed unpredictably. It was not strange that Qin Feng had defeated Han Lei with 1 move, but now he had defeated Han Dan, who was ranked 4th on the dragon leaderboard, with 1 punch. This instantly shocked everyone. Han Dan lost? How is this possible? Han Dan is a powerful cultivator who has stepped into the 7th stage of immortal Qi, and that odd job disciple defeated him with 1 punch. How powerful is that? Is Qin Feng really an odd job disciple? Why don't I believe it? Although the truth had already happened, it was still difficult for everyone to accept. Even Su Ruoro and the other 4 women were dumbfounded. As for Zhou Tian and the other odd job disciples, they were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. In the corner of the crowd, there were 3 people whose faces were as black as the bottom of a pot. They were Han Qingquan and his 2 lackeys. The 2 lackeys were dissatisfied when Qin Feng beat them up. Now that they saw how powerful Qin Feng was, they realized that Qin Feng had been lenient. "Big brother Qingquan, where did that brat come from? He actually defeated Han Dan. This guy is too arrogant. I really want to give him a good beating." The 2 lackeys complained incessantly. Han Qingquan did not expect Qin Feng to be so powerful, but his eyes quickly flashed with disdain. "Humph, Han Dan is nothing. He's just an ant who has just stepped into the 7th stage of immortal Qi. If it was me, I would also be able to defeat him with 1 move. As for that Qin guy, he actually dared to steal the woman I like. If I meet him, it will be the day of his death." Han Qingquan's words instantly calmed the 2 lackeys down. They hid in the dark and secretly peeked at Qin Feng, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. After Qin Feng defeated Han Dan, he did not even look at him and swaggered off the stage. The mocking and disdainful voices of Qin Feng quieted down, and when Qin Feng walked through the area, the disciples instinctively opened up a golden path for him, as if they were avoiding a demon. Su Ruoro and the other 4 women were already stunned. Even they did not expect Qin Feng to be so powerful. A group of odd job disciples surrounded Qin Feng. Their status in the sect was low, even lower than pigs and dogs. However, Qin Feng became famous after this battle, and it could be said that he had helped the Han Yuan sect's odd job disciples vent their anger. Be big, Brother Qin. Why you're so powerful? Zhou Tian's body trembled as he spoke. When he thought about how he had known such a powerful cultivator for over a month and had even called him brother not long ago, Zhou Tian felt like he was dreaming. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 1522. Qin Fin didn't put on airs among the handyman disciples. After all, he had lived in the area of the handyman disciples for a period of time and had seen the hard life of everyone. These people were like the poor people at the bottom of the Huaxia secular world, which made people sympathize with them after the battle with Handan. Qin Fin had become a popular figure among the disciples of the Han Yuan sect. No one took him seriously before, but now he could compete for the top 5 on the Dragon Roll. The second round of competition gradually came to an end. There were only 10 disciples left in this round. These 10 people had obviously entered the Dragon Roll, but they still had to rank because the ranking would affect the cultivation resources that each disciple could get. Han Yuan Hai took a bamboo tube and walked to the arena again. Qin Fin and the other 10 people went to the arena to draw lots. This year's great sect competition had reached its most intense moment. Just the process of drawing lots had caused the faces of the hundreds of disciples below the stage to turn red with excitement. Mr. Qin, please don't draw Han Qinquan. If he really gets it, we'll have to drag him along with us no matter what. The 5 women were so anxious that their palms were sweating. At this time, they were discussing countermeasures. Hundreds of handyman disciples widened their eyes, trying to see what number Qin Fin had drawn, but they couldn't see it because they were too far away. The drawing ended quickly. Qin Fin glanced at the bamboo stick in his hand and drew number 10. The other 9 people also looked at their bamboo stick numbers and then looked at Qin Fin at the same time. Not long ago, they were eager to be in the same group as Qin Fin, but now, except for Han Qinquan, the other 8 people were praying that they wouldn't be in the same group as that monster. The 10 people were divided into 5 groups, and they could fight in the big arena at the same time. Just when everyone was about to find an opponent according to the bamboo stick, Han Qinquan said to Han Dalong, who was next to him, "You drew the same number as Qin Fin." Han Dalong was shocked. He wasn't afraid of Qin Fin, but this kind of sect competition not only depended on strength but also luck. If Han Dalong fought with Qin Fin, even if he won, he would consume most of his strength. He would definitely lose the next battle, and he would not be able to be the first on the Dragon Roll. But at this time, Han Qinquan continued, "I'll exchange lots with you. I want to teach Qin Fin a lesson." Han Dalong, who was ranked second on the Dragon ranking in the previous tournament, had fought with Han Qinquan and lost to him in the end. This year, his biggest rival was Han Qinquan. Who would have thought that this person would make such a request? Are you serious? Han Dalong looked at Han Qinquan suspiciously. He felt that there was something fishy going on. Han Qinquan said disapprovingly, "I have a grudge against that kid. He's powerful in your eyes, but he's just an ant in my eyes. How can you understand my current realm?" How arrogant was Han Qinquan. He acted like all disciples beneath him were ants. Han Dalong felt stifled in his heart, but how could he reject such a good deal? "All right, I'll trade with you." The 2 of them secretly swapped the bamboo sticks. Their speed was so fast that none of the disciples below the stage noticed. However, none of the 4 elders who were sitting opposite them stood out to say anything. Qin Fin also saw this scene, but he didn't care. "Now, let's split into groups for the final matches." As soon as Primordial Chaos finished speaking, the crowd burst into an uproar. This was because everyone saw that Qin Fin and Han Qinquan were standing together. Han Qinquan sneered and said in a low voice, "Brat, I told you that you're finished. In this Han Yuan sect, no disciple dares to offend me." Qin Fin looked indifferent, as if he was talking to himself. "You could have lived a little longer, but you insisted on swapping sticks with others. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." Han Qinquan was stunned. He didn't expect Qin Fin to see the scene of him swapping sticks. However, he quickly came to his senses and said, "The ignorant are fearless. I'll let you know that there's always someone better out there." Before the fight started, the two of them had already started a verbal battle. However, they both lowered their voices so no one could hear them. The hundreds of disciples below the stage were already in an uproar. Everyone gathered on Qin Fuan and Han Qingkuan's side. As for the other four groups, they were completely forgotten. "Big Brother Qin, why don't you admit defeat?" Zhou Tian shouted cautiously. Lin Bei Bei and the other four girls frowned. They had the same thought, but they didn't say anything. They knew Qin Fun's personality. Even the handyman disciples weren't optimistic about Qin Fun, let alone the outer sect, inner sect, and core disciples. Although Qin Fun had defeated Han Dan with one move not long ago, Han Qingkuan could do the same. Han Qingkuan was the #1 disciple of the Han Yuan sect and seemed to be invincible. Did you hear that? No one is optimistic about you. You're just a clown. Han Qingkuan was very proud of the discussion below the stage. Qin Fun didn't care. Victory or defeat is determined by strength, not by what others say. The smile on Han Qingkuan's face suddenly froze. He suddenly threw a punch and said, "Brat, then I'll let you see the power of my fist." Boom! There was a loud explosion. Han Qingkuan's punch came so suddenly that the crowd began to scream. A gust of wind suddenly blew, and his punch changed the environment. It was as if they had fallen into a sea with strong winds and huge waves. Qin Fun's white robe fluttered, and his body turned into a white shadow and suddenly disappeared in the wind. In the next moment, the ground where he was standing exploded, and it was as if a meteor had fallen to the ground. Rumble. The explosion lasted for a long time. Han Qingkuan's simple punch completely shocked everyone. The disciples who were in a heated discussion were dumbfounded. They were so scared that they couldn't even speak. Even Han Dalong and the other 7 who were fighting at the side stopped, and some of them cried out. "Fuck! Han Qingkuan has reached stage 8 immortal energy? It's definitely stage 8 immortal energy. Stage 7 can't cause such great damage. No wonder he's so arrogant. He has actually reached stage 8 immortal energy." After Han Dalong saw through Han Qingkuan's cultivation, he felt despair. Last year in the sect competition, Han Qingkuan was only stage 7 immortal energy. Han Dalong thought that he would be able to fight him this year, but who would have thought that he had already broken through to stage 8? Although it was only a small realm, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. That's stage 8 immortal energy. He will soon be qualified to be promoted to the sect's little elder. Han Qingkuan is only in his 30s this year, right? He might be the youngest little elder in our Han Yuan sect. Looks like Han Qingkuan will be at the top of the dragon leaderboard this year again. The crowd below the stage gradually woke up, and the sound of discussion was like a surging tide. At this moment, the battle between Qin Feng and Han Qingkuan had truly begun. Rumble. After dodging Han Qingkuan's punch, Qin Feng leaped into the air and punched the ground. The sound of thunder and tiger roars rose from the ground, and dozens of sword qi whistled through the air. The power of Qin Feng's punch was also ferocious, forcing Han Qingkuan to retreat. "Brat, you're courting death." Han Qingkuan was furious. After retreating a few steps, he met Qin Feng's punch with a punch. However, Qin Feng didn't retreat. His figure flew down from the sky like a swallow. Rumble. The two fists collided, and a wave of airflow instantly surged. The loud sound was like muffled thunder landing on the ground. The huge aftershock caused the disciples below the stage to retch. Han Qingkuan didn't move, but 2 footprints appeared on the stone ground under his feet. Qin Feng's fists collided with Han Qingkuan's, and he was instantly sent flying, landing on the stone ground more than 10 meters away. Exclamations sounded. The outcome of this most eye-catching battle had been preliminarily determined. Alas, I've long guessed that this would be the result. No matter how powerful Qinfeng is, he can't be a match for Han Qinquin. Senior brother Qinquin is too fierce. May I ask who else can be a match for him besides the elders? After sending Qinfeng flying with a punch, Han Qinquin's face was full of pride. He didn't give Qinfeng a chance to catch his breath. His figure leaped into the air, and he suddenly pulled out the big saber on his back and slashed down. Rumble! Suddenly, a white saber light whistled like a long dragon. The disciples below the stage were stunned. This Han Qinquin was aiming at Qinfeng's life. A mere ant dares to be insolent in front of me. Hurry up and reincarnate! As the saber fell, Han Qinquin laughed and roared. However, the smile on his face suddenly froze. The saber split the martial arts field in two, but Qinfeng's figure was nowhere to be seen. Swish! A subtle wind whistled past. Qinfeng stepped on his flying sword and came behind Han Qinquin. Han Qinquin's reaction was also swift. He quickly turned around and slashed, but he still didn't hit Qinfeng. You have a flying sword? Who the hell are you? Han Qinquin's expression changed drastically. Even with his current status in the Hunyuan sect, he didn't have a flying sword. Seeing Qinfeng hovering in the air on a flying sword, the crowd below the stage exclaimed. Even the 4 elders who were sitting as stable as mountains stood up and stared at Qinfeng in the air with scorching eyes. They thought to themselves, this kid actually has a flying sword? Moreover, it's an extremely high-quality pink flying sword. A mere flying sword can shock you like this? You're too inexperienced. Qinfeng's expression was indifferent. Han Qinquin was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Even in the divine continent, flying swords weren't common. Most of them existed in the hands of sect leaders and elders. As for disciples, only 4-star or 5-star sects had the ability to get their hands on a flying sword. Han Qinquin's eyes lit up. He turned the back of his saber and leaped into the air. Very well, this flying sword is mine. Rumble! As soon as the flying sword appeared, Han Qinquin seemed to have become a different person. He no longer held back his strength. The wind brought about by his saber was obviously several times stronger, as if it was going to blow away the house. The pink light flickered in the air. Qinfeng stepped on the flying sword and quickly retreated. After fighting for a while, Qinfeng realized how powerful Han Qinquin was. Although he had the ability to escape from Han Qinquin, it wasn't easy to kill him. The two of them chased after each other. Wherever Qinfeng went, the stone surface would be filled with holes from the explosions. Their fight was so violent that the other 8 disciples had stopped fighting and left the entire stage to Qinfeng and Han Qinquin. The flying sword was too fast. After chasing for a while, Han Qinquin lost his patience and roared at the sky. Surname Qin, are you afraid of me? Why do you only dare to run? Chapter 1523. Qinfen wasn't afraid of Han Qinquin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone up to the stage to fight him. He was purposely wasting Han Qinquin's time. Seeing that Han Qinquin's mind was in a mess, he had achieved his goal. Swoosh! A pink light flashed in the air. Qinfen, who was escaping, suddenly changed direction and shot toward Han Qinquin like a meteor. Qinfen's action was too sudden. Han Qinquin was so shocked that he stopped chasing. But at this moment, a golden light flashed. A several 100-meter-long saber light descended from the sky like a surging golden dragon. Rumble! Qinfen, who had stepped into stage 7 immortal energy, used this golden phoenix slash. Its power was many times stronger than before. The sky was covered by the saber light, and a deafening sound rang out. Han Qinquin looked up at the sky, his brows tightly knitted together. He didn't have time to think and hurriedly slashed out with his saber. A white light flashed and collided with the golden light coming from the sky. Violent saber energy shot out in all directions, forcing the spectating disciples to retreat 100 meters. Qinfen leaped away as soon as his saber landed. This saber was fierce and fast, catching Han Chinkuan off guard and sending him flying to the ground. The noisy training field suddenly quietened down. The atmosphere was extremely strange. Not long ago, they were talking about how Qin Fin couldn't withstand a single blow from Han Chinkuan. Not long after, Han Chinkuan was sent flying by Qin Fin? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The person on the ground is senior brother Chinkuan? Crazy, crazy. When did a ferocious person like Qin Fin appear among the odd job disciples? This is too terrifying. Qin Fin is clearly at stage 7 immortal energy, but he can fight against Han Chinkuan, who is at stage 8. This is really interesting. Even one of the elders, Han Qigong, was amazed and muttered to himself. Elder Han nodded. This Qin Fin kid is not bad. With more training, his future is limitless. Han Yuanhai's face turned pale when he heard the two of them. Han Chinkuan was his proudest disciple. He still hoped that Han Chinkuan could be the top of this year's dragon leaderboard. How could he let Qin Fin have the upper hand? As for Han Tianjiao, she didn't say anything, but she was more and more shocked. Back then, she had not taken a fancy to Qin Fin and was even unwilling to accept him as a servant disciple of the Hunyuan sect. However, now that he had witnessed Qin Fin's strength, Han Tianjiao felt as if he had been slapped in the face. The cheers that originally belonged to Han Chinkuan were transferred to Qin Fin, and Han Chinkuan immediately gritted his teeth in anger. That slash did not seriously injure him. He leaped and instantly shot towards Qin Feng, who was in midair. Brat, don't be too cocky. I haven't even displayed my true strength yet. Han Chinkuan waved his hand, and the long saber in his hand slashed down from above his head. Primordial Chaos 7 sabers. First style, Cloud Slash. Rumble. As his long saber descended, dark clouds gathered in the sky. However, those were not real clouds, but saber clouds condensed from saber chi. Everyone below the stage looked up, their eyes filled with shock. Is this the supreme secret manual of the Hunyuan sect, the Hunyuan 7 sabers? He's too powerful. It said that only the core disciples of the sect are qualified to impart the mixed origin 7 sabers. However, this saber technique is profound and difficult to understand. Even if it's imparted, one might not be able to learn it. It all depends on one's comprehension. The mixed origin 7 sabers is divided into 7 levels. Big Brother Chinkuan is only using the first move, but it's already so powerful. It's hard to imagine what the 7th move will be like. Don't even think about it. Even our sect leader probably hasn't mastered the 7th move. As soon as the mixed origin 7 sabers appeared, the 4 elders all stood up. Qin Fin looked at the dense saber clouds above his head, his expression solemn. This was not the first time he had come into contact with the mixed origin 7 sabers. More than a month ago, when he killed Han Zhen on the Celestial Fox Mountain, that guy had used the first move, Cloud Slash. However, Han Zhen was only at the 6th stage of Immortal Qi, so the Cloud Slash he used was not even half as powerful as Han Chinkuan. Break! Qin Fin did not dare to delay, and hurriedly raised his saber and slashed at the void. Suddenly, a golden saber light that was hundreds of meters long rose into the sky like a long dragon, dispersing the saber clouds above Qin Fin's head. However, a moment later, a new saber cloud condensed. Rumble! The saber cloud above Qin Fin's head was getting closer and closer, producing a series of muffled, thunderous sounds. However, Qin Fin did not retreat. Suddenly, he flew up into the sky, and when he was halfway, he clenched his hand in the void. His action made the crowd somewhat confused. However, in the next moment, a fiery red spear appeared in Qin Fin's hand. The spear shook and thousands of red rays shot out like flying arrows, piercing countless cracks in the saber cloud in the sky. Rumble! The loud explosions did not stop. The light of the sun penetrated the saber cloud, and it was a strange sight. Seeing that the saber cloud was about to dissipate, Hun Chinkuin's expression turned cold, and the long saber in his hand fell again. Qin, you want to compete with me in terms of inner chi? You are far from it. Swish! As soon as the saber fell, the clouds in the sky condensed again, and in a short while it became a scene of dark clouds covering the sun. Qin Fin casually stabbed with his spear a few times, but he found that the saber cloud condensed this time was hard and thick, and he could not penetrate it. Arrow! Seeing that the saber cloud was about to land, Qin Fin shouted. Suddenly, a holy white light fell from the sky, and Qin Fin grabbed it in his hand. Before everyone could see the appearance of the cloud-piercing arrow, the white light flashed and shot straight into the sky. Rumble! It seemed like a simple arrow, but it set off an earth-shattering battle. The clouds in the void were blasted into a large crack, as if the sky had been torn apart. Arrow! This was just the beginning, and Qin Fin's second arrow had already been shot. It seemed that in an instant the clouds exploded again, scattering into countless small cloud spots. The battle between the two was extremely intense and wonderful, causing the crowd to scream and start to move. Han Chinkuin was shocked by Qin Fin's strength. His cloud slash, the first move of the primordial Chaos Seven Sabers, had long been practiced to the point of perfection. Even if he was fighting against an enemy of the same realm, he could kill his opponent. But now, facing Qin Fin, who was a realm lower than him, he was actually broken by his opponent. Qin Fin, I want to see how long you can last. Han Chinkuin was furious, and he ignored the saber cloud above his head. With a flip of his hand, he slashed down again. The second move of the primordial Chaos Seven Sabers, Sea of Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the saber fell, the weather changed. A powerful saber chi surged out, but the saber chi suddenly turned into hundreds of flames in the air, as if it was going to set the prairie ablaze. The crowd was excited again. The second move of the primordial Chaos Seven Sabers? Senior brother Chinkuin has actually practiced the second move. The saber chi turned into a sea of fire, burning everything it went to. This primordial Chaos Seven Sabers is too powerful. That Qin kid is dead this time. He can't escape the power of the Sea of Fire. The power of the second move shocked the audience. More than half of the 500 or 600 people present saw the second move of the primordial Chaos Seven Sabers for the first time. Zhou Tian and the other handyman disciples were so scared that they almost knelt down. Lin Bei Bei and the other 4 girls wanted to rush into the arena to help Qin Fin fight. Just as the saber chi and sea of fire enveloped Qin Fin, another loud sound exploded in the arena. Whoosh! The weather changed, and a violent snowstorm suddenly appeared in the arena. The snowstorm enveloped the saber chi and sea of fire. These two extreme elements were engaged in a fierce battle. However, the result was very obvious. The moment the saber chi touched the snowstorm, it disappeared. The sudden situation caused the crowd to exclaim again. Han Chinkuin was stunned on the spot, and he couldn't come back to his senses. His second move, the Sea of Fire, was so fierce, but it was blocked by Qin Fin. The saber chi and Sea of Fire had completely disappeared, but the snowstorm was still fierce. Qin Fin's cold voice came out of the snowstorm. Don't tell me that's all you can do? If that's the case, I'll be very disappointed. Qin Fin's words shocked the crowd. That was Han Chinkuin, the number 1 disciple in the primordial sect. Usually, no one dared to recruit him, but now Qin Fin, as a handyman disciple, had slapped him in the face again and again. Han Chinkuin's emotions fluctuated violently, and he had a ferocious look on his face. He roared and swung his saber. The aura on his body seemed to have skyrocketed several times. The third move of the primordial Chaos Seven Sabers, Ice Heaven. Before the saber fell, everyone's screams were like a surging tide. The primordial Chaos Seven Sabers was the treasure of the primordial sect. There were a total of 7 moves, and each move was extremely powerful. However, there there were very few people who could practice the third move. Among the disciples, only Han Qianquan had practiced it to this level. Whoosh! The long saber fell to the ground. This saber technique caused the sky to change. The surging saber chi condensed into ice thorns, as if people had fallen into a world of ice and snow. The ice thorns had already shot towards Qin Fen, but they were blocked by the snowstorm around him. Qin Fen's snowstorm was caused by thousand-year-old ice crystals. How could the ice condensed by Han Qianquan's aura compare to it? How could this be? Even senior brother Qianquan's third move was blocked? The snowstorm released by Qin Fen is very special. I feel like I'll be frozen to death if I get a little closer. This kid is extraordinary and unusual. The disciples below the stage were shocked again. The 4 elders sitting opposite the stage had already stood up. Han Qianquan's saber failed, so he was more or less nervous. However, he still had the illusion of swinging his saber a second time, condensing the ice thorns in the air like rain. Since you use the ice blade, I'll use the sea of fire to deal with you. Qin Fen's cold voice came out of the snowstorm, as if it was the call of death from hell. When he opened his eyes, 2 flames shot out. The raging snowstorm around him disappeared and was shrouded by the sea of fire. When the ice that Han Qianquan struck touched the purple cloud immortal fire, it had already melted completely. Rumble! The immortal fire was unstoppable and burned all the way to Han Qianquan. His black robe was immediately burned, and even his hair was on fire. Han Qianquan screamed in the fire and suddenly turned into a black shadow and rushed into the sky. When he appeared again, he slashed at Qin Fen again. Qin, if I don't kill you today, I'm not a human. 4th move of the mixed essence 7 sabers, thunder collapse. Crackle! As soon as he roared, there was a burst of thunder. The crowd below the stage was dumbfounded. Dark clouds intertwined in the void above their heads, and dozens of intertwined lightning bolts were striking the ground. The 4th move? Senior brother Qianquan has practiced the 4th move? This is heavenly thunder. Should we run for our lives? If we get hit, we'll be dead. Chapter 1524. Someone realized something was wrong. Soon, most people realized it. Han Qianquan's 4th move, collapsing thunder, was clearly not as powerful as the real one. However, this weakened version of collapsing thunder was enough to shock everyone. Big brother Yuan Hai, you've really taken in a good disciple. He's only 35 and he's already grasped the key to collapsing thunder. If you continue to nurture him, he'll be famous in the entire North Sand region. Han Qigong looked at Han Qianquan with burning eyes. He sighed inwardly. Why wasn't this person his disciple? Elder Han Bai was also fascinated. He couldn't help but say, once collapsing thunder is used, those below level 9 are like ants. Though Qianquan's attack isn't powerful enough, Qin Feng is only at level 7. He's bound to die. Han Yuan Hai grinned widely at the praise of the 2 elders. Han Tianjiao stood at the side coldly and didn't say anything. Oh, that Qin Feng kid is at level 7, but he's only a servant disciple. That's really strange. Han Qigong changed the topic. Elder Han Bai's eyes twinkled as he stared at Qin Feng and said, Why don't we let this fight end here and count it as Han Qianquan's victory? As for Qin Feng, I plan to take him as my disciple. The 4 elders felt that if they continued, Qin Feng would definitely die from collapsing thunder. Elder Han Bai saw Qin Feng's potential and stood up for him to keep him alive. If Qin Feng was killed, why would he take in a disciple? Han Qigong also had the idea of taking Qin Feng in. He'd wanted to talk to Qin Feng alone after the fight, but Elder Han Bai suggested the same thing. Now, Han Qigong was a little worried. Haha, Elder Han Bai, you already have many core disciples. Will you be able to handle all of them? I think you should just give Qin Feng to me. Don't burden you too much. Han Qigong said it like it was true. Elder Han Bai cursed inwardly, but he couldn't openly offend him. Stop arguing. There's no rule of stopping halfway in the sect competition. This fight has to go on. Han Yuanhai suddenly said coldly. Elder Han Bai and Han Qigong cursed in their hearts. How could they not see through Han Yuanhai's intentions? If this battle didn't stop, Qin Feng would definitely die. At that time, how could they accept a disciple? The reason why Han Yuanhai did this was to protect his number one disciple, Han Qingquan, as well as his position as the great elder. Elder Yuanhai, if you don't stop the fight, Qin Feng will definitely die. Such an outstanding disciple had fallen just like that. This is a loss to the entire Han Yuan sect. Han Qigong was still a little unwilling and wanted to fight for it. Elder Han Bai also added, "We agree that Qin Feng should just lose this round. Why must he continue to fight and kill someone?" Primordial Chaos, C, had his own selfish motives. Now that he was being questioned by the other two elders, he more or less felt a little guilty. Humph! This rule was personally set by the Clear Sky sect leader. The battle could not be stopped midway. Furthermore, it's common for deaths and injuries to occur during the inter-sect tournament. You shouldn't be held responsible for pursuing disciples. If you're not satisfied, you can look for the sect leader of the Clear Sky. Han Yuanhai directly brought up the sect leader, so Elder Han Bai and Han Qigong could only remain silent. At this moment, the battle on the arena was at its most intense moment. Qin Feng couldn't fight back under the thunder crash and could only flee on his flying sword. How could Han Qingquan give Qin Feng a chance to survive? He kept waving the long saber in his hand. As he waved, the sky was filled with thunder, and it felt like the end of the world was coming. Rumble! A bolt of lightning exploded under Qin Feng's feet, and the violent airflow sent him flying to the ground. Han Qingquan was instantly overjoyed and quickly chased after him with his saber. As soon as the figure leaped into the air, he slashed towards the ground. Crackle! This saber instantly condensed into a bolt of lightning, as if it was going to blast Qin Feng into pieces in the next moment. The crowd was already exclaiming incessantly. Was this exciting battle of supremes going to completely end? Master quickly used the hunting pincer to deal with him. Little Pig's anxious voice was heard. Actually, there was no need for it to remind him. Qin Feng had already activated his thoughts, and the earthworm-sized hunting pincer leaped out. Lightning flickered above his head, and the hunting pincer was now competing with the lightning in speed. However, it turned into a white shadow and disappeared in a flash. Even Qin Feng couldn't see it clearly. What the hell? Get out here. Han Qingquan, whose saber was about to slash at his waist, suddenly roared angrily. This strange action confused everyone. His surging saber energy quickly dissipated, and even the lightning in the sky dimmed. This sudden turn of events shocked the 4 Han Yuan Sea elders. The 4 of them looked dumbfoundedly at Han Qingquan, who was roaring and jumping around on the arena. They even wondered if this guy had a sudden onset of epilepsy. "You dare to devour my Dantian? What the hell are you?" Han Qingquan didn't have time to pay attention to everyone's strange gazes. At this moment, he was so scared that he was sweating profusely. The thing that leaped into his body was actually eating his Dantian's qi. How terrifying was this? Master, Han Qingquan's realm is too high. The hunting pincer is about to be forced out. Little Pig shouted. Qin Feng forcefully supported his body, and when he leaped up, he swung his saber. Suddenly, the sky flashed with golden light. The hundreds of meters long saber energy fell to the ground like a long dragon, scaring Han Qingquan into hurriedly retreating. Stinking brat, did you trick me? No matter how stupid Han Qingquan was, he could guess the relationship. The thing that leaped into his body was most likely Qin Feng's doing. However, Han Qingquan felt even more tormented at this moment. On one hand, he tried his best to force the hunting pincer out, and on the other hand, he had to resist Qin Feng's attack. In the end, he couldn't care about either side. Qin Feng knew that this was the most critical moment. The golden phoenix in his hand continued to fall. The golden light flickered and fluctuated, immediately exploding the stone floor on the arena into an intricate spider web. Han Qin resisted for a moment, but in a moment of absent-mindedness, he was hit by the saber. The surging saber energy exploded around him, directly blasting him dozens of meters into the air. Swish! With a flash of pink light, Qin Feng seemed to be in midair in an instant. The golden phoenix in his hand was replaced by a long spear. The body of the spear was fiery red, revealing a spiritual aura. However, before Qin Feng could attack with the spear, a roar came from the elders' seats. Qin Feng wins this battle. The battle is over now. It was Han Yuanhai who shouted. He had long been stunned by the change in the situation. Originally, everyone thought that Qin Feng would die under the thunder crash, but they didn't expect Han Qin to suddenly go crazy. Now, if this battle continued, Han Qin would be the one to die. A gloating smile flashed in the eyes of Han Qigong and Han Bai. The two of them tried to persuade Han Qin to stop the battle, but Han Yuanhai refused. Unexpectedly, he stood up and wanted to end the battle. When the disciples were shocked by Han Yuanhai's actions, they saw light suddenly radiate in midair. Thousands of red spear lights flew toward Han Qin like sharp arrows, and it felt like thousands of arrows were piercing his heart. The air froze at this moment. No one would have thought that Qin Feng actually wanted to kill Han Qin. Just how daring was this person? "How dare you!" Han Yuanhai roared anxiously, but halfway through his roar, there was an explosion in midair. Han Qin's body bloomed like fireworks, splattering flesh and blood all over the ground. Thud! The spear fell, and Qin Feng landed steadily on the ground. His white robe was stained with a lot of dust, and his hair was also messed up by the strong wind. However, his indifferent and proud expression and aura made all the disciples revere him from the bottom of their hearts. Eldest senior brother Qin is dead. That servant disciple can actually kill Han Qin? The world has changed. I'm afraid the Han Yuan sect is going to change. Han Qin's death caused a commotion among the crowd. He was the #1 disciple of the Han Yuan sect and the favorite disciple of Han Yuanhai's grand elder. However, Qin Feng killed him in public without hesitation. Didn't that mean that he had offended Han Yuanhai's grand elder? Swish! For a moment, hundreds of pairs of eyes fell on Han Yuanhai. At this moment, Han Yuanhai's black robe was fluttering without wind. His face was ferocious, and the gray hair on the top of his head stood up. "Brat, how dare you kill my beloved disciple? I'm going to tear you into pieces." Boom! Han Yuanhai was furious and suddenly slapped with his palm. He was originally hundreds of meters away from Qin Feng, but he seemed to be in front of Qin Feng in a breath's time. The palm wind was so strong that Qin Feng couldn't breathe. He didn't even have the ability to escape, let alone fight with Han Yuanhai. Qin Feng couldn't see through the old man's realm, but he guessed that he had at least stepped into the peak of Stage 9 Immortal Qi realm. Bang! There was a loud explosion. Everyone thought that Qin Feng would be killed by Han Yuanhai's palm, but they saw another black figure standing on the arena and blocking Han Yuanhai's palm wind with a punch. "Han Qigong, what are you doing?" Han Yuanhai roared angrily, and his nose was crooked. Han Qigong took 2 steps back, marveling at Han Yuanhai's current strength. Although the two seemed to be evenly matched on the surface, Han Qigong's aura was tumbling and chaotic, and he was obviously at a disadvantage. "Grand Elder Yuanhai, what are you doing?" Han Qigong pretended to be calm and questioned. "Do I need you to care what I do? If you don't move aside, don't blame me for being impolite," Han Yuanhai roared. Seeing that the two elders were about to fight, the disciples below the arena were scared out of their wits. At this time, Elder Han Bai also jumped onto the arena and stood on Han Qigong's side. "Elder Yuanhai, Qin Feng did kill Han Qingquan. But according to the rules of the sect tournament, it's common for deaths and injuries to occur during fights, and disciples can't be held responsible. This is what you told us just now. Don't tell me you've forgotten it? Han Yuanhai choked and couldn't say anything for a long time. He stared coldly at Elder Han Bai and Han Qigong, not daring to attack rashly. Although he wasn't afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight, he was still lacking in a one-on-two fight. Humph. This brat deliberately wanted to kill my beloved disciple, Qingquan. I already stopped him, but he ignored me. What's the use of keeping such an unruly disciple? Han Yuanhai finally found something to talk about. Chapter 1525. As soon as Qin Fen finished speaking, the entire crowd was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Qin Fen in disbelief, thinking that this person was too fierce. He actually dared to speak to Han Yuanhai's great elder in an interrogative tone. Even Han Qigong and Elder Han Bai were stunned. As for Han Yuanhai, his face was already livid with anger. Did you see that? What's the point of nurturing such an arrogant disciple who has no respect for his elders? Even if we really nurture him, he may not stay in our Han Yuan sect in the future. Han Yuanhai's immortal qi surged. He was determined to kill Qin Fen. Elder Han Bai and Han Qigong wanted to retreat. They also felt that Qin Fen was too arrogant. Such a disciple was not easy to nurture. You want me to respect you? The premise is that you have something worthy of my respect. But why can't I find it? Facing a great elder, Qin Fen did not give him any face. This was because when he was almost killed by Han Qingquan's thunder, he heard Han Yuanhai insisting on continuing the fight. Han Yuanhai was completely enraged and shouted at Han Qigong and Han Bai, "If you two don't leave, don't blame me for falling out with you." The two looked embarrassed, but they finally jumped off the ring. Although they saw Qin Fen's potential, they were also a little unhappy with this kid's unruly behavior. Only Qin Fen and Primordial C were left in the arena. How could Primordial C still take Qin Fen seriously? Suddenly, a gust of wind surged from his body. Just as he was about to strike with his palm, he saw another black shadow land on the arena. Elder Han Yuan, wait. This guy can't be killed. Han Yuanhai retracted his move angrily, glared at the person on the ring, and shouted, "Han Tianjiao, why are you meddling?" Looking at Han Tianjiao, standing on the big ring, the crowd was surprised. No one expected that this female elder would stand up to help Qin Fen. Qin Fen was stunned, not understanding Han Tianjiao's thoughts. However, Han Tianjiao said indifferently, "Qin Fen is my core disciple, so I have to come forward and meddle in this matter." Han Tianjiao's words caused a burst of exclamations. Everyone thought that Qin Fen was just a handyman disciple. Who would have thought that he would become a core disciple? Han Yuanhai was shocked and said involuntarily, "Are you kidding? Qin Feng is just a servant disciple of the Han Yuan sect. When did he become your disciple?" Han Tianjiao's expression didn't change. He didn't seem to be lying at all. "Over a month ago, I represented the Han Yuan sect in recruiting disciples at Scarlet Street Market. At that time, I accepted Su Ruoro, Zhao Lingxian, and Qin Feng as core disciples. Everyone who went with me knew about this, so why would I lie?" Primordial Chaos stared coldly at Primordial Chaos with a ferocious expression. If Qin Fen was just an odd-job disciple, Primordial Chaos wouldn't even bother killing him. However, if Qin Feng was a core disciple of the Han Yuan sect, even the great elder of the Han Yuan would not dare to lay a finger on him. Furthermore, Primordial Chaos was experienced and astute. He could tell at a glance that Primordial Chaos was lying. However, he couldn't expose this lie because the team that went to Red Street Market to recruit disciples were all under Prodigy Han. Those people would naturally speak up for Prodigy Han. "Are you sure you want to protect that kid?" After confronting for a long time, Han Yuanhai gnashed his teeth and glared at Han Tianjiao. Han Tianjiao pretended to be indifferent. Since Qin Fen is my core disciple, I naturally won't watch you kill him. Furthermore, core disciples are the backbone of the Hunyuan sect. They are the targets that the sect leader of the Clear Sky ordered to focus on nurturing. If you kill Qin Fen today, I believe that the sect leader of the Clear Sky will not let you off easily. Among the 4 elders, Primordial Chaos C was the strongest. Primordial Chaos C admitted that he was no match for Primordial Chaos C, but he immediately suppressed Primordial Chaos C when he mentioned the sect leader of the Clear Sky. Good. Primordial Chaos C said the word good 3 times in a row. He glared at Qin Fen and Primordial Chaos C and continued, "There's still a long way to go. Let's wait and see." Primordial Chaos C swung his sleeves and left angrily. After he left, the disciples below the stage heaved a long sigh of relief, and the huge oppressive atmosphere gradually eased. Primordial Chaos C helped Qin Fen this time, but the 2 of them did not communicate at all. At this moment, Primordial Chaos C had already walked down the stage and returned to the elders' seats. Elder Hun Bai and Hun Qigong were depressed. They had fought for Qin Fen for a long time, but in the end, Qin Fen became Primordial Chaos C's disciple. The farce was over, and the sect competition continued. The remaining 8 disciples had already finished their battles, and in the end, 4 people advanced. These 4 people and Qin Fen made a total of 5 people, and the 5 of them had to compete for the top 3 places on the Dragon Roll. After Primordial Chaos C left, Primordial Chaos C was in charge of drawing lots. One of the 5 people would draw a blank lot, and the person who drew a blank lot would advance directly without fighting. When Qin Fen came up to draw lots, Primordial Chaos C's palm moved, and a bamboo lot automatically appeared. This action did not escape the eyes of Elder Hun Bai and Hun Qigong, but they both pretended not to see it. Unsurprisingly, Qin Fen drew a blank lot, but he was not stupid enough to think that Primordial Chaos C was really helping him. This old woman was sinister and cunning, and she was completely thinking of her own interests. Qin Fen almost did not participate in the following battles. He waited until it was time for the top of the Dragon Roll, and then walked up the stage. His opponent was Hun Dalong, who was ranked 2nd on the previous Dragon Roll. As soon as Hun Dalong got on the stage, he said loudly, "I automatically forfeit this battle. Big Brother Qin Fen is powerful, and I admit that I'm no match for him." His words caused the crowd to boil. Everyone was still thinking that there would be another exciting battle to feast their eyes on, but they did not expect Hun Dalong to directly forfeit. After hearing the news, Elder Hun Bai shook his head and sighed. Hun Dalong was his proudest disciple, and he still hoped that Hun Dalong could win the top of this year's Dragon Roll. But soon, Elder Hun Bai calmed down. He knew very well that Hun Dalong was no match for Qin Fen, and even if he fought, he would definitely lose. When Hun Dalong walked down the stage, he let out a long sigh of relief. After seeing Qin Fen's power, the disciples of Primordial Chaos Sect did not even have the courage to look at him. This person killed Hun Qingquan in front of the great elder of Primordial Chaos C. How arrogant was that? Hun Dalong did not want to follow in Hun Qingquan's footsteps. The sect competition of Primordial Chaos Sect had completely ended, and the top 10 disciples on the Dragon Roll had almost no change. However, the number 1 position was out of everyone's expectations. Qin Fen stood alone on the spacious stage, like a god of war that had descended to the mortal world. Many disciples had already rushed up to celebrate, and Su Ruo Ro and the other girls were the most excited. Before, they were worried to death. Hun Changbai and Hun Qigong shook their heads and sighed as they left. A sneaky smile flashed across Hun Tianjiao's icy face. Just as Qin Fen had guessed, Hun Tianjiao did not really want to help him, and even hated him. But now that Qin Fen had won, Hun Tianjiao's status among the elders had also risen, and he could even get a generous reward of resources. This was what she needed. Big Brother Qin why you're too amazing. You're now the #1 disciple of Primordial Chaos Sect. Zhou Tian's excited voice trembled. He still felt like he was dreaming. Su Ruoro and the other girls had already surrounded Qin Fen, and they were cheering like 5 little birds. As for the outer and inner disciples, they only dared to stand slightly further away. Previously, they had mocked Qin Fen in all sorts of ways, and now they were afraid that Qin Fen would take revenge. After a while, Han Tianjiao walked over, and the crowd immediately made way for him. Qin Fen, come with me. We're going to get the reward for being first on the dragon leaderboard. Han Tianjiao revealed her foxtail. Qin Fen did not say much and left with her. Su Ruoro and the other girls also followed. Han Tianjiao knew their relationship with Qin Fen, so he did not stop them. They came to the sect's resource storage pavilion, and as soon as they entered, they could feel the extremely dense spirit qi floating around. Elder Tianjiao, congratulations. We just received news that this year's sect competition is won by your disciple. There were many disciples guarding the resource pavilion. Qin Fen casually glanced at a few of them, and they were all at stage 8 immortal qi. As for the old man who was talking to Han Tianjiao, his realm was even higher, and Qin Fen could not even see through him. Han Tianjiao did not put on airs in front of the old man and smiled. Elder Tian is too polite. This is my disciple Qin Fen. The old man called Elder Tian looked at Qin Fen, and his eyes were as clear as water, making Qin Fen feel a bit pressured. Hee. Not bad, not bad. You're at stage 7 immortal qi at such a young age. With more nurturing, you'll definitely become someone great. After seeing through Qin Fen's realm, Elder Tian was more or less confused. Wasn't Han Qingquan at stage 8 immortal qi? Could it be that he could not beat this brat in front of him? However, Elder Tian did not ask too much. His duty was to be in charge of the resource pavilion's safety, and other matters had nothing to do with him. The rewards for being first on the dragon leaderboard exceeded Qin Fen's expectations. The rewards were abnormally generous, from medicinal pills and secret manuals to spiritual weapons and spirit stones. Not only did Qin Fen receive generous rewards, but as his master, Han Tianjiao also received many cultivation resources. This was the main reason why she helped Qin Fen earlier. After receiving their cultivation resources, they left the resource pavilion. As soon as they left, Han Tianjiao said coldly, Qin Fen, as long as you give me all the resources you received, I can immediately help you complete the procedures to become a core disciple. Qin Fen knew that this old woman was up to no good, but he was no match for Han Tianjiao, so he pretended to say, Okay, as long as you let me become a core disciple first, I'll give you all my resources. The 5 women were very unhappy with Han Tianjiao's actions, especially Su Ruoro and Zhao Lingxian. The 2 of them had followed Han Tianjiao for a month, and they had a bit of a master-disciple relationship. They did not think that Han Tianjiao would burn the bridge after crossing it. Han Tianjiao ignored the 5 women's expressions. Seeing that Qin Fen had agreed, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes. Don't worry, a core disciple spot is nothing to me. Plus, now that you've offended the immemorial sea, if you want to stay in the immemorial sect peacefully, you'll have to listen to my orders. Bookmark for easier reading.